shield of Celtic type, well preserved in the desert to maintain their identity without recourse to the materials. Ares was given land in the 3rd century BC. Service des Antiquités copyright symbol S, Cairo. The Celts in Egypt. The Celts who burst onto the Hellenistic world in the 280s and 270s BC were largely integrated into the armies of the contending dynasts of Asia Minor, but the renown of the Celt as a fighting man was already well known in the eastern Mediterranean. It is hardly surprising, therefore, to learn of Celts in Egypt as early as 274 BC serving in the army of Ptolemy II Philadelphos. They were most likely recruited from the horde that entered Asia Minor in 278, but that they may have arrived in Egypt sometime before is not impossible. They soon proved to be unreliable allies. Believing that Ptolemy was caught in an impossible position between his half-brother Megas in the west and Antiochus I in the east, they rebelled, spurred on by the prospects of the wealth to be gained by looting the cities and sanctuaries of Egypt. They had, however, misjudged the situation. Ptolemy reacted swiftly, driving some 4,000 of the mercenaries onto an island in the Sebennytic branch of the Nile, where, Pausanias tells us, they perished by hunger and each other's swords. Image 8.10 Small terracotta figure of a Celtic warrior from Egypt. 3rd century BC. British Museum, London. This was by no means the end of the Celtic presence in Egypt. It was normal in 3rd century Egypt for troops, no longer needed for active service, to be settled and given land to cultivate, usually in the Fayum. These clerics, sleepers, were expected to keep up their military skills and to be immediately available when called upon. Among the clerics living in the Fayum was a detachment of Celts whose presence accounts for a wooden shield found preserved in the dry desert conditions. In 217 BC, when Egypt was threatened by the Seleucid king Antiochus III, Ptolemy IV called the sleepers to his defense. Among the 50,000 or so troops who were eventually amassed there were 6,000 Gauls and Thracians, of whom 2,000, of unspecified nationality, were newly recruited. Some of the clerics who took part were, according to Polybius, the sons of original settlers. In the event, the Ptolemaic force won a resounding victory at Raphia in Gaza. It is tempting to think that the small terracotta of a resplendent Gaul found in Egypt celebrates Gaulish successes at this time. Gauls still retained their identity throughout the 2nd century BC and their presence is noted from time to time. They helped besiege the rebel town of Abydos in 186 to 185 BC and were part of the garrison resident at Hermopolis Magna towards the end of the century. Perhaps these detachments had families in the Fayum and returned there when not on military duty. That other communities existed elsewhere in Egypt is shown by funerary stelae found in the necropoli of Alexandria naming Gauls and depicting Celtic shields. One wonders whether the old fighters living in the desiccating atmosphere of the Fayum oasis in the mid-3rd century told their incredulous children stories of the fertile Danube plain or the pine-clad slopes of Mount Parnassus remembered from the time when they had camped in its shadow waiting to pillage Delphi. 9. Warfare and society. The Greco-Roman world had many opportunities to observe Celtic armies in action. Their viewpoint was usually, though not invariably, that of opponents, and those who recorded the confrontations did so to communicate more than just ethnographic observations and the facts of history. The writing of Greek and Roman history was formulaic. Pausanias would describe the Celtic attack on Greece in the 3rd century BC using the same structure and balance as did Herodotus when writing of the Persian Wars centuries earlier. This equation of Celts with Persians, two enemies of the civilized world, is found in a fragment of poetry preserved on a papyrus of the 3rd century and recurs in sculptured form on the Great Victory Monument erected by the Pergamene king Attalus I in Athens in the 2nd century BC. The message is the same. The enemy from without is fierce and brutal but can be overcome by the Greek peoples working together for the common good. Pausanias was writing in the 2nd century AD and was therefore using a variety of earlier sources, among them Hieronymus of Cardia, who had served the Pergamene king Eumenes in the late 4th century BC, and Timaeus, who was in Athens during the Celtic raids, as well as other writers, including, perhaps, Menodotus of Perinthus and Agatharchides of Cnidus. The range of information available to him was varied, but the selection of material and its presentation were rigidly circumscribed by convention. One of the key figures in the Roman historical tradition was Polybius, a citizen of the Greek town of Megalopolis who had been deported to Rome in 168 BC. Polybius' intention was to present the Celts as a formative influence on the development of Roman military power. In his view, the initial invasion in the early 4th century and the continuous threat created by the Celtic settlement in the Po Valley were instrumental in the honing of Rome's military competence. For him, the frenetic Celts are to be presented as a contrast to the calm efficiency of the Roman army. While the Romans are steadfast, level-headed, well-led, and achieve victory by dogged determination, the Celts are volatile and unpredictable and, though fierce in the initial onslaught, can easily lose heart and panic. It is, therefore, to their antithetical qualities, when compared with the Romans, that he gives most attention. The history of Polybius provided one of the prime sources used by Livy, 59 BC ad 17, for his own history, and, while it is evident that Livy had other sources of information on the Celts, the influence of Polybius' thesis is clear. Once more, the Celts are presented as impulsive barbarians with an inability to plan rationally. The narrative history of Polybius was continued by Posidonius for the period 145 to 82 BC. The importance of Posidonius, 135 to 51 BC, is that he traveled widely in the Alps, Gaul, Spain, and possibly also Britain, observing for himself different Celtic societies in different states of development. His description of the Celts has survived only in the works of other writers, notably Strabo, Diodorus Siculus, Athenaeus, and Caesar, but when these are taken together it is clear that Posidonius was a keen observer with the eye of an anthropologist and was well aware of the changes that were taking place. From his viewpoint as a Stoic, he may be critical of many of the more irrational and exuberant aspects of Celtic society and tend to overemphasize them, but what he offers has the ring of truthful reporting. His approach is to present the Celt as a noble savage, a natural man untarnished by civilization, but in pointing up the contrast to the civilized world he was prone to overstatement. Julius Caesar probably used Posidonius as a source, but he also had the unique opportunity of observing a variety of Celtic tribes from close at hand during his 8 years of campaigning. His war commentaries are, by their very nature, biased sources. Caesar is at pains to present the Celts in a way that would have been familiar to his audience, playing on old prejudices. He emphasized the fierceness and unreliability of the enemy, thereby enhancing his own achievements and providing a justification for his actions amounting in some cases to genocide. While his descriptions of Celtic society in Gaul and his picture of Britain and the Britons may be selective interpolations culled from other sources, there is much in his general accounts of military and political matters that is highly informative about the Celtic communities he was confronting. Of the later sources, Tacitus offers new insights, particularly about the Britons. Once more, there is a reliance on stock stereotypes and the bias inherent in using the concept of the noble savage to point up the iniquities of the times, but behind the selection and the rhetoric there are many useful insights into native customs and social and political organization. Clearly, all the historical sources available to us are biased in one way or another, such is the nature of historical sources, but it should not prevent us from using them in an attempt to characterize Celtic society and warfare. The greatest difficulties concern chronological and regional variation. To imply that any generalized description has universal application is evident nonsense. Most of our sources concern Celtic groups in the 4th to 2nd centuries living in, and raiding from, those parts of Europe that were in proximity to the Mediterranean world. Within these parameters we may legitimately attempt to reconstruct a generalized picture of classic Celtic culture. Of the more remote Celtic-speaking regions, all that can be said is that some of them may have shared aspects of the classical model sometime in their history. There are, however, real difficulties in extending the model. Thus, while the troops led by Calgacus against Agricola in northern Scotland in AD 84 appear to have behaved in many ways like Celtic armies in Italy in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, it is not easy to decide whether these apparent similarities are a manifestation of archaic Celtic behavior in remote and backward areas or the use by Tacitus of familiar Celtic stereotypes. A further possibility, that primitive warfare exhibited many similarities irrespective of time, place, and ethnicity, has also to be borne in mind. The warrior and his equipment. The classic Celtic image is provided in Strabo's oft-quoted description. The whole race is madly fond of war, high-spirited and quick to battle, but otherwise straightforward and not of evil character. And so when they are stirred up they assemble in their bands for battle, quite openly and without forethought, so that they are easily handled by those who desire to outwit them. When they are aroused, he says, they are ready to face danger even if they have nothing on their side but their own strength and courage. Their strength depends on their mighty bodies, and on their numbers. To the frankness and high-spiritedness of their temperament must be added the traits of childish boastfulness and love of decoration. They wear ornaments of gold torques on their necks, and bracelets on their arms and wrists, while people of high rank wear dyed garments besprinkled with gold. It is this vanity which makes them unbearable in victory and so completely downcast in defeat. G. 4. 4.2. Image. 9.1 Detail of a brooch, possibly of Iberian origin, showing a naked Celtic warrior, complete with a typical set of armor, attacking a lion. 3rd century BC. British Museum, London. Here then are displayed all the characteristics of the Greek or Roman vision of a Celtic warrior. He is ferocious, impetuous, boastful, flamboyant, and mercurial, not a foe to be lightly tangled with. The weapons carried by the warrior were a sword, usually fastened on the right side, and a spear. Some used bows and arrows, slings, or throwing clubs. The normal means of protection was the shield, but sometimes helmets were worn and less often tunics of ring mail. All these pieces of equipment mentioned in the texts are reflected in the archaeological record and in the surviving iconography, though it is sometimes possible to detect regional variations. Among the Parisii of Yorkshire, for example, the sword was sometimes worn across the back and had therefore to be drawn over the shoulder from behind the head. Iron swords and sheaths of iron, bronze, wood, or leather were the symbol of the warrior and as such were often personalized by elaborate decoration applied to the sheath or by stamps beaten into the blade. Polybius is scathing of the quality of the swords used at Telamon in the 3rd century. They were good for cutting but not thrusting and became easily bent during battle, requiring the warriors to pause and bend them back into shape with the foot, he reports. While there was, indeed, a variation in quality, and some made of softer iron may have been ineffective, the description may owe something to the fact that swords were often deliberately bent before being ritually deposited, and it may have been the results of ritual activity rather than battle that Polybius was noting. Throwing and thrusting spears were equally important, and a considerable variety of spearheads have been found, the different weights and shapes suiting them to different purposes. The large collection recovered from the ritual site of Lartene presents a variety of lethal designs with serrated, flame-shaped, and hollow-ground blades designed for easy penetration. One version, with a notched blade, conforms to the type described by Diodorus Siculus with breaks throughout the entire length so that the blow not only cuts but also tears the flesh, and the recovery of the spear rips open the wound. Hist 5:30. Image. 9.2 Spearheads recovered from the site of Lartene in Switzerland. The variety of forms suggests a degree of specialization in the use of the spear in the hunt and in warfare. Image. 9.3 Aerial view of the east gate of Maiden Castle, Dorset, England. The complex earthworks extending down the slope in front of the gate would have forced any attackers to weave backwards and forwards, exposing themselves to constant attack from strategically placed sling platforms. The fort was probably attacked and taken by the 2nd Legion in AD 43. Bows and arrows are not often mentioned and are rare in the archaeological record, but a scatter of bronze arrowheads of trilobate kind, a type common among the Scythians, may have been brought back to Western Europe by mercenaries and migrants who had learnt to use them in the East. That the bow was not mentioned in any of the recorded conflicts implies, however, that archery was little favoured in the Celtic world. Image. 9 point for the excavation of Maiden Castle, Dorset, England, exposed a pit containing about 20,000 carefully chosen pebbles to serve as sling stones for the defense of the fort in the 1st century AD. The ammunition dump lay just inside the strongly fortified east gate. The sling is only mentioned in passing and does not feature in any set-piece battle. In Britain, however, there is ample archaeological evidence for its use as a defensive weapon at hill forts. Huge stockpiles of carefully selected sling pebbles found near the gates of Maiden Castle and Danebury were kept in readiness, and the gates and earthworks seem to have been designed to facilitate the use of the sling to drive away attackers. That slings were also used in attacks upon hill forts is specifically mentioned by Caesar, who, in describing Gaulish warfare, says that the missile volley was employed to drive defenders from the ramparts. In such contexts, slings would have been particularly effective, but were much less useful in open warfare. Image 9.5 The east entrance of Maiden Castle, showing the arrangement of the sling platforms. Image 9.6 The Roman monumental arch at Orange, in southern France, is decorated with reliefs showing piles of Celtic-style armor taken in battle and displayed as trophies. The arch is 1st century AD in date. To which campaigns it refers is uncertain. The principal form of personal protection used by the warrior in battle was the shield, described by Diodorus as man-sized and decorated in individual fashion, some with projecting bronze animals of fine workmanship. An idea of the variety of decoration favored is provided by the piles of armor depicted on the Roman triumphal arch at Orange. The simplest form of shield was made of leather or wood or a combination of the two. The ritual deposit found in a bog at Hjortspring on the Danish island of Ols contained a number of wooden shields made out of planks with circular holes to take hand grips, the knuckles protected by wooden umboes. Shields of this kind would have been effective but heavy. A far more efficient model is that represented by the shield found in a bog at Clonora, Company, Tipperary, in Ireland. It was composed of a thin sheet of wood covered back and front with leather providing a light and highly resilient form of protection. The umbo was also of leather. A shield of similar structure can be reconstructed from the archaeological evidence surviving in a burial at St. Peter Port, Guernsey, but in this case the protective umbo was of iron, in the corrosion products of which traces of the wood and leather body of the shield were preserved. In all probability this type was in widespread use, though usually only the metal fittings survive. More elaborate examples were covered in sheet bronze with bronze umbos, often highly decorated. In battle the bronze facings would easily have been slashed. Examples from the Thames at Chertsey and Battersea and from the River Witham were probably votive offerings and may indeed have been made for display and subsequent deposition. Such pieces were more appropriate to the parade than to actual warfare. Image 9.7 Above, simple wooden shields from a votive deposit buried in a ship at Hjortspring on the island of Ols, Denmark. The shields are made from planks of wood with holes, covered by umbos, to accommodate the hand grip. 4th century BC. National Museum, Copenhagen. Bronze helmets were a feature of warrior equipment. Diodorus mentions that some possessed long projecting figures, lending the appearance of enormous stature to the wearer. In some cases horns form one piece with the helmet, while in other cases it is relief figures or the foreparts of birds or quadrupeds, Hist. 5:30. This is amply borne out in the archaeological record, with finds of helmets with sockets for projecting elements and, in the case of one helmet from Sumasati in Romania, with an attached bird complete with flapping wings. The horned helmet recovered from the Thames at Waterloo Bridge conforms to the general description, while small castings of bronze boars found in many parts of Europe are most likely to have been helmet attachments. Boar-crested helmets as well as others with birds and horns are shown worn by the warriors depicted on the Gundestrup cauldron. Image 9.8 Right, shield discovered in a bog at Clonora, Company, Tipperary, Ireland. The shield is made of thin sheets of wood covered with leather and bound around the edge with leather strips. The central umbo protecting the hand grip is also of leather. The construction means that the shield, while very resilient, is light to hold. The surface exhibits battle scars. National Museum of Ireland, Dublin. Image 9.9 left, the general description, while Chertsey shield, recovered from the River Thames at Chertsey, Surrey, England. Elaborate metal-faced shields of this kind may have been made specifically for display or ritual deposition. 3rd or 2nd century BC. British Museum, London. Image 9.10 right, bronze shield found in the River Witham, near Washingborough, Lincolnshire, England. The body of the shield bears the indistinct outline of a boar. 3rd or 2nd century BC. British Museum, London. Image 9.11 right, helmet found in a warrior's grave at Sumacity, Romania. It bears a fearsome bird with movable wings, which would flap when the wearer ran, and staring eyes of red glass. Early 3rd century BC. Musel Nationale de Istoria Romacentnie, Bucharest. Image 9.12 below, the horned helmet from the Thames near Waterloo Bridge, dating to the 1st century BC or early 1st century AD, would also have made its wearer look dominating. British Museum, London. Image 9.13 detail from the cauldron found at Gundestrup, Denmark, showing mounted warriors wearing helmets, one with a bird crest, the other with a boar. 1st century BC? National Museum, Copenhagen. Diodorus also mentions that some warriors wore iron breastplates of chain mail. Seated stone figures from the sanctuary of Roquepetus and a stone statue of a Gaul from Varches, Basses Alps, dating to the late 1st century BC are shown wearing chain mail, and actual examples have been found in a few burials, including that of the warrior provided with the bird-crested helmet who was buried at Sumacity. One of the features of Celtic warfare which impressed itself upon the classical mind was the fact that some warriors fought naked except for the sword belt and a gold neck-torque. In his description of the Battle of Telamon in 225 BC, Polybius distinguishes a particular detachment, the Geisati, who fought in this way. Very terrifying, too, were the appearance and gestures of the naked warriors in front, all in the prime of life and finely built men, and all in the leading companies richly adorned with gold torques and armlets, Hist 29, 5-9. Polybius believed that they discarded their clothes because they thought that they would be a hindrance in battle, but this is likely to be a rationalization. In all probability, nakedness had a ritual significance. The Geisati, spearmen, were distinguishable as a distinct group and at Telamon appear to have been a lately arrived mercenary force. Their ritual nakedness may have been a demonstration of their oneness as a fighting body. Nakedness in battle is again referred to in Galatia in 189 BC, when the Telistobogii and Trocmi took off their clothes before battle with the Romans, exposing their podgy white bodies, enhancing the vividness of their wounds as they were cut to pieces by the Roman force. The vision of the naked Celt is a recurring theme in Greco-Roman art, as is witnessed by the Pergamene statues, but it also appears much earlier on the Bologna funerary stela of the 5th century BC, which shows a naked Celtic foot soldier in conflict with a mounted Etruscan. In sum, the evidence leaves little doubt that to fight naked was a comparatively common occurrence in the Celtic world. Another recurring theme in the literature and in art is the wearing of the torque in battle. The torque had a deep religious significance. Deities are usually shown wearing torques, and the seated god on the Gundestrup cauldron, in addition to wearing one torque, holds another in his hand. Torques are also found in ritual depositions, as is witnessed, in particular, at Snettisham in Norfolk. The torque will have given the wearer the sense of being protected by the gods. It was a symbol of his life and being. When, in 361 BC, the Roman Manlius confronted a Celtic chieftain in single combat, the Celt fought naked but for his shield, 2 swords, and his torque and armlets. Manlius killed him and took his torque, acquiring, in doing so, the name Torquatus. Nearly 200 years later, in 191, when the Roman army defeated the Celts at Bologna, the spoils included 1,500 gold torques. Even as late as AD 60, when the British Queen Boudica led her troops into battle, she is described as carrying a spear and wearing a cloak and a gold torque. Image 9.1 For Celtic helmets sometimes had attachments on the crest to signify lineage or status or, more likely, as religious symbols to protect the wearer. These two small bores may well have been used in such a way. They were found at Hounslow in Middlesex, England, and may possibly have been part of a votive offering. The boar was a frequently used image, suggesting that it was endowed with particular potency. British Museum, London. The Celtic war chariot impressed a number of observers. Diodorus describes how 4 journeys and in battle they used 2 horse chariots, the chariot carrying both charioteer and chieftain. When they meet with cavalry in battle they cast their javelins at the enemy and then descending from the chariot joined battle with their swords. The absence of any reference to chariot warfare in Gaul during Caesar's campaigns suggests that as a means of fighting it was no longer of significance. When, however, he crossed the Channel to Britain, he found the chariot much in evidence. He was sufficiently impressed by the novelty of the tactics involved to give an extended description of British charioteering, stressing in particular the agility of the charioteer, who, by virtue of long practice, could run out along the chariot pole between the horses and could check and change direction in a moment. The speed with which chariots could move the combatant from one point of the field to another was particularly impressive and led Caesar to make the shrewd observation, born of his military experience, that they combined the staying power of infantry with the mobility of cavalry. In Britain his chief opponent, Cassivellaunus, was able to muster 4,000 chariots, which, if used together, must have been a formidable sight. Sufficient is known of these machines from the archaeological remains of their metal fittings and from depictions on contemporary coinage to appreciate their lightness and efficiency. The chariot was essentially a platform, carried on a pair of iron-tired, spoked wheels about 0.9 meters in diameter, linked by a pole and yoke to 2 small ponies. The sides were low double hoops of bent wood or wickerwork, while the front and back were open for ease of access. The war chariot of this kind was a specialized version of the 2-wheeled vehicle which became popular in the Celtic world in the 5th century BC and was used from then on in funerary rituals. Its inspiration may well have come from the Etruscan world. There is no reason, however, to assume that the funerary vehicles were war chariots. Structurally they were similar, but it is more likely that the vehicle used in burial was a parade vehicle symbolizing the high status of the deceased, though it might have been possible to convert from one use to the other. Diodorus, as we have seen, says that, when the chariot teams met with opposing cavalry, the combatants first threw their javelins and then descended from the chariot to join battle with their swords. Caesar adds that the chariots then moved off but returned when necessary to pick up the warrior and carry him to another part of the field. The chariot driver was evidently a skilled person and of vital importance to the well-being of the warrior he served. Diodorus records that the elite bring into battle as their attendants, free men chosen from among the poorer classes, whom they use as charioteers and shield-bearers in battle, Hist. 5:29. Image 9.15 Above, a Celtic war chariot shown in action on the reverse of a Roman denarius minted in c.48 BC. The charioteer drives the horses, while the noble warrior, naked but armed, looks for action. Image 9.16 Opposite top, reconstruction of a Celtic chariot, after Stuart Pigott. The essence of the vehicle is its light flexible construction designed for speed and easy maneuverability. Image 9.17 Opposite bottom, reconstruction of a lateen chariot made by Robert Herford and based on the remains of a chariot found in a burial at Newbridge, near Edinburgh, Scotland, dating to 450 to 380 BC. National Museum, Scotland, Edinburgh. A remark of Pausanias throws some further light on the battle order. He mentions the trimarsigia, literally 3 riders, as a Celtic fighting unit, implying that the warrior elite were accompanied by 2 supporters. In this case we are dealing with a cavalry unit. The supporters would stay behind the ranks as battle proceeded, ready to dash to their master's assistance if he needed a fresh horse or was wounded and, if he was seriously injured, to take his place in the battle line. The chariot team and the trimarsigia imply a close and practiced relationship between fighting men bound by obligation and honor, much as a knight and squire worked together in medieval warfare. In this context, it is possible to understand the depth of the antagonism between the British Queen Cartimandua and her husband, Venutius, when the Queen left her husband in favour of Velicatus, who was described as his armour-bearer. Not only was she publicly dishonouring Venutius, but she was weakening him by removing a trained and trusted member of his fighting entourage. The battle. The most informative description of the anthropology of the Celtic battle is provided by Diodorus Siculus, presumably using Posidonius as a source. When the armies are drawn up in battle array, they, the chiefs, are wont to advance before the battle line and to challenge the bravest of their opponents to single combat, at the same time brandishing before them their arms so as to terrify their foe. When someone accepts their challenge to battle, they loudly recite the deeds of valor of their ancestors and proclaim their own valorous quality, at the same time abusing and making little of their opponent and generally attempting to rob him beforehand of his fighting spirit. Hist 5:29. A further detail is added by Athenaeus, also quoting Posidonius, when he notes that the Celts have in their company, even in war, companions whom they call parasites. These men pronounce their praises before the whole assembly and before each of the chieftains in turn as they listen. It was this pattern of behavior that led Diodorus to comment that they frequently exaggerate with the aim of extolling themselves and diminishing the status of others. They are boasters and threateners and given to bombastic self-dramatization. Hist 5:31. Taken together, and rid of the prejudice displayed by the classical writers, these statements provide a vivid insight into the nature of Celtic warfare in its classic form, before frequent contact with Mediterranean armies brought about changes. Conflict was endemic, it was embedded in the social system, but was constrained, as it was and is in many societies, by conventions which attempted to limit hostilities to selected heroes. Through them, all society could vicariously indulge in battle. The drawing up of the two opposing forces, with women and children looking on from the rear, provided the occasion. The individual heroes would then issue their challenges, the tension heightened by eulogies of prowess. In these tirades, the satirizing of an opponent in public could be a potent weapon. Once the challenge was accepted, the combatants would engage, demonstrating their skills in full view of the assembled multitude. After a succession of contests, honor done, all could disperse. But there would have been occasions when growing tensions and perceived unfairness gave rise to all-out engagement. This pattern of structured aggression leading to a general MA with LA with copyright symbol E is evident in the gladiatorial contest held in the amphitheatre of Pompeii during the reign of Nero between contestants provided by Pompey and Nuceria. Dissatisfaction with the result led the spectators supporting the two sides to engage in open, and bloody, conflict. It is much the same chemistry that sometimes leads supporters to invade the football pitch. The theme of single combat in a battle situation recurs in Livy's history. In 361 BC, the Roman Manlius engaged in single combat with a Celt who goaded his opponent by poking out his tongue and laughing. Manlius used his short Spanish stabbing sword to good effect against the heavy Celtic slashing sword. In another tale, referring to 348 BC, the tribune Valerius confronted a Celtic chieftain, having first gained permission from the consuls to take up his opponent's challenge. As battle commenced, a crow perched on Valerius' helmet and attacked the Celt's eyes and face before returning to the helmet to watch the resulting combat. The Celt, weakened by the demonstration of divine disfavor, collapsed and was killed. For this Valerius gained the cognomen Corvinus. The similarity between the two stories may suggest the repetition of a single incident or even a fictitious embroidery, but that Livy knew of the tradition shows that single combat was a feature of 4th century Celtic behavior in Italy. As Celtic forces faced the armies of Mediterranean states, so fighting tactics changed and single combat became increasingly irrelevant. The general onslaught now became the norm, and the fierceness and power of the Celtic charge became legendary. One of the recurring themes in the classical sources is the noise of the Celts in battle. The Celt who faced Manlius preceded the combat with a war dance and battle chant which almost certainly had a magico-religious significance. Similarly, the war trumpets, carnaces, used in the opening stages of conflict were probably employed as much for ritual reasons as to strike fear into the enemy. Diodorus' description is brief. Their trumpets again are of a peculiar barbarian kind. They blow into them and produce a harsh sound which suits the tumult of war. Hist 5:30. But the theme is taken up more dramatically by Polybius in his description of the Battle of Telamon, 225 BC. He tells how the Romans were terrified by the fine order of the Celtic army and the dreadful din, for there were innumerable hornblowers and trumpeters and, as the whole army were shouting their war cries at the same time, there was such a tumult of sound that it seemed that not only the trumpeters and the soldiers but all the country round had got a voice and caught up the cry. Hist 29, 5-9. While it is too easy to read things into this picturesque description, it may have been intended to communicate the idea of the Celtic troops calling up the gods of the land to support their cause. This same sense of panic was instilled into the Roman force, who faced a Celtic mob supported by their druids shouting dreadful imprecations as the Romans prepared to attack the druidic sanctuary on Anglesey in AD 59. There is nothing specifically Celtic about the use of horns or battle cries. After all, in the Old Testament story, Joshua used musical instruments to good, no doubt symbolic, effect when he paraded around the walls of Jericho. Why the classical sources tend to emphasize this raucous noise is that it was alien to the more ordered and considered Greek and Roman approach to battle. It served to characterize the barbarian. The strength of the Celtic attack lay in the ferocity of the first onslaught. It was a power driven by many things: a belief in an afterlife, a desire to gain glory, and a battle hysteria created by the crescendo of noise and chanting, often enhanced still further by alcohol. In fact, the usual methods which fighting forces through the ages have used to call up courage at the moment of battle. But the fury, by its very nature, lacked control. It was impetuous but without much forethought or planning. Thus, when the onslaught was held and turned, there was no strategy in reserve to cope, and desperation set in. The misery of the Celt in defeat is recorded on a number of occasions. At Telamon, after Roman successes, some of the Celts, reduced to utmost distress and complexity, in their impotent rage rushed wildly on the enemy and sacrificed their lives, while others, retreating step by step on the ranks of their comrades, threw them into disorder by their display of faint-heartedness. This same theme recurs in the aftermath of the battle between Agricola and the native war leader Calgacus, as told by Tacitus. Image 9.18, left, parts of war trumpets, carnaces, from Deskford, Murray, Scotland, left, and Tattershall Ferry, Lincolnshire, England, right. Trumpets of this kind are shown on the Gundestrup cauldron and on various Celtic coins. Image 9.19, opposite top, detail from the Gundestrup cauldron showing 3 men blowing carnaces. 1st century BC? National Museet, Copenhagen. Image 9.20, opposite bottom, carnix from a hoard at the sacred site of Tintignac, Corrèze, France, buried at the time when the site was rebuilt in the Roman period. On the enemy's side, each man now followed his bent. Some bands, though armed, fled before inferior numbers. Some men, though unarmed, insisted on charging to their deaths. Armor, bodies, severed limbs lay all around, and the earth reeked of blood, and the vanquished now and then found their fury and their courage again. Agricola 37. The unpredictability and unreliability of the Celt, who could at one moment be fierce and bombastic and at another flee in deranged panic, were part of the stereotype which classical writers chose to perpetuate, but that there were many occasions of steadfast heroism is not in doubt. Caesar's description of his battle against the Nervii in the second year of his Gallic War serves to redress the balance. When their front rank had fallen, the next stood on the prostrate forms and fought from them. When these were cast down and the corpses were piled up in heaps, the survivors, standing as it were upon a mound, hurled darts at our troops, or caught and returned our javelins. De Bello Gallico 2:27. As a result of this engagement, the tribe was almost annihilated. Of the 60,000 who could bear arms, only 500 survived. Even allowing for Caesar's exaggeration, the Battle of the Samba was a heroic last stand. Heroism is a leitmotif in classical accounts of Celtic warfare. Wounds were a source of pride and might even be opened up further by the bearer if considered to be too insignificant. Failure, particularly of a war leader, was unacceptable. The stark sculpted image of the Celt committing suicide by the body of his wife, which adorned the Temple of Athene at Pergamum, would have reminded the Greco-Roman world of the Celtic moral code. The recorded suicides of failed Celtic leaders are many: Brennos fleeing from Delphi, Florus and Sacrovir after the failed rebellion in Gaul, and Boudicca in Britain are among the more famous. Against the social context of Celtic warfare, this is easily understood. The battle was a means of creating and enhancing warrior prowess. It was a public event in which achievement could be seen, judged, and remembered. Failure subjected to the same scrutiny was unacceptable and demanded the honorable solution. Image 9.21, above, another of the carnices from Tintignac. In this case the animal represented is evidently a boar. Image 9.22, below, a gold stater of Tasciovanus, ruler of the Cacciavalorni in eastern Britain about 10 BC. The horse rider holds aloft a carnix. Celtic warfare evolved in different places at different rates. Boudicca and Calgacus were using methods and equipment already obsolete in the more central areas of the Celtic world several centuries earlier, and it is doubtful if the war chariot was ever seen in Ireland, in spite of its frequent appearance in the heroic vernacular literature. Similarly, the Nervii who so bravely opposed Caesar would have developed their fighting methods against neighbours and Germans, in contrast to the Volcae tecticiges of southern Gaul, whose ancestors were conversant with the hoplite army of the Greeks. Although Celtic warrior equipment remained remarkably similar over considerable areas and through time, subtle changes can be detected. By the 3rd century BC the standard panoply became increasingly heavy, involving, it is estimated, up to 5 times more metal per man than 2 centuries earlier. The Celt at this stage was a heavily armed infantryman. The shield had developed a more elaborate and efficient umbo, and the chain by which the sword was slung from the belt had become a heavy complex structure designed to keep the sword in place, however the body moved, and to prevent the sheath from encumbering the warrior's feet. Thus equipped, and adopting the technique of the furious frontal onslaught, the Celts were able to deal efficiently with Mediterranean armies organized on the model of the Macedonian phalanx. During the 3rd century cavalry began to play a significant part in Greco-Roman warfare, and the Celts' familiarity with the horse, which was long established, made them a sought-after addition as specialized mercenaries. Hannibal was to make good use of heavily armed Celtic cavalry during the Second Punic War. The growing importance of the cavalry is reflected in a marked increase in the length of the sword, many examples of which, by the end of the century, had reached 80 to 90 centimeters, too long for comfort in infantry fighting. Image 9.23 A gold stater of Verica, who ruled the Etrebates in central southern Britain in the years leading up to the Roman invasion in AD 43. The reverse of the coin shows a mounted warrior armed with a large shield and a spear and wearing a helmet. Institut National de Recherches Arca copyright symbol Arlagix Pra copyright symbol Ventives, Paris. The Battle of Telamon in 225 BC in many ways marks a turning point. It is the last recorded battle on the continent of Europe in which the chariot appeared, and one in which Celtic cavalry, separately deployed, was to play a significant part. Thereafter, as cavalry became increasingly important, it is likely that the chariot began to decline, disappearing altogether by the beginning of the 1st century BC except among the insular Britons. During Caesar's campaigns in Gaul, detachments of Gallic cavalry were widely used on both sides, and after Romanization Gaul provided some of the most effective cavalry auxilia in the Roman army. The feast. Central to the establishment and maintenance of the social equilibrium was the feast. The feast was a social gathering at which status and prestige were demonstrated, flaunted, and challenged. The Poseidonian tradition provides an outline of procedure. At a feast the men sat in a circle with the most influential member, judged on the basis of military prowess, nobility of birth, or wealth, occupying the central position. Beside him sat the host, and next, on either side, the others in the order of their distinction. It appears that each man had two retainers present, his shield man, who took up a position behind his master, and his spear man. The spear men dined together but in the same room as their masters. Posidonius, in Athenaeus, Diopnasa 54:40, records three behavioral practices. The first is the hero's portion, in which the beast is cut and served according to status. When the hindquarters were served up, the bravest hero took the thigh piece, and if another man claimed it, they stood up and fought in single combat to death. This, he notes, was the practice in former times. It is a motif which is to be found several times in the vernacular tradition of Ireland, in famous stories like Bricrew's Feast and Mac Daitho's Pig. The second, which may have grown out of the first, was aggressive confrontation. Sometimes single combat took place, as a result of which people could be wounded or killed. The third practice was more extreme. A man might pledge his life for gifts of gold, silver, or amphorae of wine. When the deal had been done, he would distribute the gifts among family and friends and would then lie stretched out face upwards on his shield, while another standing by cut his throat with his sword. These anecdotal scraps belie the social complexity of the feast but provide some indication of its importance in Celtic society. The feast was evidently a highly structured affair organized rigorously according to status. The arrangement of the participants and the serving of the meat provided the occasions for the definition of the social hierarchy and its public affirmation. If anyone felt demeaned by the ordering, he would contest it, and the ensuing conflict could lead to single combat and death. In any event, the contest would be resolved in the public arena, and thereafter the new order would be known to all present. Clearly, then, the feast provided the opportunity for an aspiring young man to make his claim and to demonstrate the power and the following to sustain it. The feast may well have been the moment when a warrior would propose to lead a raid and would gather support from those present. The size of his following would depend upon his status and the degree of inebriation of the assembly. Just such a practice is recorded by Tacitus among the Germans. Failure to meet assurances made at the feast would bring disgrace. In such a context there is the need for the individual to proclaim his virtues before the assembled company. The Posidonian tradition refers to this when it says that the Celts frequently exaggerated with the aim of extolling themselves and diminishing opponents. Others could be employed to do this for them, such as the parasites who accompanied their masters in war and peace to pronounce their praises to the whole assembly and, no doubt, to denigrate their lord's rivals through satire. The bards are to be distinguished from these dependent followers. They were part of the skilled elite, the entertainers and poets who delivered eulogies in song. It would have been in Luernius' interests that this song remained prominent in the bard's repertoire. It would have been in Luernius' interests that this song remained prominent in the bard's repertoire. The feast which Luernius prepared and the gold which he liberally distributed is a fascinating demonstration of the potlatch, the system by which an individual's status was enhanced by the public dispersal of wealth in the form of gifts, often, but not invariably, of food and drink at feasts. The more that was given away, the greater the giver's reputation, and the more he would, in turn, acquire through gift. At its most basic level, the potlatch provided a simple redistribution mechanism by which surpluses could be spread throughout the community. Often, however, it necessitated the destruction of wealth. The dedication to the gods of works displaying great craft skill, like the Battersea shield, or of great value, like the Snettisham gold, provides examples of wealth destruction within a religious context. Similarly, the burial of valuable goods with the dead was the public affirmation of a lineage's ability to destroy wealth. The feast itself, with the consumption of huge quantities of expensive imported wine, of which the Celts were so inordinately fond, was another form of public wealth destruction. In a system in which individuals used the potlatch as a means of competing for status, there would, inevitably, have been a tendency towards escalation. It is probably in this context that we should attempt to understand the Posidonian account of the individuals who submitted themselves to death having acquired and distributed rich gifts. By sacrificing their lives solely in the interests of being able to redistribute the gifts they had received to their friends and kin, they were indulging in an extreme form of potlatch. The heady competitive atmosphere of the feast, the liberal consumption of alcohol, and a belief in the afterlife will all have contributed to the individual's willingness to submit to death in the interests of renown. Image 9.24 Bronze cauldron with its iron suspension chain and hooks found at the site of Lartine, Celts, Switzerland. 3rd or 2nd century BC. Cauldrons of this kind would have formed the focus of the feast. Musa copyright symbol e cantonal diarca copyright symbol ology, Celts, Switzerland. Hospitality to strangers is another leitmotif of Celtic society, and the Poseidonian tradition refers to the need to offer food and drink before finding out about a visitor's business. The rigorous rules which no doubt covered hospitality were manipulated by the Romans more than once in tricking and slaughtering Lusitanians and Celtiberians in Spain and by Mithridates in the massacre of the Tetrarchs in Galatia. In all these cases the Celtic peoples were bound by custom and tradition to a system involving trust which their opponents simply abused for their own advantage. The social hierarchy. That Celtic society was strongly hierarchic is evident from the archaeological record of burials. It is also reflected in Caesar's stark generalization that in Gaul only two classes were of any significance, the Druids and the Knights, the rest being little better than slaves. The Knights were constantly involved in warfare, their status being reflected by the number of dependents and clients they could command. Caesar's sketch is a gross oversimplification, but it reflects a simple basic structure which may well have lain behind the social systems of many of the Celtic communities. The social hierarchy was graded from the semifree, who were roughly equivalent to medieval bondsmen, to those who could command huge entourages, men like the Helvetian Augetorix, whose household numbered 10,000 excluding his dependents and debtors. Within this spectrum would have been carefully distinguished social classes about which little is known. The law gave a degree of rigidity to the system, but there would have been much visual symbolism to make the social distinction readily apparent in such things as settlement style and dress. These symbols of status, and indeed the social system itself, would have differed with place and time, but one may suppose that the possession of a panoply of arms was a ready and universal means of distinction, similarly the wearing of a torque and arm rings. Another hint is provided by Posidonius when, describing tonsorial styles, he remarks that the nobles shave the cheeks but let the moustache grow freely so that it covers the mouth. This may well have served to distinguish the elite from the others who shaved entirely or grew short beards. The prominence of the moustache in Celtic iconography and Greco-Roman representations of Celts may suggest that the practice was widespread among the Celtic elite. Caesar's reference to the fact that the Britons painted their bodies with woad implies that body decoration may have been common and carried with its social messages. The use of tattooing among many societies, including the contemporary Scythians, is a reminder of the significance of this form of communication. The importance of bonds of obligation among the Gauls, operating at a number of different levels, is frequently referred to by Caesar. At one level, clientage in its various forms could bind retainers to individual members of the elite, but at a different level it could relate tribes one to another. This was clearly the case in Gaul in the 1st century BC. By Caesar's time the Sequani had established themselves as paramount, with the help of the Germans, and thus had acquired as clients many of the smaller tribes, who previously had looked to the Aedui, taking the sons of their chieftains as hostages. When Caesar appeared and offered the Aedui the support of Rome, the hostages were returned and the clients flocked back to the Aedui, together with new clients impressed by the enhanced power the Aedui derived from their friendship with Rome. At the same time, the Remi, thought to be clients of Rome, received clients of their own who wished to ally themselves to the Roman cause but were not prepared to do so as clients of the Aedui. This broad pattern of changing allegiances seems to have been the norm in Gaul and was probably widespread in the Celtic world. Clientage, at the tribal or personal level, implied obligations on both sides. As Caesar succinctly put it, the leaders do not allow their clients to be oppressed or defrauded, otherwise they lose their influence with their clients. The clear implication here is that clientage was an agreement entered into willingly by both parties. Both were probably bound by strict rules as well as by the anticipation of mutual benefit. The taking of hostages, referred to above, was equally widespread. It did not, however, bear the connotations it has in the modern world. Among the Celts, hostages were usually young men of noble families from one tribe who lived and served with another as a guarantee of agreed behavior between the tribes. It was, in fact, a bonding mechanism. Caesar made ample use of the system during his conquests in Gaul, accepting or requesting hostages whenever agreements were reached. The case of the Treveri is instructive. In 54 BC, suspicious of the motives of one of the Treverian leaders, Induciamaris, Caesar ordered the chief to attend his camp and to bring 200 hostages with him. The hostages were delivered, and included his son and all his relatives who had been specified by name. I reassured Induciamaris about their safety and encouraged him to stay loyal. At the same time 4,000 Gaulish cavalry arrived from all parts of Gaul, each group with its own leaders. Those whose allegiance to Rome was in any way in doubt Caesar decided to take with him, as hostages, on his British campaign. Dumnorix, a chieftain of the Aedui, refused to join and fled with his cavalry, but was pursued, captured, and executed, even though he was a brother of the Aeduan leader Diviciacus, a staunch Roman ally. Although it can fairly be argued that Caesar's use of hostages may have been extreme because of the unusual nature of events, he was simply adapting for his own benefit a practice common among the Gaulish tribes. Two other aspects of the bonding system, fosterage and marriage, deserve to be mentioned. The placing of children with foster parents is a theme constantly referred to in Irish vernacular literature, where the close bonds between foster brothers are used to heighten literary effect. In all probability fosterage was practiced by Celtic communities quite widely, though there is very little positive evidence for it outside the insular literature. There is, however, one somewhat obscure reference by Caesar. In writing of the Gauls he says that they differ from other peoples in that they do not allow their sons to approach them in public unless they have grown up to the age of military service, and they think it a disgrace for a boy under this age to sit in public within sight of his father. De Bello Gallico 6:18. Posidonius, however, through Diodorus Siculus, mentions that at meals they are served by their youngest grown-up children, both boys and girls. The apparent contradiction can be resolved if the meal is considered to be a private occasion, when such intimacy is permissible. Whether or not this passage of Caesar's is an ill-understood observation of the taboos associated with active fosterage is unclear, but it could equally be that fosterage had, by this stage, died out in Gaul and all that remained was pale echoes reflected in symbolic behavior patterns. Women clearly occupied a more significant position in Celtic society than they did in the Greco-Roman world, and for this reason the classical sources give some prominence to observations about them, though in no systematic way. The Posidonian tradition notes the beauty of Gallic women, describing them to be as tall and as strong as their husbands, though the 4th-century Roman writer Ammianus Marcellinus, in a memorable piece of descriptive writing about a Celtic woman raised to anger, implies that as a fighter she is more than equal to the male. Hist 15. 12:1. A tendency to promiscuity is noted. They generally yield up their virginity to others, and this they regard not as a disgrace, but rather think themselves slighted when someone refuses to accept their freely offered favors. Diodorus Siculus, Hist 5:32. To this, Caesar, writing of the Britons, adds that wives are shared between groups of 10 or 12 men, especially between brothers, fathers, and sons. Once more, the literary references are likely to be ill-observed and misleading, content simply to convey an impression of the barbarian. Behind this probably lies a complex structure of male-female relationships beyond the comprehension of monogamous Mediterraneans. Something of the intricacies of these bonds are preserved in the Irish vernacular literature. In the Tyne, Queen Medb is prepared to offer intercourse in the interests of friendship or gain without any sense of shame, while in the Old Irish laws 3 grades of wife are recognized. In Gaul, females had legal rights in marriage. A joint account was kept of the marriage wealth, composed of the bride's dowry, an equal sum contributed by the husband, and any interest accruing. Whoever survived the marriage inherited the total. The equity of the arrangement must, however, have been somewhat diminished by the fact that the husband had the power of life or death over his wife and children, and if husbands died in suspicious circumstances, wives could be interrogated under torture. We owe this insight to Caesar without being able to test the veracity of his account or the extent of the practice. Marriage provided an important means of social and cross-tribal bonding. The Helvetian Augetorix, for example, in attempting to consolidate his power base, gave his daughter in marriage to the Aegean leader Dumnorix, while Dumnorix married off his half-sister and other female relatives to prominent men in other tribes. A little earlier, the sister of the king of Noricum had been married to the German leader Ariovistus to cement a political alliance in the face of the Dacian advance. This use of the female relative in bond by marriage in the manner of a hostage was no doubt as widespread among the Celts as it was later to become among the royal households of Europe. Women do not appear in positions of overt political power in Gaul at the time of Caesar's campaigns, unless he chooses not to record the fact, but in Britain Cartimandua of the Brigantes and Boudica of the Iceni were potent leaders, and the large bulk of Boudica, with her harsh voice and the mass of red hair falling to her knees, resplendent in a gold torque and bright cloak, remains a lasting image of Celtic female power. Whether we are looking at the aberrant behavior of a peripheral backwater in a time of unnatural stress or the survival of a phenomenon once more widespread throughout the Celtic world is difficult to say. The dominance of females in the insular literature might, however, be thought to support the latter. It must readily be admitted that any consideration of Celtic social systems is likely to be biased, not only by the prejudices and preconceptions of the Greco-Roman sources but by the narrow time span and geographical area over which they range. Nonetheless, it is possible to construct an outline of the way in which society articulated itself. We must, however, constantly remind ourselves that no general scheme can ever hope to apply to all Celtic societies at all times. 10. The arts of the migration period. Two things in particular stand out from viewing the archaeological record of the Latine period in Europe: the broad cultural similarity that can be seen over vast tracts of country and the dazzling inventiveness of what can broadly be called Latine, or Celtic, art. We must be careful here to distinguish the technology of construction and manipulation of materials from the love of pure decoration. The two are strictly separate, but they may sometimes come together to enhance each other and create a greater whole. Take, for example, the simple functional firedog, a piece of wrought iron furniture for the hearth. It was essentially a framework for controlling roasting spits, but its projecting ends were frequently decorated with enormous skill to create the spirited essence of horned bulls' heads. In another medium, the large pottery jar from St. Paul de Leon in Finisterre is an elegant and functional vessel, but it has been transformed into an object of beauty by a series of flowing scrolls and arabesques lightly incised on the body before firing. The firedog and the pot are both highly satisfying to the modern eye. There is something about Celtic art with which we can easily empathize, but this should not persuade us into the facile belief that simply by describing and classifying we can understand. The quintessential bovine head on the firedog is a symbol, but of what? The sanctity of the hearth? The spirit of the beasts being roasted? The power of fire and of the smith's magic? We can never know. So it is with the decorated pot. To the archaeologist it is an item first to admire and enjoy and then to analyze stylistically, but the response of the original owner would have been totally different. One has only to consider decorated pots from Africa, whose meanings have been transmitted to us in language by their makers or users, to understand that form and decoration embody subtle meanings in their contemporary society, symbolizing function, status of owner, gender, sexual relationship, and so on. It is totally beyond the abilities of the art historian or even the archaeologist to say what the owner of the St. Paul de Leon pot was attempting to communicate. All that we can be reasonably sure about is that communication was intended. Image 10.1 Iron furniture from a rich grave at Well Inn, Hertfordshire, England. Second half of the 1st century BC. The picture on the right shows the detail of a firedog, a pair of which would have stood on either side of the hearth. British Museum, London. If, then, we reject art for art's sake as a starting point, and with it the even less acceptable art for art historians' sake, it is pertinent to ask, how readily understood was the symbolism at the time? Was it known to all or only to a few, like the skilled men whose magic went into its creation? The remarkable iron helmet of the early 3rd century BC found in the chieftain's tomb at Sumaseti provides an interesting example. On its crest stands a bird of prey, with articulating wings, staring fixedly with its violent red eyes at anyone who approaches the wearer. It is a startling reminder of the story of the single combat between Valerus and the Celt, cp. Euro 227. The symbolism of the bird on the helmet of the Sumaseti chieftain would have been widely understood. So, too, would the symbol of the boar, found on helmet crests on the Witham shield, on a sword blade from Switzerland, on the statue of the god from Euphigny, and in a variety of other contexts. The primeval strength and ferocity of the beast would have been seen to give strength and protection to the wearer, and it is likely that the boar, like the crow, would have been understood to be a war god in animal form. The shape-shifting of gods and the semi-divine, between human and animal form, is a recurring theme in the Irish and Welsh vernacular literature. Image 10.2, top, pottery vessel found in the barrow of Cunliffe near Saint Paul de Lyon, Finistère, France. The style of decoration is closely similar to that adopted by metalworkers in the 4th century BC. Musée des Jacobins, Morlaix. Image 10.3, bottom, stone statue of a deity wearing a neck-torque from Euphigny, Haute-Marne, France. The boar figure carved in relief on the body is probably a symbol of the deity's strength. 1st century BC? Musée d'Archéologie Nationale, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Paris. Image 10.4, left, bronze shield found in the River Witham near Washingborough, Lincolnshire, England. See Fig. 9.10. The end roundel illustrated in detail shows the careful interplay of repousse and inscribed decoration. The roundel is carried on the head of a fabulous beast. 3rd or 2nd century BC. British Museum, London. Image 10.5, right, the Battersea shield, found in the River Thames at Battersea, London. The shield facing of copper alloy sheeting is elaborately decorated and enhanced with inset red glass. The date is uncertain but probably lies in the 1st century BC or early 1st century AD, although an earlier dating is possible. The shield was probably ritually deposited. British Museum, London. Herein might lie a clue to another aspect of Celtic art, the appearance of human and other faces glimpsed half-hidden in Celtic designs. The Battersea and Witham shields provide good examples, but ghostly faces stare out of many other designs when carefully observed. The art historian Paul Jacobsthal once referred to this as the Cheshire cat style. Sometimes the cat appears in the tree, sometimes just the grin of the cat. He went on to describe it as the mechanism of dreams. Perhaps here, too, we are glimpsing the shifting shapes of Celtic mythology where visions appear and disappear and nothing is quite as it seems. The men and women who were able to design and execute these timeless works of art were clearly far more than just craft workers. They carried with them a deep knowledge of mythology. The symbols which they used and the combinations in which they used them were a form of communication. They were the repository and the guardians of ancient skills and beliefs, and as such they would have been regarded with awe. Image 10.6 Human faces hidden in the decoration of 2 turret rings from northern France, now in the Musée d'Archéologie Nationale, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Paris. The half-visible face has been referred to as the Cheshire cat style. After drawings by Paul Jacobsthal. Materials and methods. The skills of the metalworker in bronze and gold were already long established by the beginning of the Iron Age. They involved casting, sheet working, and other forms of hammer working. Casting was normally by the Sire-Perdue, lost wax, method, well exemplified in the collection of metalworking debris found in an early 1st century BC context at the settlement at Gussage All Saints in southern England, where sets of horse harness and vehicle fittings were being manufactured. The first stage involved the modeling of the desired item in beeswax using small bone spatulae. When complete, the wax form was invested with a refractory clay leaving at least 2 vents, one surrounded by a funnel or gate. Next, the whole would have been warmed to melt the wax so that it could be poured out for reuse, before the clay mold was baked. Once the mold was hardened, molten bronze could be poured through the gate to fill the interior void. When it had cooled, the mold would be broken open and the cast item removed for trimming, filing, and polishing. What is perhaps most noteworthy is the comparative simplicity of the process, given the skill of the craftsman. Wax was reusable, and bronze could be melted down from scrap in crucibles. The only materials consumed were charcoal for the fire and clay for the molds. Using closed molds in this way, or open molds for more simple items, a wide range of artifacts could be produced. Image 10.7 Openwork bronze disc from the vehicle burial at Sommerbayon, Morne, France. Late 5th century BC. The disc, which was part of a set of harness fittings, demonstrates the skills of the bronze worker in setting out complex geometric designs. British Museum, London. Sheet bronze working was in some ways a more skilled process. To begin with, the sheet of appropriate size and thickness had to be created by beating out a metal billet, constantly annealing it to prevent the metal from becoming brittle. In the process, the sheet might be molded into vessel shape or kept flat. The most common form of decoration was by inscribing, chasing, or repousse working. In the last two cases, the sheet being worked would have had to be attached to a suitably pliable backing material. A necessary preliminary to decoration of whatever kind would have been the laying out of the design with lightly scribed lines, often using compasses, sometimes involving highly elaborate constructions, as the intricate pattern on the openwork discs from the Morne vividly demonstrates. Bone trial pieces found at Loch Crew, Company. Meath, in Ireland, show how craftsmen tried out designs in rough first. Other items such as brooches could be made by hammering out a billet, constantly annealing to retain malleability, drawing out, winding, flattening, and folding as required. Image 10.8 Bone trial pieces, possibly used by a craftsman to work out designs to be used on a metal object. Found in Cairnach at Loch Crew, Company. Meath, Ireland. National Museum of Ireland, Dublin. Finished items could be further enhanced by attaching or insetting other materials, of which coral and red glass were favoured throughout most of the period. These substances were either attached with small pins or fixed, cloisonne style, in pre-made cells. In the later stages, the art of enamelling was developed, allowing elaborate multicolored finishes to be achieved, which were particularly favoured for horse harness mounts. The skills of the bronze workers were also those used by goldsmiths and silversmiths. Iron became of increasing importance after its first widespread introduction into barbarian Europe in the 8th century. Though occurring naturally over far more extensive areas and in far greater quantity than copper and tin, its extraction required a more complex technology and a higher temperature for the chemical changes to take place. Once the ore had been reduced, the spongy iron bloom had to be reheated and beaten many times to remove slag. Finally, when the iron was pure enough, a number of blooms would be beaten together to form an ingot of sufficient size to allow tools and weapons to be forged. Large numbers of ingots are known, most of them dating to the later stages of the Latine period, map 23. A common form in Central and Western Europe is the double pyramidal type, thick in the center with the ends drawn out. In Britain, the most common form is the sword-shaped bar, with the flanges of one end beaten round to create a hollow tube. These special forms were developed to demonstrate the quality of the iron, since if the metal had been too impure, it would have been impossible to beat out ends or shape the tube without cracks appearing. Image 10.9 A selection of ironsmiths' tools from Nikolausberg, Austria, dating from the 4th or 3rd century BC. Iron forging skills, developed during the Latine period, have been little improved upon since. Museum Berg Golling, Salzburg. It is clear that ironsmiths had a detailed understanding of the qualities of their material and the appropriateness of different qualities to perform different functions. This is particularly apparent in the swords of the Latine period. Metallurgical analysis has shown that for cutting blades different qualities of iron were used, layered to provide a high-quality cutting edge of steel which was usually well-tempered. The boar's stamps on the sword from Port in Switzerland and the name Corizio's with its attached stamp on a sword from the same site are probably examples of craftsmen's personal marks made as a guarantee of quality. There is no better example of the ironsmith's technical skills than the tunics of ring mail which occasionally come to light in graves, but for the smith as an artist the fire dogs are preeminent. In addition to the metalworkers' products, one must not overlook those of the other people of skill, the glassworkers, the woodcarvers, the sculptors, the potters, and the woad painters, or tattooists. All created original works which in their different ways transmitted the rich images of Celtic artistic expression and symbolism. The origins of aristocratic art. The earliest examples of Celtic art appear in the 5th century, accompanying the elite burials of the Moselle and Marne. Inevitably, in the first faltering stages, it was the imported Mediterranean wine-drinking equipment which provided the model and the stylistic stimulus. The bronze-beaked flagons from the burials of Kleinaspergel, Dernburg, and Basiutz, all clearly based on Etruscan products, differ in form and in the treatment of the decorative detail to such a degree that they must all have been manufactured by local craftsmen working for aristocratic patrons. All three are sufficiently different in their interpretations to show that a variety of regional influences were already at work. The grave from Kleinaspergel, found in a side chamber, the main grave having been robbed, provides an interesting range of items reflecting the development of early style art. The grave goods included an italic cordoned bucket, an Etruscan stamnose, a locally made beaked flagon, 2 gold drinking horn terminals, a gold-repaired Attic cup, and a fitting probably for a belt. The drinking horn terminals were ornamented with ram's heads in a style that is reminiscent of Eastern animal art, while the flagon, even with its highly original interpretation of the human head at the base of the handle, is clearly of Etruscan inspiration. The gold patching on the Attic cup and the belt plaque incorporate plant motifs, palmettes, lotus buds, and lotus blossom which, though original in their transformation, are in a grammar learnt from the Greek world. In this one burial then, dating to the middle of the 5th century, we can see the first stages in the use of disparate inspirations from the classical Mediterranean world and the East being brought together and molded into something new. Image 10.10 Detail of a stamp on an iron sword blade found at Port, Bern, Switzerland. Below the stamp is the inscribed name Corizio's. Whether the marks indicate the maker, owner, or have some other meaning is unclear. 1st century BC. Bernisches Historisches Museum, Bern. The Basiutz flagons, a pair, possibly from a single grave, were accompanied by 2 Etruscan stamnoi and probably date to the second half of the 5th century. The general concept of the flagons is evidently Etruscan, but the sharp high shoulder and concave sides are very unclassical. Its Hallstatt ancestry is proclaimed by a band of coral interlace set around the base and a small duck riding on the spout. Less certainty attaches to the inspiration for the animals shown on the rim and handle of the flagon, but the dashed pellets and spiral joints point to an Eastern ancestry. The Dernburg flagon shares the high-shouldered shape of the Basiutz vessels but is otherwise altogether different. The handle attachment embodies a stylized head, with bulbous nose, lentoid eyes, and swept-back hair, characteristics that were to recur many times in Celtic art, framed by vegetal renderings which have evolved from the classical palmette. The beast on the handle appears to hold a severed head in its mouth, while further around the rim a curious quadruped lurks. Once again we might see in the creatures some inspiration from the East. Taken together, these 5th century flagons provide a glimpse of an art style in the making. Etruscan vessel forms are mutating and already Greek palmettes and lotuses are disintegrating into more loosely structured plant forms. Echoes from the Hallstatt past are still dimly to be discerned. A new distinctive animal menage is beginning to insinuate itself and the iconography of the disembodied head is now appearing from the shadows. Image 10.111 of a pair of wine flagons from a burial at Basiutz, Moselle, France. They are examples of the early native craftsmanship of the early 4th century BC, reflecting the initial stages in using Etruscan forms and decorative motifs, together with ideas from the East and from the traditional repertoire, to create something distinctively original. The vessels are inlaid with red enamel and coral. British Museum, London. The Mourne region at this time, while sharing in the general development, evolves characteristics of its own, most notably an emphasis on plant motifs and a preference for openwork ornaments. Both are evident on the openwork mounts for the chariot pole or yoke from the burial at La Bouvendeau. Geometric compasswork designs also develop, while a different tradition of highly accomplished engraving incorporating classical palmettes can be recognized on a few elite items such as the pointed helmet from Beru in the Mourne and the Etruscan beaked flagon, enhanced by a Celtic engraver, now in the museum at Besançon. Image 10.12 A diagrammatic representation of the decoration on a flagon from an unknown location but probably northeastern France. The flagon is Etruscan in form but the decoration is Celtic. Early 4th century BC. Musée des Beaux-Arts et d'Archéologie de Besançon, France. In the Moselle region, the high point of artistic achievement in the 5th century was attained by the goldsmiths, whose masterpieces included the openwork gold covering of a hemispherical wooden bowl, found in Barrow at Schwarzenbach in Saarland, with its 2 registers and a basal disc decorated with transformed palmettes, lotus motifs, and triskills. A similar piece, possibly once ornamenting a drinking horn, from Eigenbilzen in the Belgian Limburg, is closely related in style and craftsmanship and could be taken for the work of a Moselle master. Schwarzenbach has also produced 4 gold plaques displaying clean-shaven human faces framed by a comma-shaped headdress similar to the depiction of the head on the handle of the Kleinaspergel flagon. Closely related items of gold sheet decoration have been found further east at Dernburg and at the warrior grave of Klum in Bohemia. The preeminence of the Middle Rhenish goldsmiths is further demonstrated by a brilliant array of neck and arm rings which combine the plant motifs of the gold sheet workers with superbly modelled fabulous and semifabulous beasts and human heads. One of the most spectacular of their products is the arm ring from Rodenbach found within a Etruscan flagon and basin and an Attic cantharos. The arm ring has a central moustached face, closely similar to that on the handle attachment of the Basut's flagon, flanked on either side by pairs of recumbent cervids looking over their backs to another human head behind them. The style of the beasts, with their legs folded up beneath them and their turned back heads, vividly recalls Scythian goldwork of the 6th and 5th centuries found as far west as Hungary. The Rodenbach arm ring is not alone. Related pieces have been found in female graves at Besseringen and Reinheim and in a hoard of 7 gold rings from Erstfeld in Switzerland, all 7 evidently the product of a single workshop. The iconography of the Erstfeld rings is complex in the extreme, with a variety of humanoid, animal, and bird figures bound interminably in apparent conflict. That it had a meaning we cannot doubt, but how to interpret the contorted scenes is beyond recovery. Image 10.13, opposite top, a cup from the princely burial at Schwarzenbach, Rhineland, Germany. The vessel is enlivened by an external application of openwork embossed gold leaf characteristic of the early style of Celtic art which closely copies Etruscan designs. Second half of 5th century BC. Staatliche Museen zu Berlin, Preußische Kulturbesitz, Antikensammlung. Image 10.14, opposite bottom, gold arm ring from the princely grave of Rodenbach, Kaiserslautern, Germany. The decoration is characteristic of early style and incorporates squatting, backward-looking cervids similar in style to Scythian animal art. The disembodied heads are common in Celtic art of this period. Historisches Museum der Pfalz, Speyer. Image 10.15, above, gold neck rings from a hoard found at Erstfeld, Ui, Switzerland, dating to the late 5th or early 4th century BC. The complex interweaving of the figures and motifs is a theme running throughout Celtic art. Landesmuseum, Zurich. Together the items of elite art, created by master craftsmen in the Mourne, Moselle region in the 5th century, represent the first innovative steps in the development of a Celtic art style. Though they display an evident variety, there is a sufficient degree of cohesion for art historians to use such portmanteau phrases as early style or early strict style to contain the full repertoire. The influence of the Greco-Etruscan world is still easily discernible. The origin of the animal art is less apparent. Some commentators have emphasized that fabulous animals were very much a part of the Etruscan repertoire and argue that there is little need at this stage to suppose there to have been a strong Eastern component. But certain characteristics of the depiction, the spiral joints and folded-up limbs, are redolent of Scythian art and were surely learned from Eastern European neighbors. Celtic art in the 4th century, influences from the Po Valley. The development of Celtic art styles in the 4th century BC has been variously characterized. Earlier attempts used the rich princess's grave from Waldorfsheim, near Bonn, as a type assemblage against which to compare 4th century products, and some observers have gone so far as to propose a Waldorfsheim master. Others have been content with a less constricting terminology, referring to the development as an early freestyle. However, the more descriptive phrase vegetal style best captures the distinctive characteristics of the pieces, since the overriding motif is the running tendril or linked band of lyre palmettes. Animals and human heads recede into the background. They do not entirely disappear but rather lurk in the vegetation, from which, disguised, they occasionally peer. The center of innovation is no longer the Rhine-Moselle region but the Marne, Switzerland, Hungary, and the Po Valley, and it is the relationship of the last with the broad northern zone that raises interesting questions. It is now widely believed that the Celtic groups in the Cisalpine region, notably the Boii and the Sen ones, were responsible for integrating Greco-Italic ideas with Celtic ones and transmitting the result back to the innovating centers north of the Alps. This interpretation would imply that close social links were maintained between the Celts who had emigrated to the south and those who remained in their northern homelands. One artifact type which well exemplifies this is the jockey cap helmet with a neck brim, hinged side pieces, and central plume attachment. Helmets of this kind were usually made of iron, with an internal soft fabric lining and an exterior decoration of bronze or gold panels ornamented in repousse. 3 have come from northern Italy, from Monte Bibile, Gottolengo, and an imprecisely located example from Umbria, and another was found in an elaborate grave at Canosa di Apulia in Apulia. All 4, which were evidently made in northern Italy, display the vegetal style of decoration, which is at its most luxuriant on the Canosa example. The lower register shows, alternately, reversed palmettes linked in a continuous band with fleshy S-shaped leaves, while in the upper register half palmettes alternate with lyre palmettes. The style is closely similar to that displayed on a disc from Orvis in the Marne, and on the flagon at Bisanken, as well as the painted pot from Prunay, Marne, implying a close relationship between the craftsmen of the Po Valley and Marne in the 4th century. Image 10.16 Designs from various Latin artifacts. Numbers 1 to 7, early style, all Latino, 1 bronze disc, Ecuricircle, Marne, 2 bronze bowl, Sauces Champenoises, Ardennes, 3 helmet, Amfreville-sous-les-Monts, Ur, 4 pot, Prunay, Marne, 5 bronze flagon in Bisanken Museum, 6 bronze strainer in Morel Collection, British Museum, London, 7 bronze brooch from Prosness, Marne. Numbers 8 to 11, vegetal style. 8 flagon, Waldorfsheim, Mainzbingen, 9 torque, Joncheris Marne, 10 pot, Sauces Champenoises, Ardennes, 11 bucket, Waldorfsheim, Mainzbingen. 2 jockey cap helmets of very similar kind have been found in France, one from Agris near Angoulême and another from the Seine at Amfreville-sous-les-Monts, the latter being made of bronze, while the former, of iron covered with gold, could, technically, be a North Italian product. Image 10.17, opposite top, helmet made in iron partially cased in repousse decorated bronze inlaid with coral. From Canosa di Apulia, Bari, Italy. The decoration is typical of Celtic art of the vegetal style. Second half of 4th century BC. Staatliche Museen zu Berlin, Preußische Kulturbesitz, Antikensammlung. Image 10.18, opposite bottom, bronze disc covered in gold sheet decorated in repousse and inlaid with coral. From Orvis, Val d'Oise, France. Early 4th century BC. The decoration is characteristic of the vegetal style of northern France. Cabinet des Médailles, Bibliothèque nationale de France, Paris. Another item which serves to link the Celtic communities north and south of the Alps is the buffer-headed gold torque. An example found in the cemetery of Filotrano in the Italian territory of the Senones, decorated with a central palmette combined with twinned foliage, is of a type found widely in temperate Europe, with examples coming from Bohemia, Austria, the Rhineland, Waldorfsheim, and probably the Marne region. Within this closely related series, the Filotrano torque is seen to be an early example, showing the initial stages in combining Greek and Celtic motifs. The suggestion that the style developed and spread north from Italy is further supported by scabbard decoration found at Filotrano and Moscono di Fabriano, which is considered to be the origin of a type displayed on several scabbards in northern France and on one from Bohemia. Taken together, the evidence is strongly suggestive that artistic developments among the Italian Celts were readily transmitted northwards to enhance the work of the craftsmen who served the Transalpine Celtic elite and in whose schools many regional variations began to develop. The vast spread of territory over which the vegetal style is found is a reflection of a social mobility exacerbated by the warrior movements of the time. Image 10.19 Above, helmet made of iron and bronze covered with gold and inset with coral from Agris, Charente, France. 4th century BC. The decoration is characteristic of the vegetal style. Musée de la Société archéologique et historique de la Charente, Angoulême. Developments in the 3rd and 2nd centuries. For much of the 3rd and early 2nd centuries BC, the society of Celtic Europe was characterized by small communities whose menfolk equipped themselves as warriors and may well have spent time away from the home base engaged in raiding expeditions. There was, therefore, a high degree of mobility in both the geographical and the social sense. Some archaeologists have even gone so far as to characterize this as a period of democratization. In such a context, it was the swords of the warriors and the ornaments of their women that were to carry forward the development of the metalworker's art. The large numbers of decorated sword scabbards that survive allow distinct schools or styles to be proposed, though inevitably art historical classifications are at best broad oversimplifications. One of the most distinctive series of swords is found concentrated around Lake Balaton in Transdanubia and is accordingly referred to as the Hungarian sword style. Of the various motifs used, dragon pairs are the most distinctive. The two facing S-shaped dragons are really a variant of the simple lyre motif. Dragon pair swords, though concentrating in Hungary, are very widely distributed, reaching as far afield as England, Spain, Romania, and Italy. By the 2nd century, the rigid bisymmetric motifs merge, giving way to more asymmetric designs, which flow across and down the scabbard. Another school of swordsmiths was at work at the same time in Switzerland. One of the favored motifs here is that of birds' heads which grow out of triskele or lyre motifs. The Swiss compositions are more symmetrical and restrained than the Hungarian. The Hungarian and Swiss sword styles are little more than the archaeologically recognizable manifestations of a specific form of craft production which spread across Europe and, over 2 centuries or so, will have been practiced and developed by a multitude of craftsmen, their individual creations being carried far and wide by their warrior patrons to be admired and sometimes emulated in distant lands. The sword styles and related pieces are sometimes referred to as the free graphic style, to distinguish it from its more three-dimensional manifestation, the free plastic style. Plastic decoration is the method appropriate to the ornamentation of neck, arm, and ankle rings and for decorative fittings attached to vehicles or bronze vessels. Knobbed anklets, hinged for ease of fitting, are especially distinctive, the knobs providing hemispherical surfaces often decorated in 3 dimensions with triskeles terminating in buttons or studs. The same plastic concepts were put to good use to create the human, animal, and grotesque heads which brighten up the yokes and linchpins of chariots or stare from the rims or handle attachments of vessels such as the cauldron found in the Danish bog at Bra with its fearsome guardian bird. Free plastic art, particularly that which incorporates animal forms, is very different from that of the decorated sword scabbards. It uses the methods of casting and also the ethos of the earlier styles of the 5th and 4th centuries, but even so it has moved a long way from its origins. Image 10.20 Examples of the Hungarian sword style of scabbard decoration. Swords, left to right, from Batina, Croatia, Sremska Mitrovica, Serbia, and Borski Madak Sahaji, Hungary, both right-hand examples. Various scales. These cast pieces and the graphic decoration on sword scabbards and spears are far more than just ornament to amuse. They were all deeply symbolic, denoting status, lineage, and power, warning off adversaries and providing protection. The sword, the chariot, the cauldron, and the human body were redolent with visual messages which the Celts themselves would have well understood. The impact of Scythians and Thracians. During the 6th and 5th centuries, Transdanubia developed a strong Eastern, horse-focused culture which may have been, in part at least, the result of new peoples moving in from the region of the Pontic steppe, above, ppA Euro 101. To free it from preconceptions which might be implied by ethnic names such as Scythians or Sugini, it is usually referred to as the Vikazug culture, after a type site in Hungary containing distinctive horse burials. The maintenance of strong cultural links with the Pontic steppe region produced, on the eastern borders of the early Latine cultural province, a rich source of steppe iconography, and from the 4th century, when Celtic groups extended eastwards, there was much mingling of populations. In such a situation, one might expect Eastern Celtic culture to have absorbed some elements from the indigenous culture. Image 10.21 Scene of struggling animals in a Scythian style inscribed on a pottery vessel from Lebatlan, Hungary. Magyar Nemzeti Museum, Budapest. If one excludes the dragon pairs on the swords, assuming them to have developed from the Etruscan lyre motif, there is remarkably little metalwork that can be regarded as showing steppe characteristics, with the exception of a bronze drinking horn terminal from Jaspereni Sirohalem which ends in an open-mouthed dragon wearing a torque. Hungarian pottery, on the other hand, embodies many reflections of its complex cultural ancestry. Most dramatic is a pottery vessel from Lebatlan, inscribed on the neck with a scene in which a cervid is being attacked and brought to the ground by two fierce quadrupeds, presumably wolves. The composition is redolent of the struggling animal theme so prevalent in steppe art. Much of the lower Danube valley down to the Black Sea and the territories on either side was occupied by tribes collectively referred to as Thracians. From the 5th century onwards, the Thracian tribes developed a characteristic art style of their own based on an amalgam of Greek, Scythian, and Eastern, ultimately Persian, ideas. For the most part it was an aristocratic art designed to provide prestige vessels for the feast and armor for parade. The juxtaposition of Celtic and Thracian tribes in the Middle Danube provided opportunities for contact between the two cultures, varying from trade and the exchange of gifts to the acquisition of booty by raiding. Several items found in Western Latine contexts may be thought to show Thracian influence. The ram-headed drinking horns from Schwarzenbach have already been mentioned. Drinking horns and ram-headed terminals were prevalent in Thracian culture, and another drinking horn from Weiskirchen, on the Saar, decorated in gold stamped with sphinxes, may have been made in a Black Sea workshop. Their appearance in the Rhine-Moselle area could have been the result of a diplomatic gift between the nobility of the two regions. The Rodenburch arm ring, with its pairs of rams looking over their shoulders, though possibly of local manufacture, would have been comfortably familiar to a Thracian or Scythian. Image 10.22 Scene of struggling animals in a Scythian style inscribed on a pottery vessel from Lebatlan, Hungary, Magyar Nemzeti Museum, Budapest. From the early 3rd century, when the Celtic Scordisci became firmly established in the Middle Danube as direct neighbors of the Thracian tribaloy, regular diplomatic relations must have become the norm. Surprisingly little has yet been found to give substance to these exchanges, but two items must be considered. The first is a silver-plated iron torque of massive proportions found at Trichtingen in southwestern Germany. The high technical quality of the silver plating might suggest an Eastern craftsman, while the iconography, incorporating two facing bulls' heads as terminals, is evidently Thracian. There can be little doubt that the talk was made somewhere along the lower Danube. By what process it reached southern Germany is impossible to say, but its massive size and the fact that both beasts are depicted wearing torques, a sign of sovereignty, suggest that it could have been a diplomatic gift symbolizing a treaty of friendship between two equal elites. The second item is the justly famous Gundestrup cauldron recovered from a bog in Jutland. While the cauldron form and certain pictorial details, in particular the depiction of warrior infantry and cavalry, are decidedly Celtic, much of the iconography and the use of silver and of gilding are Thracian. The most reasonable explanation for this remarkable piece is that it was made by Thracian craftsmen thoroughly conversant with the Celtic world. While it could have been a gift, of great value, from the king of the Tribaloi to his equal among the Scordisci, a more attractive hypothesis is that it was made and used as a symbol of lasting friendship, and perhaps even joint rule, between the two ethnically different polities. Image 10.23 The Gundestrup cauldron found dismantled in a bog near Ravmosen, Ars, Denmark. Although some of the figures appear to represent individuals wearing Celtic armor and the deities wear torques in the manner of Celtic gods, much of the detail derives from Thracian art, and the use of silver, of which the cauldron plates are made, is common in the Thracian world but rare among the Celts. It is probable that the cauldron was made in the Middle Danube region in the 2nd or 1st century BC and passed through various hands until it eventually ended up in the Danish bog. National Museum, Copenhagen. The fact that the cauldron was eventually deposited in a Danish bog and the Trichting and Torque ended up in Germany is an interesting comment on the mobility of valuable items in the Celtic world. To this same list we may add an animal-ornamented silver gilt disc from Helden in Holland which is stylistically and technically Thracian, and the remarkable collection of metalwork including fallery and greaves recovered, but subsequently lost again, in the 18th century, on the tiny island of Sark in the Channel Islands. Judging from contemporary illustrations, the collection is likely to have come ultimately from the lower Danube region. The Helden and Sark finds were probably buried in the late 1st century BC, but this says little of their date of manufacture or of their biographies before their final deposition. What survives in the archaeological record presently available is only a fraction of the works of high artistic merit which must have been circulating throughout Europe. Since they were essentially items designed for display, the visual inspiration available to the inventive craftsman must have been immense. The art of the sculptor. The art of the sculptor is art in the service of the gods. Here we will consider the range and style of the work rather than its religious context, which is the theme for the next chapter. Although a number of notable stone sculptures have been recovered, mainly from Western Europe, in reviewing them we should bear in mind that they probably represent only a pale reflection of the sculptor's output, much of which is likely to have been in wood and therefore less prone to survive. The earliest piece so far to come to light is a unique, roughly life-size carving in the round of a warrior, found lying at the edge of a barrow at Hirschlanden, p.a. 123, near Hohenasperg. If, as seems highly likely, the statue once topped the barrow and was contemporary with it, then it must date to the late 6th century. The figure is shown as naked except for a two-thonged belt holding a short dagger of late Hallstatt type, a neck ring, and a conical hat very similar to that made in birch bark and worn by the Hoepdorf chieftain in death. The figure is carved from local sandstone but in a style highly reminiscent of contemporary carvings from the Abruzzi region and from Nasazio Polo in Istria, suggesting that the inspiration, and perhaps even the sculptor, came from the Etruscan south, whence, at this time, the elite of the Middle Rhine were receiving many cultural influences. A group of sculptures from southern Germany dating to the 5th or 4th century is more obviously of native work, embodying as it does a religious iconography that is also reflected in broadly contemporary art of the metalworker. The most striking of the pieces is a life-size figure, carved in red sandstone, which guarded the burial of a warrior chieftain at Glauberg. He is armed, carries a shield, and wears an elaborate headdress referred to as a leaf crown, reflecting his elevated status. That the statue was intended to represent an actual person is strongly suggested by the fact that the body buried in the grave was wearing gold jewelry closely similar to items shown on the statue. Here was a Celtic warrior in all his glory carefully depicted by a local sculptor. Another clearly local piece is a four-sided pillar from Falsfeld. Each of the sides, framed by cabling, bears a stylized human head carved in high relief. The heads wear the so-called leaf crowns and they appear to be sprouting three-point beards. Between the heads and the frames the space is filled with running scrolls and lyre patterns composed of S-shaped motifs. Image 10.24, opposite left, life-size figure carved from red sandstone found close to a burial at Glauberg, Hesse, Germany, dating to 450 euro, BC. The figure wears a leaf crown and carries a small, symbolic, shield. The body buried in the tomb was wearing a gold neck ornament similar to that shown on the statue. Keltenweltum Glauberg, Hesse, Germany. Image 10.25, opposite right, carved stone pillar from Falsfeld, St. Gor, Germany. Each side bears a head with a leaf crown and triple-pointed beard. 5th or 4th century BC. Rheinisches Landesmuseum, Bonn. The leaf crowns are a feature shared with two other items from the region, a fragmentary stone head from Heidelberg and a stone pillar figure from Holzgerlingen. The Heidelberg head is a dramatic piece with piercing circular eyes and a furrowed brow, which enhance the ferocity of his stare, characteristics which he shares with the Glauberg warrior. The Holzgerlingen pillar statue, carved on two opposite faces with similar images, is altogether simpler, with the facial features, and right arm folded across the stomach, heavily schematized. Nonetheless, standing originally some 2.5 meters, it would have presented a terrifying vision. Another pillar sculpture, from Waldenbach, not far from Holzgerlingen, is rather different in style. Only the base now survives, but the curvilinear pattern with which it is decorated in low relief is characteristic of the 4th or 3rd century. Little remains of the figure which comprised the upper part of the pillar except for a well-sculpted arm and hand. Together the southern German group of sculptures suggests a long-lived and varied tradition. A second group of religious sculptures comes from Provence and helps to characterize the Celto-Ligurian culture of the region, a long-established culture overlain and modified by influences from the nearby Greek colonies and also from the Celtic world. A recurring theme is the cult of the severed head. This is most dramatically represented by a pillar carved with a series of heads, presumably from a sanctuary, which was found reused as a door sill in the Oppidum of Entremont, near Aix-en-Provence. Another cult image from the same site depicts a pile of 4 severed heads. Not far away, at Roquepetus, an array of religious sculptures has been recovered, including columns with niches for severed human heads, and a lintel carved with a frieze of horse heads upon which probably once stood a dramatic stone carving of a bird of prey, p.a euro, 295. Another notable find was a pair of stylized Janus heads sharing a single leaf crown. Both Entremont and Roquepetus also produced elegant renderings of life-size human figures seated cross-legged. In the trabeated architecture of the Roquepetus sanctuary and the seated figures we are clearly seeing the influence of the Greek world, but the severed heads and Janus-like deities provide a firm link with Celtic symbolism. Image 10.26, above, stone head of a deity from Heidelberg, Baden-Württemberg, Germany, wearing a leaf crown. Late 5th or early 4th century BC. Badisches Landesmuseum, Karlsruhe. Image 10.27, left, statue of a god from Holzgerlingen, Böblingen, Germany. The figure, Janus-like, faces two ways. The heads once shared a leaf crown which has since broken and been restored. 6th or 5th century BC. Landesmuseum Württemberg, Stuttgart. An even more fearsome image was found at Noves in the lower Rhone valley. The Tarasque of Noves, as it is called, is a squatting beast clasping severed, bearded heads in its forepaws while devouring a body of which only the arm protrudes from its jaws. A somewhat similar rendering, from Linsdorf in Alsace, is an indication that the imagery had a wide geographic spread. Image 10.28, opposite, carved pillar from Waldenbuch, Böblingen, Germany. The figure at the top is missing except for an arm. 4th or 3rd century BC. Landesmuseum Württemberg, Stuttgart. In addition to these two highly distinctive regional groupings of sculpture, a number of individual items have been found more widely scattered. A small stone figure from Euphigné, p.a. 241, in the Morne evidently depicts a deity wearing a torque, and is identified by a vigorous rendering of a boar against his body. Another god figure, again wearing a torque, but this time holding a lyre, was discovered at Paul in western Brittany. It is probably also in this same category of deities that we should place the famous head from the religious site of Mackay 1/2 Erevis in Bohemia. He, too, wears a torque, but is considerably larger in scale than the two French figurines. These few surviving isolated examples are a reminder of both the diversity and the extent of Celtic sculpture. Similar icons and their wooden counterparts must have pervaded all parts of the Celtic sphere. Ceramic art. Many Celtic communities favored decorated pottery, often using motifs common to those of the metalworker. An example of this is the widespread distribution of pottery with stamp decoration, Map 24, which was produced in several centres from the 5th to the 3rd centuries in a broad zone from the Moselle to Transdanubia but extending as scattered outliers even further. The high technical quality of this ware and the standardized range of motifs and motif arrangements suggest a shared set of cultural values and perhaps a degree of centralization in production. Outliers of the generalized style in Western Brittany raise interesting questions about the nature of contact at this time. Image 10.29 statue, probably a god, wearing a torque and carrying a lyre. From a high-status settlement site at Paul Saint Symphorien, Brittany, dating to the 2nd or 1st century BC. Musée d'histoire de Saint-Brieuc. By the 4th century the Breton potters had begun to develop a highly distinctive curvilinear style of decoration, at its most sophisticated on vessels from St. Paul de Lyon, Pendref in Comana, Callao in Plouhinec and La Blavette in Henan. The lyre patterns and running S-scrolls are highly accomplished reflections of the very best of the metalworkers' repertoire developing in the Morne and Moselle regions. The striking similarity raises the question of the mechanism by which these visual concepts were transferred. The simplest explanation would be to suppose that the Breton masters were using imported metal items as the inspiration, and the discovery of a decorated bronze helmet of this quality from Cerrig Wydrudian in Wales shows that such pieces had a mobility. Even so, the successful transmission of metalworkers' designs to a subtly curving ceramic form required exceptional skill. The same range of abilities was demonstrated by the potters working in the Morne region. Already in the 5th century pottery was being decorated, usually with geometric incisions, but more adventurous compositions were making an appearance, such as the facing S-shaped beasts, or dragon pairs, on the beaker from La Chepe. In the 4th century a far more elaborate style had developed in which red-fired vessels were painted in black in such a way as to leave intricate curvilinear patterns appearing in the red body color. The close similarity between the design on the pedestal vase from Prunay and that on the helmet from Canosa di Puglia leaves little doubt of their common ancestry. A slightly later vessel from Bussiala Cento, probably dating to the early 3rd century, uses the same reversal technique, but the running scroll is more developed. In the Morne region painted pottery served as a prestige item for several generations, during which time the ceramic artists remained in the forefront of artistic development. Another potter of huge skill and imagination was at work at Clermont-Ferrand in the Puy-de-Dôme in the late 2nd century BC, producing remarkable creations depicting animals distorted in the most bizarre manner, exploding into intricate patterns filling every available space. Here was someone working within the tradition of Celtic art but willing to experiment and break the bounds in a most exuberant manner. Image 10.30, top, stone head of a Celtic deity found close to a rectangular ditched sanctuary at Mackay 1/2 Erevis, Bohemia, Czech Republic. Note the characteristic swept-back hair, drooping moustache, and neck torque. 2nd or 1st century BC? Narodne Museum, Prague. Image 10.31, right, pottery vessel from La Chepe, Morne, France. 2nd half of 5th century BC. Each of the two zones of decoration shows pairs of confronting monsters. Similar dragon pairs frequently ornament the hilt ends of sword sheaths. Musée d'Archéologie Nationale, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Paris. The inscribed curvilinear decoration of Brittany and the painted outputs of the Morne and Puy-de-Dôme are among the most impressive examples of potter's art in the Latin period, but other regions could also boast modest outputs. In the southwest of Britain, for example, a number of different production centres created their own simplified versions of curvilinear decorated pottery, perhaps influenced by their neighbours across the Channel in Brittany, while in Northamptonshire a different curvilinear style of pottery decoration developed. In Hungary, on the other hand, potters favoured more plastic forms of decoration in the form of human or animal heads, usually at the attachment of handles to the vessel. In this they will have had in mind the heads attached to metal vessels. Many of the fine creations of ceramic art are likely to have been prestige goods produced by skilled craftsmen for an elite, perhaps specifically as grave goods, but their more lowly value, when compared with metalwork, and their general fragility will have mitigated against movement far from their territory of origin. Below this level of production were far more humble pots, essentially the folk art of the ordinary people, produced to serve everyday needs, to symbolize the ethnic unity of the community, and perhaps to reflect aspects of their social relationships. Image 10.32, left, black and red painted pottery of the early Latin period from graves in Champagne. 1 Le Champ Lager, Prunay, 2 Courtier Saint Basils, Prunay, 3 Culvidame, Bussier Cha Saint-Tau, for Le Morne de Forche, Le Vans. Image 10.33, right, painted pottery vessel from the cemetery of Fos-Minor at Corral, Morne, France. Second half of 4th century BC. Musée d'Archéologie Nationale, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Paris. That decorative motifs of originality and vigour were a regular part of everyday existence is shown by the wooden vessels preserved at the lake village of Glastonbury in Somerset. At this level we might reasonably begin to wonder whether decoration is here being used for no reason other than to give pleasure. Image 10.3 for ceramic vessel from Clermont-Ferrand, Puy-de-Dôme, France, dating to the late 2nd century BC. The elaborate painting of the animals flits between pattern and fantasy. Le Musée Bargoin, Clermont-Ferrand, France. The art of the die engraver. The debt of Celtic art to inspiration gained from the Mediterranean extends to the specialized sphere of die engraving, the essential creative preliminary to the striking of coins. Coin manufacture began in the Celtic zone at the beginning of the 3rd century BC, the impetus coming, in part, from the flood of Hellenistic coinage brought back from the Mediterranean by Celts who had served as mercenaries, and in part from the Greek colonies around the Gulf du Lion. Gold and silver coin was a convenient method of payment for mercenary service or for faithful clientage, and as such it soon gained widespread popularity. Silver was the preferred medium in the Middle and Lower Danube, the Balkans, northern Italy, and southern France, while gold was preferred in the north inner zone stretching from Bohemia to southern Britain. Different regions favoured different prototypes. The most popular in the Middle Danube was the tetradrachms of Philip II of Macedon, 359 to 336 BC, which had a head of Zeus on the obverse and rider on the reverse, but in the west the model was Philip's gold stater, with the head of Apollo on the obverse and a charioteer and team on the reverse. Between the two, in the upper Danube and Bohemian region, the gold stater of Alexander the Great with helmeted Athene and a winged Victory provided the prototype. Why these different preferences developed is impossible to say. It need mean little more than the accident of what models were to hand when the decision was taken to initiate a particular local series. Image 10.35 Gold stater of Dumnocoveros to Gersino of the British tribe the Corioltavi, who occupied much of Lincolnshire. The original coin is 19 mm across. To make a die on this small scale indicates the skill of the die carver. The coins minted in the Greek cities around the Gulf du Lion proved popular prototypes in the West. The didrachms of Rhoda were widely copied in southwestern Gaul in the basin of the Garonne, while the communities of the Po Valley favoured the model provided by Massiliot drams. The processes involved in manufacturing coins were comparatively simple. To begin with, the appropriate amount of metal had to be exactly weighed out and reduced to a blank by melting in a proforma. In the 1st century BC, rectangular sheets of baked clay with rows of deep indentations were used, so that 50 or more blanks could be produced at any one time. The blank, or flan, was then placed between two engraved dies, one firmly fixed to a base, the other held in the hand. The handheld die was then struck a heavy blow, impressing both designs onto the flan. The huge array of Celtic coinage available for study leaves little doubt that from the 3rd century BC there existed a distinct class of craftsmen highly skilled at the intricate art of die cutting. Not only were these craftsmen technically accomplished, with a steady hand and fine eyesight, but they were creative artists in their own right. The vitality and sense of movement they were able to create, particularly when dealing with the horse and chariot, are remarkable. The freedom and constraint of the die provided the stimulus for a creativity which, in many instances, surpassed that achieved by craftsmen working on larger scales. The art of the coin engraver deserves far more attention than it has been afforded by numismatists more intent on classification. Image 10.36. Small scale indicates the skill of the die carver. The broader context. Celtic art, because of its energy and novelty, has justly achieved fame, but to remove it, as has so often been done in the past, from its social context and then to treat it in the manner of modern art historical analysis is entirely inappropriate. Celtic art was functional and served a variety of ever-changing needs. Its practitioners carried with them not only skill but a deep knowledge of society's beliefs and values expressed in symbols. That knowledge was potent, and it must surely have been revered and feared. For this reason it is quite likely that the craftsmen existed in a world outside the bounds of the closed community. To attempt to understand the nature of a society through an observer-imposed interpretation of its art is a dangerous game. But is it too simplistic to see in the tightly sprung tension of the art of the 4th and 3rd centuries something that would have appealed to the reckless warrior hordes, or in the enigmatic faces which peer from the stylized foliage a vision that evoked the shape-shifting of the gods? 11. Religious systems. In describing the Irish and Welsh vernacular sources for Celtic religious beliefs, the Irish scholar Proin Charles MacCarna, in a memorable phrase, referred to the fertile chaos of the insular tradition. Fertile chaos perfectly characterizes the enormously rich array of partial and confusing evidence available to us from a wide variety of sources reflecting on the religious beliefs of the Celtic peoples. It may fairly be said that there is more, and more varied, evidence for Celtic belief systems than for any other aspect of Celtic life. The only problem is to be able to assemble it in a systematic form which does not too greatly oversimplify the intricate texture of its detail. The Greek and Roman texts provide a number of pertinent observations, but these are at best anecdotal, offered largely as colorful background by writers whose prime intention was to communicate other messages. The most comprehensive account is that given by Caesar, but, though useful, its summary nature could lead to confusion if not balanced against other evidence. Similarly, the immensely rich vernacular literature of the insular Celts must be approached in the awareness that Celtic religion was not necessarily consistent across Europe, nor was it unchanging. The very insular nature of the sources and the fact that what comes down to us has passed through the emasculating filter of a Christian monastic perspective demand particular care when such material is used as a basis for generalization. The archaeological record produces an equally varied mix. Iconography in the form of stone and wood sculptures is not particularly plentiful, but, if Celtic art in its broader sense is taken into account, the variety of symbols and images is greatly multiplied. In addition, there is evidence for belief systems embedded in burial practice, in a great number of votive deposits, and in religious structures such as shrines and ritual shafts. From this mass of disparate evidence, sometimes distorted and usually partial, some semblance of the religious systems of the Celts can be reconstructed. It is necessary to stress at the outset the complexity of the problem. Three factors, in particular, contribute to this: the substratum of religious beliefs coming through from the earlier prehistoric period, the relative isolation of certain regions for periods of time, and the impact of rapid social and economic change on those communities in closest proximity to the Mediterranean world. Together these factors have created a variety of belief systems which selected from the general pool of concepts different combinations of characteristics and emphasized them in different measure. Yet behind this variety, broad structural similarities can be detected. Religious concepts prevalent in the 3rd and 2nd millennium BC helped to form the beliefs and practices of the Celtic communities in the later 1st millennium, yet there does seem to have been a significant change across much of Europe sometime in the second half of the 2nd millennium. Earlier systems, with their strong solar symbolism, were evidently focused on the solar and lunar cycles, which influenced the orientation of some at least of the megalithic tombs, circles, and alignments of the 3rd and early 2nd millennia. By the end of the millennium these monuments had been largely abandoned, and a new emphasis had developed on the deposition of items of value by burying them in pits in the ground or throwing them into watery places such as rivers, springs, and bogs. The focus on deposition intensified throughout the 1st millennium. This behavior implies a more earth-related belief system which may be seen to reflect the increased emphasis now being placed on the organization of the land and its productive capacity. A greater reliance on crops and herds would have generated an increased concern with seasonal changes. Thus the seasonal calendar began to replace, at least in emphasis, the solar and lunar calendar. Some memory of these earlier beliefs may have been caught up in the myth of the Hyperboreans, who were believed to have lived in the distant north. Hecataeus of Abdera, who wrote in the 6th century BC, and is quoted by Diodorus, said that they occupied a large island in the ocean facing the country of the Celts and there, in a magnificent circular temple, worshipped the sun god. Was this, perhaps, a reference to Britain and more specifically to Stonehenge, a phenomenon about which the ancient world is likely to have had some knowledge? The nature of the Celtic gods. At first sight it might seem that the Celtic world was pervaded by a multiplicity of gods and goddesses, of whom the names of more than 200 have been recorded. But if we accept that individual deities could have been known by several titles or epithets, then, in theory at least, the plethora of divine personages might be reducible to a more manageable system. Julius Caesar attempts to do so in a famous passage in Book 6 of his Commentaries on the Gallic War. Having introduced the topic by telling us that the Gauls as a whole are extremely superstitious, he goes on to match the Celtic gods, whom he does not name, with their Roman counterparts. The most popular is Mercury and they have very many images of him. He is regarded to be the inventor of all arts, and also presides over travel and commerce. The other deities include Apollo, who averts diseases, Minerva, who instructs in industry and craft, Mars, who controls warfare, and Jupiter, who has supremacy among the gods. Caesar's rationalization is clearly an oversimplification designed to explain the essentials of the Celtic gods to his Roman audience, but as such it offers useful insights. A rather different approach is taken by Lucan, who, in Pharsalia, names 3 Celtic deities, Teutates, Tyrannes, and Esus. All were propitiated by human sacrifice. The victims of Teutates were to be drowned, those of Tyrannes burnt, and those sacrificed to Esus hanged. The Celtic names are informative. Teutates means the god of the tribe from the Celtic Teuta tribe. Tyrannes is probably a sky god whose name comes from the Celtic Taran thunder, while Esus means good in the sense of all-competent. It is reasonable, therefore, to equate Tyrannes with Jupiter as a deity of the sky and Esus, the all-competent, with Mercury, inventor of all arts. In another guise Esus may have been synonymous with Lugh, a widely revered deity in the Celtic world whose name is preserved in a number of place names such as Lugdunum, Lyons, and Lugavalium, Carlisle. In Ireland Lugh, whose associated description means skilled in many arts together, conquered the evil creatures of the other world and was celebrated at the harvest feast of Lugnasad held on the 1st of August. Less certainty attaches to the other linkages. It is, however, likely that the tribal deity, Teutates, who was the protector of the tribe in times of war, is to be seen as roughly equivalent to Mars in Caesar's list. His Apollo and Minerva find no parallels in Lucan's classification but may be recognized among the Celtic gods. Minerva is most likely to be a generalization for a formidable troop of female deities who appear under various names as the consorts of male gods of the tribal kind, as protectors of springs and rivers, or simply as Matres or Matroni, the divine mothers. Caesar's Apollo is probably the Celtic Maponos, the divine son, whose cult is known in Gaul and Britain and may be associated with healing springs. If the Celtic deities are approached through the vernacular literature of Ireland, a rather different perspective emerges. Here the essential structure was a dualism between the male tribal god and the female deity of the land. The male deity was the Dagda, which means the good, all-competent, god who served as the protector of the tribe. His power was all-embracing and included among his functional attributes control of warfare and the provision of wisdom. The Dagda's counterpart and consort was the Morrigan, a native goddess frequently referred to as the Queen of Demons in the Irish texts but also known under other names such as Mocha and Maeve, and often associated with the symbolism of the horse. She is both fertile and destructive. The coming together of the Dagda and the Morrigan on the night of the festival of Samhain ensured the continuing prosperity of the tribe and the fertility of the crops and animals in the coming year. This binary opposition, which is probably of ancient origin, was complicated by further deities who may have been introduced at a later stage. Thus Bridget was the daughter of the Dagda. She was a potent fertility force and seems also to have had powers of healing and wisdom. Another latecomer, portrayed as such in the mythological tracts, was Luff, who, like the Dagda, was good at all things. What we may be seeing in all this is the simple binary system gradually developing a more complex structure over time. Various approaches have been made to systematize the Celtic pantheon by scholars who, like Caesar and Lucan before them, have felt the need to understand the structure which lay behind the apparent chaos. Some scholars have argued that Caesar was wrong to attempt to separate divine functions. Leaving aside the female deities, the male tribal gods were more or less polyvalent, in that they were competent at all things, and they were also polymorphic, appearing in many guises and answering to a variety of names. In this view, the male tribal god was one. Other scholars have regarded this interpretation as an oversimplification, a view neatly summed up by Poinshaws MacCarna when he wrote, "One cannot but reflect that if the Celts were monotheists at heart, then they were remarkably successful in disguising this, for not merely have they fractured their single godhead into a multiplicity of aliases, but they have also invested some of these with a convincing air of individuality." For him, while Caesar's account was wrong to imply that a pantheon of Celtic gods with specific names occurred all over the Celtic world, it was nonetheless a useful typological index to the principal classes of deity that a traveller in Gaul in the 1st century BC might encounter. Thus, in addition to the male tribal god, one might expect to find Luff, Mercury, Tyrannes, Jupiter, Maponos, Apollo, Bridget, Minerva, Ogmios, Hercules, Cernunnos, the Horned One, Epona, the horse goddess, and others cropping up almost anywhere. Caesar adds one tantalizing detail to his account of Celtic religion. The Gauls claim that they are all descended from Dis Pater. They say this is the tradition handed down to them from the Druids. Dis Pater, the Roman god of the dead, provides an easily understandable eponymous ancestor. As the first man alive, he was first to die and thus to acquire control of the underworld, and it is to him that the spirits of the dead return after their earthly life. In Celtic mythology and in the Irish insular tradition, as Don the Brown or Dark One, he stands aside from the other gods. One further aspect deserving of consideration is the prevalence of triplicity in Celtic religion. This is best understood to be an expression of extreme potency rather than of any coming together of three disparate elements. The power of three was frequently expressed in iconography, as, for example, in the three-faced stone head from Corlech, Cavan, in Ireland, or the tricephalic deity depicted on the pot from Beauvais in northern France, but it is also found as a recurring motif, the triskele, in Celtic art. The concept is made even more specific in Romano-British and Gallo-Roman religion in the form of the D Matres or the Matroni, the three mother goddesses, who together form a unity representing strength, power, and fertility. Another, but less widespread, female trinity are the Soluvii, who preside over springs. Male deities are less prone to triplicity, but inscriptions to the Lugovs in Switzerland and Spain seems to refer to a triple form of Luff. In the insular literature of Ireland, triplicity is a recurring theme. The great goddess the Morrigan, in her plural form the Marigna, resolves into three: Morrigan, Badb, and Nemain. Bridget and Mocha also occur as triads. It is tempting to wonder if the threefold division proposed by Lucan, Avesus, Tutates, and Tyrannes, is a further expression of Celtic triplicity. Sufficient will have been said to have justified describing the Celtic gods as a fertile chaos. Certainly by the 1st century BC, when the first coherent evidence from classical sources, inscriptions, and iconography begins to appear, a bewildering variety of deities present themselves, some strictly local, others with a wider geographical distribution. No doubt there would have been an accompanying mythology explaining the supernatural community, and this will have varied in emphasis and content from region to region. The many-layered complexity of it all is well exemplified by the mythologies which survive embedded in the Irish and Welsh vernacular literature. Image 11.1 Small plaque of schist from Cleveland Walk, Bath, England, crudely carved with three female figures probably representing the three mothers, a triad of deities. The piece is undated but is probably Roman. Triads of mother goddesses were comparatively common in the west of Britain in the Roman period, probably reflecting an earlier Iron Age tradition. Roman Baths Museum, Bath. It would be unwise to try to structure Celtic religion more rigidly than we have here, given the long period of development, the extensive geographical range, and the variety of indigenous and external influences to which it was subjected. Yet, among the multiplicity and mobility of titles and powers exhibited by the Celtic gods, it is possible to detect an underlying structure of simple binary oppositions: male tribe sky war against female place earth fertility. The coupling of the two produces balance, harmony, and productivity, and has to be enacted on a regular annual cycle determined by the seasons. Seasons and festivals. The insular literature and the remarkable calendar found at Coligny near Bourg in France, dating to the late 1st century BC, enable us to approach Celtic concepts of time. The Coligny calendar, inscribed on sheets of copper alloy, is divided into 16 columns, each subdivided into 4 months except for the 5th and 9th columns, which contain 2 lunar months and 1 intercalary month needed to adjust the system to the realities of actual time. The months are divided alternately into 29 and 30 days, making a year of 354 days. Each month is also divided into a light half and a dark half, the divide signified by the word atanu, returning night, and the months are divided between those that are auspicious and those that are not, with the abbreviations MAT, good, and ANM, not good. The days are numbered, and some are also marked by abbreviations which must have been significant for those who were informed. There are indicative signs for the festivals of Beltane, the 1st of May, and Lugnasad, the 1st of August. Certain similarities to the Greek calendar suggest a possible source of inspiration. That time was rigorously ordered need occasion no surprise in a society whose economic basis was agrarian and pastoral. An ability to chart the passage of time and to know when to initiate essential processes, such as sowing the crops and moving animals to upland pastures, was essential to the well-being of society. The Irish literature provides the most detailed insight into the divisions of the year into seasons. The end of the old year and the beginning of the new was marked by the greatest of the ceremonies, Samhain, which took place on the 1st of November. It was a liminal time between the 2 years and as such was dangerous. The spirits of the dead could roam free. It was on this occasion that the male god Dagda and the female goddess, usually Morrigan, came together, and through their intercourse the prosperity of the tribe and fertility of all their enterprises were assured. In some versions of the myth, the goddess, arriving as an old hag, was revitalized by the union and became young and beautiful once more. Samhain was the time when all the important communal acts, meetings, and sacrifices took place. The strength of tradition lying behind the festival has ensured its survival as Halloween and its Christianized version, the Festival of All Souls. The next festival, Imbolc, which took place on the 1st of February, is less well known. In all probability it was associated with the goddess Bridget, a goddess of fertility, learning, and healing, cognate with Minerva. In Christian mythology, the Celtic Bridget became a saint. Her festival falls on the 1st of February and is still celebrated widely in Ireland. In terms of the agrarian year, it probably signified the beginning of the period of lactation of ewes, when the sheep could be moved to upland pastures. Image 11.2. A section of the fragmentary bronze calendar found at Coligny, Ain, France. It is divided into 16 columns, each of 429 or 30-day months. Propitious or unpropitious times are indicated and the dates of 2 festivals are recorded. 1st century AD. Musée de la Civilisation Gallo-Romaine, Lyons. Next came Beltane, held on the 1st of May, a ceremony associated with the Celtic god of fire, Belenus. The fires lit on this occasion may have been used to fumigate cattle before they were turned out to graze on the summer pastures. Finally, on the 1st of August the festival of Lugnasad was held, presided over by the god Lugh. The timing might suggest that it was when the propitiatory offerings had to be made to the chthonic deities in anticipation of a fruitful harvest. In Gaul in the 1st century BC, this was the occasion when the Council of the Gauls met, a fact neatly manipulated by the Emperor Augustus when, in 12 BC, he relocated the traditional Gaulish concilium, requiring its annual meeting to be held at the altar of Rome and Augustus at Lyons. In doing this, he was proclaiming the unity of Gaul and Rome by equating himself with Lugh. The Irish sources enable us to recognize the overall structure of seasonal festivals in its most complete form in relation to the main events of the agricultural and pastoral year. The colony calendar, in indicating only the festivals of Beltane and Lugnasad, might be thought to imply that here, in the most classically influenced part of the Celtic world, some of the old beliefs and practices had already fallen away. The suggestion would not be inconsistent with the other socio-political changes which were already underway in Gaul. The issue is a reminder of variations possible across the Celtic world. Time was crucial to the proper enactment of ritual. This is made clear by Pliny's famous description of the rituals attendant on the cutting of mistletoe from the sacred oak. It had to be done by a white-robed druid using a golden sickle, and afterwards a suitable sacrifice had to be made. The procedure had to be carefully timed. It is gathered with a great deal of ceremony, if possible on the 6th day of the moon. They choose this day because, although the moon has not yet reached half size, it already has considerable influence. National Hist. 16, 249. In this context, one can understand why the monthly cycle with its dark and light halves and its propitious and unpropitious days had to be recorded and accessible to those whose task it was to attend to supernatural matters. Image 11.3. Coin showing the altar of Rome and Augustus at Lyons, consecrated in 12 BC as the focus of imperial power in Gaul. Here the annual meeting of the Gallic Council was held. Humans and the gods. In most societies, interactions between the natural and supernatural world are ordered by ritual and mediated by specialists, and so it was in the Celtic world. The principal mediators were called druids, druidi in Latin, druid in Old Irish, drydw, singular, in Welsh, which is thought to mean knowledge of the oak or, less likely, deep knowledge. Another group of religious practitioners were called by Strabo vats, fathi in Old Irish, which probably originally meant seer or someone who was inspired by the gods to understand that which was invisible. Caesar gives the most comprehensive, and in many ways the most convincing, account of the function of the Druidic class, De Bello Gallico 6, 13-14. Druids belonged to the social elite and had control over all sacrifices, both public and private. It was they who gave rulings on all religious questions. They were also called upon to act as judges in criminal cases and in disputes about boundaries and inheritances. To enforce their judgments, they were able to ban any defaulter from taking part in sacrifices, an easy thing to accomplish, since they were the sole intermediaries, and in doing so they cut off the individual from the gods, thus making him unclean and excluded from normal social intercourse. No one will go near or speak to them for fear of being contaminated. Among the Druidic class in Gaul, one man was elected as supreme and held the position for life. There was an annual meeting held in the territory of the Carnutes, which was considered to be the centre of Gaul, where all the major issues were settled. The Druids enjoyed various benefits. They were exempt from tax and were not required to offer military service, though Diviciacus, brother of the ruler of the Aedui, who Cicero assures us was a Druid, was also a fighting man. The privileges of the class attracted many pupils, who were required to spend 20 years studying the doctrine, committing everything to memory. Caesar believed that emphasis on memorizing the teachings was designed to train the mind. This may well be, but there must also have been the desire to keep the law exclusive to the initiated. In this way the Druids maintained their hold over the population. Caesar offers one final and intriguing observation. It is thought that the doctrine of the Druids was invented in Britain and was brought from there into Gaul. Even today those who want to study the doctrine in greater detail usually go to Britain to learn there. If one can accept the factual accuracy of the second part of this statement, it might suggest that the power of the Druids in Gaul had decreased by Caesar's time largely as a result of the social changes which were taking place, and that in Britain, where a more undeveloped form of Celtic society remained, Druidism was still strong. That this was, indeed, so is suggested by Tacitus' account of the destruction of the Druids on the island of Anglesey by the Roman army in AD 59. None of this, however, needs support Caesar's report that Druidism originated in Britain, though there is no inherent reason why this should not have been the case. One of the functions of the Druids was to officiate during sacrifices to the gods, and there is ample evidence to suggest that among the commodities sacrificed were human beings. For this reason, in the writings of the classical authors, Druidism was associated with human sacrifice which the Roman world claimed, somewhat disingenuously, to find abhorrent. In describing Druidic altars on Anglesey as soaked with human blood, Tacitus could hope to offer justification for the destruction of the priestly class. What is more likely to have been at issue is not so much the upset to Roman susceptibilities caused by human sacrifice as fear of the Druids as the unifying force able to galvanize Celtic opposition. It was no coincidence that the trouble which broke out in the otherwise peaceful region of Gaul in 53 BC started among the Carnutes, where the Druids held their annual Pan-Gaulish assembly. It may also have been no coincidence that the rebellion of Boudicca in eastern Britain began in the immediate aftermath of the Roman attack on the Druidic centre on Anglesey. In both cases the Druids may have provided the spur to rebellion. Human sacrifice among the Gauls is mentioned by several classical writers. As we have seen, Lucan's commentaries distinguish the particular mode of death which the different gods preferred. The victims of Tyrannes were burnt, those of Teutates were drowned, while those of Esus were hanged. The same methods of dispatch were enumerated by Posidonius, and reported by others, though without associating them with specific gods. Strabo, quoting Posidonius, says, "They used to shoot men down with arrows, impale them in the temples, or, making a large statue of straw and wood, throw into it cattle and all sorts of wild animals and human beings and thus make a burnt offering." G. 4:6. Burning victims alive is also mentioned by Caesar, probably quoting the same source. It is interesting that Strabo uses the past tense, which might suggest that the practice had died out in Gaul by the 1st century BC. Britain, however, still upheld traditional values. Not only were victims sacrificed on the altars of Anglesey, but Boudicca chose to impale captives taken during the rebellion of AD 60, though whether out of sheer ferocity or as offerings to the gods of war is not clear. A distinction should be made between human sacrifice made to propitiate the gods and that performed in the interests of divination. Diodorus Siculus, probably quoting Posidonius, is informative. In this regard, when inquiring into important matters, he tells us, "They devote to death a human being and stab him with a dagger in the region of the diaphragm, and when he has fallen they foretell the future from his fall and from the convulsions of his limbs and, moreover, from the spurting of the blood, placing their trust in some ancient and long-continued observation of these practices." Hist. 5:31. A little earlier in the same passage Diodorus describes auguries, based on sacrificed animals, which are made by seers, taking care to distinguish these practitioners from the Druids. By implication, therefore, it is the seers who are likely to have been most closely involved in the human sacrifices, even though the Druids must have been present. Convincing evidence of human sacrifice is surprisingly rare in the archaeological record. In the case of the body placed in a bog at Lindau in Cheshire in the 1st or 2nd century AD, there is tolerable certainty of ritual death. He had been strangled, hit on the head, and his throat cut all in rapid succession. This is surely an example of the threefold death referred to in the Irish vernacular literature. Several bodies of Iron Age date have been found in Irish bogs, the circumstances of death and deposition suggesting deliberate sacrifice. Less certainty attaches to the complete bodies thrown into disused corn storage pits at various sites in southern Britain, most notably at the Hillfoot of Danebury. While the victims could have been dispatched on the spot before deposition, some at least could have been stoned to death in situ. Bog burials and pit burials may well represent offerings made to chthonic deities, the different places of deposition reflecting perhaps different deities. The concept of dedicating material to gods was well established in the Celtic world. The belief system is neatly encapsulated by Caesar. When they have decided to fight a battle, it is to Mars that they usually dedicate the spoils they hope to win. If they are successful, they sacrifice the captured animals and collect all the rest of the spoils in one place. Among many of the tribes it is possible to see piles of these objects on consecrated ground. It is most unusual for anyone to dare to go against the religious law and hide his booty at home, or remove any of the objects that have been placed on such piles. The punishment laid down for that crime is death by the most terrible torture. De Bello Gallico 6:18. It may be that for this information Caesar was relying on Posidonius. Strabo used the same source for his discussion of the great treasure deposited at Toulouse, which was believed to have come from the sack of Delphi. Part of it was stacked up in temple enclosures and part had been thrown into sacred lakes. The temple at Toulouse was highly revered by the local inhabitants, and for this reason the treasure stored there was considerable. Religious taboos kept it entirely safe until the Roman conquest, when it was appropriated, the despoiler, Scipio, thereafter suffering a succession of misfortunes at the hands of the gods. Image 11. For the body of a man buried in a peat bog at Lindau, Cheshire, England. The man had suffered a violent bang on the head and strangulation, and his throat had been cut. The three ways of death suggest that he may have been a propitiatory offering to the gods. Probably 1st century AD. British Museum, London. The beliefs lying behind these two accounts were widespread and are well reflected in the rich archaeological record. One of the best known of the sites, which can reasonably be regarded as a religious location, is Lartene on the edge of Lake Neuchatel in Switzerland, ppA Euro 42:3. Although there has been much debate about the nature of the site, there can be little doubt of its ritual connotations. The principal structure was a timber pier running out into the lake, which served as a platform from which votive offerings were thrown into the water. The range and quantity are impressive. In addition to 269 spearheads, 166 swords, and 29 shields, there were hundreds of brooches and an array of other items including wooden yokes, bronze cauldrons, iron ingots, knives, razors, belts, and so on. Lartene is by no means unique. A similar pier built out into the River Witham was found at Fiskerton in Lincolnshire, and from the sediments around were recovered a number of metal artifacts, including a Lartene sword in an iron scabbard, though the radiocarbon dates suggest that the structure may have been built earlier. Much the same arrangement was found at Flag Fen in Norfolk, where a timber platform, reached by means of a bridge, served as a place from which weapons, with a few tools and other items, were thrown into the surrounding water over a long period from c. 1600 to 200 BC. Image 11.5 Human body buried in a disused storage pit in the Hillfoot of Danebury, Hampshire, England. There was no indication of how and where the individual died, but it is possible that the large rocks which originally covered most of the body were the cause of death. Here again we are probably witnessing a propitiatory burial. 3rd or 2nd century BC. This same general concept is inherent in the famous ritual site of Llyn Cerrig Bark in Anglesey. Here a rock outcrop served as the place from which a wide range of items, principally war gear, was thrown into a lake in the late 1st century BC or early 1st century AD. In none of these cases is there any need to suppose that there was only one act of deposition. Indeed, there is positive evidence to show that the dedications took place over time, perhaps on a seasonal basis or when a particular event, past or impending, demanded a propitiatory response. The examples cited so far were all well-defined locations focused on a structure or natural feature. The possibility of less focused deposition also exists. Very large quantities of artifacts, mainly weapons, have been found in European rivers with no evident concentration at any specific location. This pattern could be the result of deposition from the river bank or from boats, the river itself being regarded as sacred rather than any particular place along it. The Thames provides a particularly impressive example, with concentrations of weapons spanning the period from the Late Bronze Age to the end of the Iron Age. Many of the items, such as the Battersea and Wandsworth shields, the spearhead from Thatchet, and the Waterloo Bridge helmet, were prestige goods of considerable value, and it remains a strong possibility that they were made specifically for parade purposes or for ritual deposition. Given the apparently scattered nature of these river deposits and the exceptional quality of some of the pieces, the belief system underlying their deposition must have differed from that governing the more normal array of warrior equipment dumped at one location. What binds the two types of behavior together is the underlying belief that the gods needed to be propitiated by dedicating war gear to them in watery locations. It was a long-lived tradition which began in Europe in the 16th century BC and continued unabated until the Roman conquest in those areas reached by the Roman armies. Rich finds as far north as Denmark, most notably the collection of weapons deposited in a boat in a bog at Hjortspring on the island of Ols in the 3rd or 2nd century BC, are a reminder that placating the gods in this way was not the sole preserve of the Celtic regions. Image 11.6 The Thames may well have been a sacred river in the Late Bronze and Iron Age. From it have come a remarkable number of items of prestige metalwork. The maps show the distribution of Iron Age swords pointing to a slight change in the focus of deposition between the Hallstatt and Latine periods. Other types of propitiatory deposit are also known on land. The description of the sacred treasure at Toulouse is an indication that items of considerable value could be dedicated. Such deposits have occasionally been recovered. At Niedersee in the northern Rhineland, for example, a hoard of gold consisting of 2 torques, an armlet, and 4 to 5 coins found buried in a bowl next to a post was considered by the excavators to be of cult significance. The total weight of the gold amounted to 321.84 grams, which was almost 1 Roman pound, 327.45 grams. This type of mixed deposit composed of various combinations of torques, arm rings, and coins occurs widely. At Taillac, Gironde, almost 4 kilograms of gold were recovered made up of a massive torque, ingots, coin blanks, and coins. At Fenouillet, Haute-Garonne, 6 torques were found, while at La Graces, Tarn, 2 examples came to light. This same pattern of deposition extends to eastern England. A hoard from Ipswich, Suffolk, contained 6 torques, but the most informative site is Snettisham in Norfolk where chance finds and, later, systematic excavation exposed 12 individual deposits over an area of some 1.2 hectares. The deposits varied in size. One of the original finds, producing the famous Snettisham torque, in addition yielded another torque, a bracelet, and a gold quarter stater. Among the more recent, scientifically excavated, deposits were 5 separately buried groups together producing 63 torques of gold, silver, and bronze. The sheer concentration of material in a small area and certain details of deposition, for example, that some of the pits contained 2 deposits separated from each other, leave little doubt that the motive for deposition was ritual. Snettisham, with its apparent lack of boundary features and absence of structures, other than the votive deposits, provides a tantalizing insight into the kind of natural sacred place implied by certain of the classical texts. It is tempting to see Snettisham as little more than a clearing in a forest protected only by its sanctity and the deeply respected religious taboos that attached to such a place. The great deposits of weapons and of treasure are likely to represent a tribal response to the deities, either one related to a particular momentous event, or a continuous process of reverence, but it is evident from the archaeological record that everyday life was pervaded by the need to propitiate the deities, and there will have been very many acts of deposition carried out by the community and the individual throughout the year. Evidence for this level of response has come from the large-scale excavations of the Hillfort of Danebury, in central southern Britain. Here, in common with much of southern Britain and northern Gaul, grain, presumably seed grain, was stored in pits. When the storage phase was over, and the pits ceased to have a functional use, propitiatory offerings were placed in them. The range of material offered is impressive. It is possible to imagine a whole range of offerings, including hides, wool, cheese, and so on, which would have left no archaeological trace. It is possible to imagine a whole range of offerings, including hides, wool, cheese, and so on, which would have left no archaeological trace. Image 11.7 A hoard of gold sheet neck rings, an arm ring, and gold coins from Niedersee, Düren, Germany. 1st century BC. This recurring combination of objects, found in hoards in Belgium and Britain, suggests adherence to a particular propitiatory ritual. Rheinisches Landesmuseum, Bonn. Image 11.8 One of the deposits of gold and silver torques buried in a pit at Snettisham, Norfolk, England. The surprisingly large number of deposits of this kind concentrated in a small area suggests that this may have been a location sacred to the gods. 1st century BC. British Museum, London. The positions in which these deposits are found in the pits is informative. The majority are from the bottommost layer, before any erosion had begun, but some pits had secondary deposits placed after a phase of erosion. The implication is that there was a pattern in the timing of the depositions related in some way to seasonality and possibly to one or more of the seasonal festivals. The most convincing explanation for this complex pattern of behavior would be to regard the storage of the seed corn in pits as representing a belief in the power of the chthonic deities in preserving the corn during the liminal period, when it is dormant, and ensuring its fertility when sown. Once, therefore, the seed had been taken from the pits for sowing, it would have been necessary to make an offering to the deity in anticipation of a productive harvest. The second deposition might represent an offering of thanks. For spring-sown seed, the appropriate seasonal festivals would have been Lugnasad and Samhain. For societies for whom the productive capacity of the land was of vital importance, it is easy to understand how propitiatory offerings specific to the community's central concern became dominant. In times of stress, such as a succession of bad harvests, the intensity of sacrifice would have increased. Societies more reliant on flocks and herds will have developed different systems. In the case of upland areas, deposition in bogs seems to have been a significant pattern of behavior. In this context, the discovery of bog butter in the bogs of Ireland and Scotland is interesting. It is not unreasonable to see in these kegs or clods of butter offerings of part of a valued product made to the deities by pastoral communities in expectation of a satisfactory milk yield. Other items found in bogs, including wooden containers and bronze vessels, may again reflect the importance of the uplands for milk production. Image 11.9 The carcass of a dog and the leg of a horse buried together in a disused storage pit in the Hillfort of Danebury, Hampshire, England. This combination of dog and horse recurs on a number of occasions and is suggestive of a distinctive ritual belief. A range of other animal burials was also recorded. The practice of animal burial was widespread in southern Britain and northern France and may represent thank offerings to the chthonic deities for protecting the seed corn stored in the pits. Groves, springs, and shrines. Sufficient will have been said to show that offerings to the gods were made throughout the landscape, both the natural and the domestic landscape. There were also specifically designated sacred locations, known by the Gallo-Brythonic word nemeton, which, like the cognate Latin nemus, means a sacred clearing in a wood or a sacred grove. The word recurs throughout the Celtic world, from the Galatian Drunemeton to Nemetobriga in Spain and Aqui Arnamici, the sacred spring at Buxton in Derbyshire. In Old Irish the word fidnamd refers to a shrine in a forest. Tacitus, in his description of the route of the Druids on Anglesey in Ad 59, writes of groves sacred to savage rites which were cut down, for their religion encouraged them to drench their altars with the blood of prisoners and to find out the will of the gods by consulting the entrails of human beings. But the most evocative description of a grove, in this case in southern Gaul, is provided by Lucan in his poem Pharsalia and deserves to be quoted in full. A grove there was untouched by men's hands from ancient times, whose interlacing boughs enclosed a space of darkness and cold shade, and banished the sunlight from above. Gods were worshipped there with savage rites, the altars were heaped with hideous offerings and every tree was sprinkled with human gore. On those boughs birds feared to perch, in those coverts wild beasts would not lie down, no wind ever bore down upon that wood, nor thunderbolt hurled from black clouds, the trees, even when they spread their leaves to no breeze, rustled of themselves. Water, also, fell there in abundance from dark springs. The images of the gods grim and rude were uncouth blocks formed of felled tree trunks. Their mere antiquity and the ghastly hue of the rotten timber struck terror. Legend also told that often the subterranean hollows quaked and bellowed, that yew trees fell down and rose again, that the of conflagrations came from trees that were not on fire, and that serpents twined and glided round their stems. The people never resorted thither to worship at close quarters but left the place to the gods. For, when the sun is in mid-heaven or dark night fills the sky, the priest himself dreads their approach and fears to surprise the lord of the grove. Pharsalia 3, 400-25. For all its poetic license, Lucan's description, which so brilliantly conjures up a sense of stark panic, is probably a fair evocation of the sacred place and of the hold which it had over the local population. Lucan goes on to mention that Caesar had it cleared for it grew near his works. A more likely reason is that he wished to destroy the power of the place. Springs, like groves, held a similar power. An interesting parallel to Lucan's grove is provided by the sacred spring of Sulis at Bath, where hot mineral water still gushes out of the ground at the rate of 250,000 gallons a day. Very soon after the Roman invasion of Ad 43, a road, presumably of military origin, was driven through the sanctuary within 30 meters of the spring itself. 20 years or so later, by which time the province was firmly under Roman control, the road was removed and the land returned to the deity, who by now had been conflated with the Roman goddess Minerva. There is some hint in the archaeological record that a grove may have been replanted nearby at this time. The Latin name of Buxton, incorporating the word Nemeton, suggests that it too was accompanied by a grove. The archaeological recognition of sacred groves is likely, by the very nature of the places, to be difficult, but, as we have suggested, there is a possibility that deposits like that found at Snettisham may also represent just such a place. Reverence for springs was widespread. Among the best known are two Gaulish examples, the shrine of Sequana at the source of the Seine in Burgundy and Chamalières near Clermont-Ferrand. Both have produced remarkable arrays of votive offerings in the form of small wooden carvings or, less commonly, embossed plaques of metal. The symbolism of many of these items, emphasizing as they do limbs, internal organs, and eyes, leaves little doubt of the underlying belief in the curative power of the waters. Such a belief is also implied by the way in which the thermal springs at Bath and Buxton were developed under Roman authority. That the figurines from the sanctuary of Sequana date to the 1st century AD might suggest that the sophistication, evident in the depiction of that part of the body which required the deity's attention, was something which developed late, perhaps as a result of Mediterranean influence, but the sanctity of the springs must go back to an earlier period. It is significant that the majority of the springs for which the dedication is known were presided over by female deities, but this is entirely appropriate to the generalized Celtic belief which related earth and place to goddesses. The continuation of this belief pattern is shown by the large number of wells and springs in Western Europe which continue to be associated with female Christian saints, and in this context it is worth noting that the majority of the French river names are feminine in gender. The sacred nature of lakes and bogs should also be remembered. The collections of war gear at Llyn Serig Bark, Anglesey, Hjortspring in Denmark, and Lartine in Switzerland have already been mentioned, And it is clear from deposits of metal items of the 8th to the 6th centuries BC from the Lake of Llyn Fawr in South Wales and from numerous bogs in Britain and Ireland that the tradition of deposition in watery places was long established and was not exclusively associated with weapons. Geneva provides another example of a lakeside sanctuary. Here an inlet from the lake was found to contain a collection of human remains, especially skulls. A massive statue carved from an oak tree felled c.80 BC may well have been one of the cult figures which dominated the sanctuary. Its somewhat gaunt appearance is a reminder of Lucan's haunting description. Image 11.10 The sanctuary of Sequana at the source of the Seine, Côte d'Or, was used during the late Iron Age and Roman period as a healing sanctuary. A large number of votive offerings were found, among which were simply carved wooden figurines presumably intended to represent some aspect of the suppliant. Some indicated by emphasis the parts of the body requiring divine cure. Musée archéologique de Dijon. Reverence for the chthonic deities, inherent in the worship of watery places, also finds an expression in the digging of shafts or wells, which are found throughout Celtic Europe. The tradition is evidently an ancient one, and it is likely that the shaft found at Woolsford near Stonehenge, dating to the Middle Bronze Age, represents the same belief system. A slightly later example, dating to the Late Bronze Age, from Swanwick in Hampshire, is said to have contained an organic deposit identified as blood. Image 11.11 Opposite, timber figure, possibly a member of the aristocracy of the Allobridges or a local god, erected at the port of Geneva, Switzerland, c.80 BC. The port was constructed between 123 and 120 BC, based on dendrochronological dates, at the time when the Romans were establishing a firm presence in southern Gaul. The development of the port may have been encouraged by rapidly increasing trade with the Roman colonists. Musée d'Art d'Histoire, Geneva. The majority of the shafts from continental Europe date to the later stages of the Iron Age, and many of them lie within rectangular ditched enclosures, Viereckschanzen, map 27. That at Holzhausen in Bavaria was some 90 meters across. In one corner was a timber structure, possibly a shrine, together with 3 shafts 2.5 meters in diameter and 40 meters deep. One of the shafts contained an upright wooden stake associated with deposits thought to have derived from decayed flesh or blood. The Viereckschanz of Fellbachschmeiden in Baden-Württemberg was differently arranged. Within the enclosure was a small cemetery and a well, the lower part of which was waterlogged, creating conditions for the preservation of the timber lining and of organic remains within the filling. According to the dendrochronological date, the timbers were cut in 123 BC. Parts of a timber structure which surrounded the top of the shaft had fallen in and were preserved. These included a group of remarkable wooden carvings of animals, one a rampant stag, another comprising 2 goats standing on their hind legs and clasped about the waist by a central human figure, now missing. On the bottom of the shaft were 2 almost complete pottery vessels. The shaft probably served as a well, presumably for ritual purposes, before it was abandoned and filled. Whether the well was associated only with the activities attendant upon the burials or continued to have a function after the burial phase was complete remains unclear. Viereckschanzen, with or without burials, have tended to produce little archaeological material other than items thrown into such shafts as may have been available. This implies that, whatever activity went on within them, the deposition of votive offerings was not normally part of the ritual. The Viereckschanzen differ from the sanctuaries which are found across Western Europe. Broadly speaking, there are 2 basic sanctuary types, the Celto-Ligurian sanctuaries of southern Gaul and the northern Celtic type, which cluster densely in a broad zone extending from Germany to Britain. Image 11.12, above, aerial view of the rectangular ritual enclosure, Viereckschanz, at Neufahrn, Bavaria, Germany. Enclosures of this sort dating to the late Iron Age are widespread in Germany and parts of northern France. The southern Gaulish type is best known from the sites of Roquepetus, Bouches-du-Rhône, and Entremont near Aix-en-Provence. At Roquepetus 2 separate elements survive, large seated figures carved in stone, which are thought to represent prominent members of the aristocracy, and the stone elements of a stone and timber architectural structure incorporating Janus heads, a stone bird of prey, a frieze carved with simply delineated horse heads, and stone pillars carved with niches to take severed human heads. Most of the ensemble dates to the 3rd century BC, and the sanctuary was abandoned after being destroyed by fire at the beginning of the 2nd century. Many of these same elements recur at Entremont, where the architectural features include a vertical pillar carved with severed heads and another fragment with a carved severed head flanked by niches for real severed heads, of which some 15 examples have been found, some still bearing nail holes for attachment. Other sites in the region have produced fragments of similar sculpture as well as human skulls. Image 11.13 Wooden carvings found in the ritual shaft and well at Fellbachschmieden, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. The figures presumably decorated a structure built around the top of the shaft. The paired beasts, clasped about the waists by a central figure now missing, are also found as a motif recurring in Celtic metalwork. Late 2nd or early 1st century BC. Landesmuseum Württemberg, Stuttgart. The religious sites of the Celto-Ligurian area differ in some ways from those of the rest of Gaul. The availability of easily carved limestone and alien architectural models offered by the neighboring Greek cities of the Mediterranean coastal zone will have influenced construction, but the principal elements of iconography, the squatting figures and the Janus heads, are known in other parts of the Celtic world, and the collection of human heads among the Celts was frequently noted by Greek and Roman writers. The Celto-Ligurian sanctuaries are, therefore, best regarded as a regional manifestation of a more widespread pattern of beliefs. In the northern Gaulish zone, the normal type of sanctuary in use by the late Iron Age comprised a rectangular or circular building of timber usually set within a rectangular temenos defined by a ditched or fenced boundary. Excavations at Gournay-sur-Ronde, Oise, have provided a detailed insight into the form and development of a sanctuary of this kind and of the rituals practiced there. The sanctuary occupied a spur overlooking a stream which flowed from a small lake. The earliest building dates to the 4th century BC, and thereafter the site was continuously used and modified until the end of the 1st century BC, when the timber structures were burnt and the site leveled. The sacred nature of the location remained in folk memory until the 4th century AD, when a Gallo-Roman temple was built precisely over the original shrine. The pre-conquest shrine was surrounded throughout by a ditch of rectangular plan, later enhanced by an external palisade. From the 4th until the 1st century BC, the focus was a large oval-shaped pit, in which the remains of sacrificed cattle had been placed. It first lay in the open within a setting of upright posts placed some distance away. Later it was enclosed on 3 sides by 3 sets of 3 pits containing offerings. In the next stage the pits were replaced by a setting of timbers, which may have served as uprights to take a roof. In the early 1st century BC the building was reconstructed in timber in a more regular rectangular form and was rebuilt again c.30 BC, this time of daub on stone footings surrounded by an ambulatory of light posts. Throughout the life of the sanctuary the temenos ditch was used as a repository for sacrificed offerings, including some 2,000 broken weapons and large quantities of animal bones, which were found to have been placed in successive layers, each representing a distinct act of sacrifice. Image 11.14. Opposite, ritual shafts are a recurring feature in late Iron Age Europe. In the case of those dug to beneath the water level, it is difficult to be certain whether they were dug as wells or for ritual purposes, but use as a well does not preclude ritual connotations. The shaft from Fellbachschmieden, Baden-Württemberg, Germany, was associated with a Viereckschanz, a rectangular ritual enclosure, and produced well-preserved wooden sculptures. Landesmuseum Württemberg, Stuttgart. The continuity of the sanctuary over a long period of time, from the pre-Roman Iron Age well into the Roman period, is a phenomenon widely recognized across the northern part of the Celtic zone. Among the sites where structural evidence of the early sanctuaries has been found beneath later Roman shrines may be listed: Ely, Gloucestershire, Worth, Kent, Hayling Island, Hampshire, Vendelkappli, Oise, St. Germain-la-Rochelle, Chatillon-sur-Seine, and Schleidweiler, Trier, many others have produced evidence suggestive of a long continuity. The evidence from Gournay-sur-Ronde and Vendelkappli, only 30 kilometers apart, shows that in this region of Belgic Gaul, from the 4th century until the beginning of the 1st, the religious structures, pits and upright posts, were essentially open air. The concept of a regular roofed structure was a 1st century BC development. A similar open-air sanctuary dating to the 3rd century BC was discovered at Libanus in Bohemia. Here the temenos was created by a continuous ditch defining an elongated rectangular area at one end of which a standing stone and 2 large post holes provided the ritual focus. The possibility that the posts were carved into godlike figures is suggested by the discovery of 2 bronze torques, found nearby, which might have been worn by the wooden images. A series of pits, dug one at a time and then refilled, seems to have been associated with successive libations, while deposits of animal bones and the burial of a female indicate the variety of sacrifices offered. Image 11.15, top left, stone sculpture of a seated figure from the sanctuary of Roquepetus, Bouches-du-Rhône, France. 3rd or 2nd century BC. Musée d'Archéologie Méditerranéenne, Marseilles. Image 11.16, top right, frieze simply carved with a row of horses' heads from the sanctuary of Roquepetus. Traces of paint remain. 3rd or 2nd century BC. Musée d'Archéologie Méditerranéenne, Marseilles. Image 11.17, bottom, the portico of the sanctuary at Roquepetus, dating to the 3rd or 2nd century BC. The niches in the columns were deliberately carved to hold severed heads. Musée d'Archéologie Méditerranéenne, Marseilles. Image 11.18, above left, a pair of limestone heads wearing a leaf crown found at the sanctuary of Roquepetus, together with a range of religious sculpture dating to the 3rd or 2nd century BC. Musée d'Archéologie Méditerranéenne, Marseilles. Image 11.19, above right, bronze statue of a seated deity from Bouray-sur-Guienne, Essonne, France. The figure has hoofed feet like a deer and wears a neck torque. The eyes were of glass paste. 1st century BC, 1st century AD. Musée d'Archéologie Nationale, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Paris. The evidence from Britain differs only in that rectangular buildings appear before the 1st century. The best known is the rectangular cella with its post-built ambulatory found at Heathrow, Middlesex, within a rectangular enclosure. Other examples of rectangular or square-built structures have been found in the hillforts of Danebury, Hampshire, and South Cadbury, Somerset, and at Lancing Down, Sussex. All are thought to have served as shrines during the British Middle Iron Age, c. 300–100 BC. Another feature of the British evidence is the prevalence of circular temples like the 1st century BC structure found on Hayling Island. It was a large building 15 meters in diameter set within a rectangular ditched enclosure. The entire structure was rebuilt in stone in the late 1st century AD, after the Roman invasion. A circular shrine, this time built with dry stone wall footings, was found in the centre of the hillfort of Maiden Castle, Dorset. This, too, was replaced in masonry in the Roman period. Although circular shrines of the Iron Age are not yet known in continental Europe, circular Gallo-Roman temples suggest that earlier prototypes may once have existed. Image 11.20 The temple site excavated at Gournay, Picardy, France, remained in use over a considerable period, for much of the time focused around a ritual pit. The ditch, created in period 2, formed the receptacle for extensive ritual depositions comprising weapons and animals. The sanctity of the site was still recognized in the Roman period, when during period 6 a typical Romano-Celtic temple was built in masonry. Image 11.21, opposite top, a rectangular ditched enclosure excavated at Heathrow Airport, Middlesex, England, in 1944. Was found to contain a rectangular timber building with an ambulatory around it. The plan is highly reminiscent of later Romano-Celtic temples. The date would appear to be Middle or Late Iron Age. Image 11.22, opposite bottom, the temple at Hayling Island, Hampshire, England, in use from the 1st century BC, was rebuilt in masonry by the Romans in the late 1st century AD, the Roman structure reproducing the form of its predecessor. Image 11.23 Aerial view of the sacred site of Tara, Company. Meath, Ireland. The large enclosure, the Rath na Rio, contains a number of monuments, the most prominent being two smaller enclosures and a Bronze Age burial mound, the Mound of the Hostages. Beyond the enclosure, close to the church, is the Rath of the Synods, which was in use during the 1st century AD. The parallel banks beyond are known as the Banqueting Hall. Tara was important in early Irish history as the place where kingship was legitimised. In Ireland, circularity was the prime characteristic of religious sites. Four great ritual centres are known from the vernacular literature and all have been identified on the ground as surviving complexes of earthworks: Tara, Meath, Cruachan, Connacht, Dun Éilin, Company. Kildare, and Emain Mocha, or Navan Fort, Company. Armagh. All were associated with rights of kingship in the early historic period, but Tara was preeminent. The complex of Emain Mocha is best known archaeologically. The focal point is an oval enclosure of 5 hectares set within a ritual landscape which included a natural lake, from which 4 bronze horns and a number of human skulls were recovered, and an artificial pool known as the King's Stables, which appears to have been dug for ritual purposes c. 800 BC. The enclosure itself contained 2 prominent circular monuments. One was a ploughed-out ring barrow, the other survived as a mound 50 meters in diameter and 6 meters high. Excavations showed it to be a complex structure. The earliest occupation beneath the mound comprised a series of circular buildings associated with prestige goods dating from c. 700–100 BC. The assemblage included the skull and jaw of a Barbary ape from the Mediterranean which arrived either in captivity as a living beast or, less dramatically, as a preserved severed head. Image 11.24 Aerial view of Navan Fort in Company. Armagh, Northern Ireland. Navan is the Emain Mocha of the Irish epics. The crest of the hill was occupied by a remarkable timber structure 40 meters in diameter built around a single oak felled in 94 BC. The structure was embedded in a cairn of stones and the exposed parts set on fire. See Fig. 11.25. In 94 BC, a precise date based on the dendrochronological evidence, an oak tree was felled and set up as the center post of a massive circular structure nearly 40 meters in diameter composed of 6 concentric settings of posts, some 275 timbers in all, arranged in radial sets in a manner suggestive of a structure designed to be roofed. No evidence of internal activity was found since the floor was kept clean. The standing structure was then embedded in a stone cairn piled up inside to a maximum height of 2.5 meters, and that part of the building which projected above the cairn was set on fire. After the conflagration, the cairn was covered by a mound of cut turfs, raising the height by a further 2.5 meters. The motivation for this remarkable sequence of events, involving the mobilization of huge social effort, defies explanation, except as a ritual act of momentous proportions. The excavation of Dun Éilin provided a further insight into Irish ritual sites. Here the hilltop was defined by an enclosure of 16 hectares. A succession of 3 substantial timber structures occupied a central position. The first was a circular palisaded enclosure 22 meters in diameter. This was replaced by a more elaborate circular structure with concentric settings of timbers which the excavator suggests supported platforms of different heights looking inwards. A smaller enclosure formed an annex, while radiating palisades and posts created a monumental funnel-shaped approach. In the final stage, concentric palisades defined a circular area 37 meters in internal diameter. Within the center of this was a circular building 5 meters in diameter surrounded by a setting of massive freestanding timbers probably 3 to 4 meters in height. After a period, during which there was intensive burning near some of the posts, the entire structure was dismantled. Subsequent use suggests that the site was given over to periodic, perhaps seasonal, meetings involving feasting. The dating evidence shows that the sequence spanned the period from the 3rd century BC to the 2nd or 3rd century AD. The size and form of the structures at Dun Ailin leave little doubt that the site served a centralizing ritual function. It is possible that the creation of the mound at Emain Mocha and the demolition of the final structure at Dun Ailin were broadly contemporary and mark a significant change in the ritual use of these sites. The monumentality of the Irish religious sites sets them apart from their British and continental European counterparts. The huge timber structures, and the enclosing earthworks which invariably have the banks outside the ditches, are features which hark back to Neolithic and early Bronze Age times and provide a firm reminder of the strength of indigenous traditions in more remote areas of the Atlantic fringe. Image 11.25, opposite, the map shows the ritual landscape dominated by the enclosure known as Navan Fort, 1, overlooking the Lake of Loughnashade, 2, where 4 large bronze horns and a number of human skulls were found. Other sites are Hawhe's Fort, 3, and an artificial pond known as the King's Stables, 4, which produced finds of late Bronze Age date. Other archaeological sites are shown as brown spots. The detailed plan, top, shows the massive timber structure dating to 94 BC found under Mound B within the fort. Image 11.26 Dun Ailin, Company. Kildare, Ireland, was one of the ritual centres mentioned in Irish vernacular literature. The centre was occupied by a complex of timber buildings. In this context it is worth recalling the carved stelae standing stones of Armorica, which occur in columnar and hemispherical forms throughout the Breton countryside, above, ppA Euro 173. That they were regarded as religiously powerful is demonstrated by the Christianization which many of them suffered by having Christian symbols, usually the cross, carved on them or by being moved bodily into the precincts of a church. These Iron Age stelae clearly belong to a belief system which can be traced back to the standing stones of the megalithic period. Some echo of the outlandish rites of distant lands is provided by Posidonius' anecdotal tale, quoted by Strabo, of an island lying off the mouth of the Loire occupied only by women possessed by Dionysus. Once a year they removed the roof of their temple and replaced it with a new roof within the day. During this ceremony one of the women was chosen for sacrifice. She was torn to pieces by the others, and they carry the body parts around the temple crying out, "Euoi," and they do not cease until their madness has passed away. Strabo, Hist. 4:6. Presumably this behavior was judged to be sufficiently unusual for Posidonius to have mentioned it. Sufficient will have been said to indicate that built temples existed throughout the Celtic world. The archaeological evidence adds firm support to the references about religious structures given by the classical writers. When Diodorus Siculus writes of temples and sanctuaries and Plutarch tells us that Caesar's sword was hung up in a temple of the Arverni, they were presumably referring to the quite sophisticated timber structures of the type represented at Gournay, the sanctity of which was remembered by the community for many centuries. Attitudes to death. The archaeological evidence derived from the excavation of cemeteries is sufficient to suggest that a belief in the afterlife may have persisted throughout much of the Celtic world. Caesar makes the matter explicit by reporting that the Druids attached particular importance to the belief that after death the soul passes from one body to another. In this he, like other commentators, is probably following Posidonius, and rationalizes the observation by supposing that the doctrine was favored because it made the warrior fearless in battle. The burial tradition most widely practiced in continental Europe from the 7th to the 1st centuries BC was inhumation, the dead person being provided with the equipment appropriate to his or her status as perceived by the lineage responsible for burial. This qualification is necessary to remind us that the burial rite, at least of the elite, was an occasion for the lineage publicly to display its prestige to the assembled company. Rich burials, like those of the West Hallstatt chiefdoms and their Latine successors in the 5th century, and those of the northern Celtic zone in the 1st century BC and early 1st century AD, reflect societies in which command of prestige goods was considered to be an attribute of status. For most of the period from the beginning of the 4th century to the end of the 2nd, status was expressed in terms of warrior equipment reflecting a rather different set of values. The change to cremation, which becomes evident in much of Celtic Europe late in the 2nd or early in the 1st century BC, implies a significant shift in belief, though it is not apparent what caused it. It may be little more than the resurgence of a long-established view of the spirit being released into the sky. An alternative possibility is that the custom was an emulation of Roman practice. The move to cremation, together with the formalization of temple buildings and the development of oppida, may best be seen as part of the package of changes which spread through much of the Celtic world in the last decades of the 2nd century BC. That much of the British Isles adhered to a somewhat different belief system is suggested by the virtual absence of evidence for burial over much of the country before the beginning of the 1st century BC, with the exception of the cemeteries of the Aris culture in Yorkshire and the kist burials of the southwest peninsula. The simplest explanation for this is that the normal method for dealing with the dead body was excarnation, that is, the exposing of the body in an area set aside for the purpose. The bones would either be left there in the open or selectively brought back to the settlement for curation or use in other rituals. Some such explanation accounts both for the absence of evidence for regular interments and cremations and for the presence of human bones in settlement contexts. Excarnation may have been widely practiced in other parts of Europe alongside normative rites, but its extent is difficult to assess. The curation of human remains is dramatically reflected in the Celtic attitude to the head. Diodorus Siculus, presumably quoting Posidonius, offers the standard disapproving view seen through classical eyes. They cut off the heads of enemies slain in battle and attach them to the necks of their horses. These blood-stained spoils they hand over to their attendants and carry off as booty, while striking up a paean and singing a song of victory, and they nail up these first fruits upon their houses just as do those who lay low wild animals in certain kinds of hunting. They embalm in cedar oil the heads of the most distinguished enemies and preserve them carefully in a chest and display them with pride to strangers, saying that for this head, one of their ancestors, or his father or the man himself, refused the offer of a large sum of money. Hist 5:29. In comparing the human head taken in battle with that of wild animals caught in the chase, Diodorus demeans the Celtic practice, whether by ignorance or design. But behind the second part of the quotation one can discern something of the importance of the head in Celtic society. To own and to display a distinguished head was to retain and control the power of the dead person, which was part of the inheritance of the lineage. Refusal to part with such a trophy is understandable in that it would diminish the holder's power. Behind this might also lurk the belief that the head, once freed from its captor or his successor, would be able to work against them. Reverence for the power of the head lies behind the story told by Livy of the battle between the boy and the Romans during which the Roman consul Postumus was killed. His body was carried to the most prestigious temple of the tribe and there decapitated, the skull being cleaned and mounted with gold to serve as a cup for use in the deity's honor. Evidently the skull of such a distinguished enemy was a gift appropriate to a god. It is in this context that the skulls found in the Celto-Ligurian sanctuaries are probably best interpreted. Their power added to that of the god and was prevented from working against those who brought about the death. Behind what the Greek and Roman writers saw as a caricature of Celtic barbarism lay a complex pattern of values and beliefs. That the Celts were, in Caesar's words, extremely superstitious seems fair comment. The gods, in their various guises, were everywhere and controlled everything. They could communicate with humans through augury and could be cajoled or persuaded by sacrifice, but no contact was possible except through the mediation of a trained practitioner, a druid. Stated in these simple terms, Celtic religion was much like any other in its basic form. It is only in its vibrant mythology, still resonant in the Irish vernacular literature, that the rich complexity of the inherited lore can be glimpsed. 12. The developed Celtic world. The migratory movements which began towards the end of the 5th century BC were largely, but not entirely, over by the beginning of the 2nd century, by which time the immense energy previously spent on conquest and raiding was being turned to more productive activities. The result was that throughout the Celtic world intensification in production and exchange becomes evident on an unprecedented scale. The reasons for these changes are complex, and their pace and trajectory differed from place to place and over time, yet the generalization holds good for a vast territory from the middle Danube to southeastern England and from northern Iberia to Bohemia. In attempting to tease out the causal threads running through these developments, we must begin by considering the impact of the extension of Roman influence, both direct and indirect, on the communities around the Mediterranean core. Rome survived the threat of the Second Punic War, 218 to 202 BC, and in the aftermath embarked on the first significant stage of its territorial expansion. On all fronts in Iberia, southern Gaul, the Po Valley, Illyria, and Asia Minor, Rome confronted Celtic peoples. While the pace and nature of the interactions varied, the barbarian periphery cannot fail to have undergone some change as a consequence of contact with the energetically expanding economy of the Mediterranean. These factors, together with the internally generated social dynamics of the different Celtic communities, led to the emergence of societies very different from those existing at the height of the migration period. The extension of Roman power, 200 to 60 BC. The Second Punic War was a turning point in Rome's relations with the wider world. Before the war began, Rome's interests were focused on peninsular Italy and the seas around, the command of which required the control of the islands to the west and the coasts of Illyria to the east. The conflict with Carthage totally changed the perspective. As a result of Hannibal's energetic campaigns, Rome was led to appreciate the strategic importance of controlling the Po Valley. Her armies were actively involved in the southeast of the Iberian Peninsula, and to reach it were regularly using the land route through Provence and Languedoc, while in the east, in the Balkans and Asia Minor, the potential dangers of political instability there were fast becoming apparent. To maintain and develop the Italian core, it was becoming necessary to control a much larger periphery. This was not just for reasons of military security. Active campaigning in distant territories provided a context for young men to gain experience and to advance in the Roman social system. Indeed, there are interesting comparisons to be made between the importance of the raid in maintaining social hierarchies in the Celtic world and overseas campaigns in providing the aspiring Roman with a context in which to progress his career through a display of military excellence. Nor should the economic importance of overseas territories to Rome's development be underestimated. New territorial gains could yield raw materials and slaves in desirable quantities. For example, huge amounts of gold, silver, and copper were extracted from Iberia in the 6 years following the destruction of Carthaginian power, and Caesar's campaigns in Gaul are estimated to have provided 1 million slaves, most of them destined for the Roman markets. The other great advantage of overseas territories was that they could provide markets for surpluses produced on the estates of the Roman aristocracy. The quantity of North Italian wine offloaded in Gaulish markets in the early 1st century BC is thought to have been in the order of 100,000 hectolitres a year. Interactions on this scale could have had an effect on native communities in the areas peripheral to Roman activity. Roman expansion into the Po Valley was rapid after the defeat of Hannibal. Traditional fear of the Celts, intensified by an awareness of the weakness of Rome's northern borders and the value to an enemy of the large pool of willing mercenaries provided by Cisalpine Celtic settlements, focused Rome's attention on the need for rapid conquest of the entire Po Valley. A series of determined campaigns ensued. In 197 BC, the Cenomani were defeated at the river Mincio and forced into a treaty of friendship, and the next year the Insubres were overcome at Como. In a later rebellion, aided by the Boii, the Insubres were again unsuccessful, and in 194 the Boii were finally subdued, as the result of which many of them retreated northwards back into Transalpine Europe. During the next few years, further campaigns in the west against the Ligurians and in the east against the Carni extended Rome's power to the southern fringes of the Alps. By the end of the 180s BC, the process of Latinization was well underway and surplus native manpower was finding itself in Roman employ both as auxiliary troops and as farm workers called Acoli Golli. The Romanization of Cisalpine Gaul meant that the routes through the Alps were now firmly under Roman control, and, with the instability of the Po Valley at an end, trade could begin to develop in a more regular and organized manner. For the Alpine and Transalpine Celts, the new political geography meant the beginning of a period of rapid socio-economic development. In Iberia, the capture of Cadiz in 206 BC marked the end of Carthaginian colonial involvement and the beginning of Roman influence, while the foundation of the two provinces of Hither and Further Spain in 197 BC formalized the process. For the next 6 to 4 years, until the capitulation of Numantia in 133, Rome was in a state of almost constant war with the native tribes on the provincial borders, most notably the Lusitani and the Celtiberians. These hostilities, and the social war which followed in the early 1st century BC, part of which was fought on Spanish soil, militated against the development of significant trading systems between the native and Roman zones, and it was not until Caesar arrived in 61 BC that the west of Iberia began to be brought under Roman control. By this stage, however, even the remote northwest, the region of the Castro culture, had begun to absorb the concepts of Roman urbanism, following the expeditions into the region of Decimus Brutus in 138 to 136, which initiated the opening up of the Atlantic fringes. The long and painful wars against the native Iberians in the 2nd century BC and the social and civil wars of the 1st century created the need for a constant movement of men and supplies to and from the peninsula, a process intensified by the outflow of raw materials from the highly productive Spanish provinces. Although direct contact by sea was an option, the overland route through southern Gaul was preferred, especially for the movement of troops and military equipment. Thus, throughout the 2nd and 1st centuries, Roman convoys passed through Provence and Languedoc across the now thoroughly Hellenized coastal zone. The needs of the military quartermaster and the entrepreneurial activities of civilians traveling with the armies opened up the region to Roman commerce. So it was that the Celto-Ligurian inhabitants absorbed many aspects of Roman culture, and the occupants of the hillforts of Enciune, Entremont, and Nags began to adopt Roman styles of architecture and urban planning. Image 12.1 The hilltop town of Entremont, Bouches-du-Rhône, France, was the capital of the Saluvii, who occupied the territory in the region of Aix-en-Provence. The town was defended by a stone wall with bastions, which derives its inspiration from the Greek city walls of the southern French coast. Entremont was destroyed by the Romans in 123 BC. In crossing southern Gaul, the Roman entrepreneurs will have become increasingly conscious of the two great axes of trade, the Rhône route to the north and the Aude-Carcassonne Gap, Garonne route leading west to the Atlantic. The large native settlements at Tolosa, Toulouse, on the Garonne and Vienna, Vienne, on the Rhône soon became known by the more adventurous Roman entrepreneurs. The mutual interdependence of the native and Roman systems worked well, until increasingly serious raids mounted by the tribes of the Maritime Alps and Lower Rhône Valley against Roman convoys and Greek cities alike led, in 123 BC, to the annexation of the entire coastal zone and later the establishment of the province of Transalpina. Image 12.2 The oppidum of Entremont was defended with stone walls and bastions based on Greek models. The urban layout within was carefully planned. 4th to late 2nd centuries BC. Thus, while in Iberia Celtic-speaking peoples were still locked in a seemingly interminable conflict with the Roman armies, the early 2nd century BC saw the establishment of an interface between the Roman and the Celtic worlds stretching from the Adriatic to the Pyrenees. Along the 1,100 kilometers of this cultural frontier, social and economic interactions developed, increasing in intensity as the Italian economy became more and more dependent on the periphery. In Eastern Europe the situation was different. The mountains of the Balkans formed an effective barrier between the Adriatic and the Middle Danube regions, sheltering the Celtic communities from Roman interference, apart from brief campaigns against brigands in the Upper Sava Valley between 156 and 129 BC. In the Lower Danube Valley the Thracians acted as a buffer against the expansion of Roman interest which was developing in Greece and Macedonia, until the middle of the 1st century AD, when Thrace finally became a Roman province. Image 12.3 The native oppidum of Nags, Gard, France, was defended by stone walls with bastions reminiscent of Greek defensive architecture. The regular layout of the parallel streets is a characteristic of Greek urban planning, which can only have been learned from the Greek cities of the coastal zone. 3rd to 1st centuries BC. the situation in Galatia was different yet again. Here, as we have seen, the Galatian state remained independent and, to a large extent, isolated, even after its decisive defeat by the Romans in 189 BC. Following the massacre of the Tetrarchs by Mithridates in 88 BC, the Galatians were drawn increasingly into the Roman sphere until their territory was annexed by Pompey in 67 BC. During the century or more of contact between the two peoples, there is little evidence of significant acculturation, but the dependence which developed between the later Galatian leaders and the Roman authorities implies a close political relationship at least by the 1st century BC. The Roman economy and the Celtic world. During the 2nd century BC, the Roman economy was undergoing major transformations. The reasons were various and complex. One of the principal factors was the need to maintain substantial citizen armies to forward Roman interests abroad. This meant that men who would otherwise be engaged in rural activities were required to spend long periods away from home and were therefore unable to work the land. For many of those who survived and returned home, farm work offered little attraction. These factors encouraged a gradual drift to the cities, and in particular Rome, leaving farms abandoned and land uncultivated. As the urban proletariat grew, so the small holdings were bought up and gradually amalgamated into estates of increasing size. By the end of the 2nd century, large tracts of land were held by comparatively few owners. One of the reasons for the growth of big estates, in addition to the availability of cheap land, was that for the senatorial class land provided a convenient and socially acceptable form of investment. To be involved directly in the trading of commodities was not considered to be a proper pursuit for a man of status, though in all probability many ignored or circumvented the convention. To own land, on the other hand, was desirable. The extent of a person's estate or estates was a ready indicator of prestige. More to the point, the yield provided a cash return on the money invested in the original land purchase. The estates required large bodies of agricultural workers. With extensive rural depopulation, labor for hire was not readily available. A more certain way to fuel productivity was with slave labor. Slaves were cost-effective, not least because they could breed in captivity and the surplus could be sold. By the beginning of the 1st century BC, the reliance of the Roman economy on slave labor was considerable. One estimate is that in the early 1st century BC there were 300,000 Gaulish slaves in Italy alone, a total which required to be topped up at the rate of 15,000 a year. There is one further factor to be weighed. For the most part, those estates too far from Rome to deliver fresh fruit and vegetables to the city had to rely on producing corn, oil, and wine. Of these, manufacture of wine soon became the most popular, no doubt because of ease of production and profit margin, but overproduction led to a need to develop new overseas markets. From this brief, and greatly oversimplified, sketch, two imperatives stand out: the importance for Rome to maintain a steady flow of slaves, and the necessity to create new markets in which to dispose of surpluses not required in Italy. While the Roman economy became increasingly dependent on slaves to fuel its productive capacity, its reliance on raw materials, and in particular gold and silver to serve as currency in the now complex economic system, also increased. Copper, tin, and high-quality iron were always in demand. Other imports listed by contemporary writers such as Strabo include hides, furs, amber, hunting dogs, and other exotic animals. These raw materials would have been sought in the newly won territories and in the barbarian hinterlands beyond. Thus, from the beginning of the 2nd century BC, Rome became more and more dependent upon sources of supply lying beyond its immediate control. Romans and the society of the Celtic periphery. There can be little doubt that Rome's economic needs impinged significantly upon the barbarian world, such was the energy of the Roman state. But the Celtic North was also undergoing social change, in part sui generis. Opportunity for raiding was now far more restricted, limited not only by the growing power of Rome in the south but also by the rise of the Dacian state in the east and the population increase now gripping the Germanic peoples of the north. New systems were evolving for the display of power among the various elites, Roman, Celtic, and German. The entourage remained important since the size of a leader's following was seen as an indicator of his status. In earlier times, as we have argued above, ppA Euro 1557, the raid provided the opportunity to demonstrate leadership and the feast was the occasion for the display of status before the assembled company. But times had changed, and Posidonius, through Strabo, in describing feasting among Celts, could assign it to former times. What seems to have replaced this early system, at least in parts of Gaul, was a form of potlatch, a process of conspicuous giving and consumption, enacted publicly so that the company could gauge the wealth of the host and benefit from his generosity. The account which Posidonius gives of an event staged by the Arvernian chief Luernius is informative. In a bid for status, he built a large square enclosure and there stockpiled food and set up wine presses to feast all comers over a period of many days. He also drove about the countryside in his chariot, scattering little pieces of gold and silver to the horde who followed eagerly in his wake. To be able to mount such a display of largesse, Luernius was evidently in command of considerable resources. Thus the control of goods and raw materials, and the facility to manipulate them to produce luxury exotics such as wine to dispense to clients, now became essential for the aspiring leader. The development of oppida controlling route nodes, and thus the movement of goods, is one of the more visible results of the complex socio-economic changes underway in the Celtic world. Whether or not the little pieces of gold and silver which Luernius threw to his followers were coins or bullion is unclear, but the development of coinage played a significant role in the new system. Gold and silver coins were used for gift exchange rather than commerce in the capitalist sense. Since they were stamped with the symbols of the issuing authority, often in the 1st century BC actually mentioning the king by name, the coin, however acquired, would be seen to emanate ultimately from his authority. It was part of the largesse which the leader had distributed to his people, and the current holder was therefore beholden to him for his initial generosity. The sporadic mintings of coins were, quite possibly, occasioned by the desire of the issuer to legitimize his claim to leadership. The proximity of the Roman world introduced another new factor into the political and social dynamics of the periphery. A tribal leader could ally himself and his following with the Roman state, that is, he could become a client of Rome. In doing so, he would acquire prestige and power by virtue of the protection which the Roman patron would offer. In the same context, an aspiring young warrior might place himself and his fighting entourage in the hands of Rome to serve as auxiliaries in the Roman army, much as his ancestors might have been engaged in a less formal way as mercenaries by the Mediterranean powers. Knowledge of Roman fighting methods and acceptance of Roman ways would have provided another opportunity to demonstrate social superiority. The Kingdom of Noricum provides an informative example of the relationship which could develop between Celtic and Roman society. The kingdom lay in the Eastern Alps in an area roughly coterminous with present-day Austria. It began as a group of loosely allied Celtic tribes but achieved a degree of unity sometime during the 2nd century BC under the hegemony of the Nori of central eastern Carinthia. Noricum lay astride the East Alpine trading routes, but it also commanded rich supplies of iron, which were worked locally into a fine steel, well known in the Roman world as Ferrum Noricum. Formal relations with Rome began in 186 BC and developed amicably, until the region was eventually annexed in 15 BC. Throughout this period trade had intensified and in about 70 BC a local coinage was developed in southern Noricum to serve as a medium of exchange. Image 12. For the Kingdom of Noricum in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC. The capital of Noricum, Virunum, was located on the Magdalensberg, near Klagenfurt, close to the major route leading northwards from the Adriatic port of Aquileia. The native oppidum was sited on the highest point of the mountain. It was here that the royal residence was located, and the oppidum served as the principal administrative centre of the kingdom. Just below the native town there developed a ghetto occupied by resident Roman traders. Excavation suggests that it was established as early as the beginning of the 1st century BC and continued to grow. By 30 BC the lower settlement could boast a large forum and masonry-built houses constructed and decorated in purely Roman style. These were the residences of traders linked to enterprises based in Aquileia. When, in 15 BC, Drusus and Tiberius began to annex the Alpine territories, Noricum, now thoroughly Romanized, was absorbed with ease. Roman relations with the Celtic tribes of Gaul were no less intense. The constant Roman presence in the south of the country after c.200 BC will have provided ample opportunity for Roman entrepreneurs to develop lucrative trading links with native communities living around the fringes of the Roman sphere of influence. At the hill town of Nags, in the Vornage not far from Nims, it is possible to trace the impact of the Mediterranean world through the increasing quantities of imported pottery, both fine wares and transport vessels, found in successive stratified layers throughout the duration of the settlement's habitation beginning about 300 BC and ending about AD 10. One of the most desirable of the Roman imports was wine. The Celts' love of wine was legendary in the Roman world. Diodorus Siculus, quoting Posidonius, sums up the stereotype in a famous account. They are extremely partial to wine and glut themselves with the unmixed wine brought in by merchants. Their desire makes them guzzle it, and when they get drunk they either fall into a stupor or become manic. For this reason many Italian merchants, with their usual love of money, regard the Celtic passion for wine as a source of treasure. They transport the wine by boat on the navigable rivers and by cart through the open country, and they get an incredibly good price for it. For 1 amphora of wine they get a slave, a servant, in return for a drink. Hist 5:26. While it is always necessary to treat texts of this kind with caution, archaeological evidence shows that a huge volume of Roman wine was transported to Gaul in distinctive amphorae of Dressel I type. 2 major trading ports have been identified, one near Toulouse in the Garonne Valley, the other on the Saône at Cobilhanum, Chalon. At Chalon, it is estimated that 24,000 amphorae were discarded in the river, while the farmland at Val-Toulouse is still so thick with amphora sherds that even today ploughing is difficult. Both locations must have functioned as trading ports where the wine, transported by the merchants in amphorae, was decanted into other containers, either barrels or skins, for movement inland. At other sites deeper into Celtic territory the discovery of large numbers of amphorae shows that sometimes it was moved further without decanting. Several of these sites, such as Bibracht, Jaewithring above Uvers, Esselois, and Montmalhy, were native fortifications. To such places the Italian wine was carried by Roman merchants and there exchanged for slaves and other commodities with the local elite, who could then dispense the wine to their followers. Image 12.5 Beyond the limits of the Provincia Romana, a number of Gaulish oppida developed as markets trading directly with the Roman world. They received, among other luxury goods, large quantities of wine imported in amphorae, the broken fragments of which still litter the ground. The exchange rate noted by Diodorus, an amphora of wine for a slave, need not be taken too literally. It may have been little more than a neat literary flourish. But if it is an accurate record of relative values, then comparative data suggests that the Celts were getting a poor deal. In Rome the trader might expect to get the equivalent of half a dozen amphorae of wine for a healthy Gaul. Image 12.6 Amphorae used to transport wine provide a clear indication of trade routes. 2 amphora types, Dressel 1A and Dressel 1B, both made in Italy, are particularly useful in identifying the changing patterns of commerce in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC. The 1A type was in common use from the mid-2nd to mid-1st centuries BC. The 1B type became common in the second half of the 1st century BC. Musée Saint-Raymond, Toulouse. The development of the wine trade can be charted from the relative frequency of amphorae in dated archaeological contexts. In southern Gaul Italic amphorae make their appearance in small numbers about 200 BC and increase steadily throughout the 2nd century BC. But it may well have been the annexation of southern Gaul by Rome c.120 BC that gave the impetus for the adventurous to seek more lucrative markets deeper inland. Map 28. The first of the distinctive Italic amphorae to be found widely in Gaul is the Dressel type 1A, the earliest known examples of which were recovered from the destruction levels at Carthage, 146 BC. It is quite possible, therefore, that wine was already reaching the Gauls of the interior as early as the middle of the 2nd century BC. Thereafter the quantities increased dramatically, reaching a peak by the middle of the 1st century, when Caesar's conquest created new and extended marketing opportunities. The distribution of Dressel 1a and the later Dressel 1b amphorae provides a vivid illustration of the Roman penetration of Celtic society in the West. The navigable rivers of Gaul, as Diodorus says, provided arteries along which the wine could flow. The long-established trading route along the Aude, Garonne, and Gironde to the Atlantic seaways, the route by which tin had been brought to the Mediterranean, was evidently busy in the late 2nd and 1st centuries BC. Dressel 1a amphorae have been found on wreck sites off the Breton coast and at a number of settlements in Brittany. The further extension of the route can be traced, from Amphora Sherds, via the Channel Island of Guernsey to a major port of trade at Hengistbury Head on the coast of Dorset. Contemporary archaeological levels at Hengistbury have shown that other goods, including figs, raw glass, metal vessels, and unknown commodities transported in Armorican-made pots, were reaching Britain at this time. Evidence for the production and refinement of metals iron, gold, silver, and bronze, and for the manufacture of shale bracelets provides some tangible indication of British exports. Other desirable British products mentioned by Strabo a little later, hides, corn, hunting dogs, and slaves, will have left little archaeological trace. The evidence from Hengistbury is interesting in showing the impact which the Roman economy could have on distant communities. There is, however, no need to suppose that Roman entrepreneurs were actually sailing the Atlantic seaways. In all probability, commodities were transported within the local networks of exchange, but Roman demands for specific goods may have influenced the intensity and focus of the exchanges. That the major port of trade on the south coast of Britain developed at Hengistbury rather than at a port in the southwest peninsula might suggest that the emphasis was more on corn and slaves than on metals. The Hillfoot-dominated society of central southern Britain produced corn in abundance. It was also a convenient source of slaves. It was probably for some such reason that Hengistbury became the port of call in the late 2nd and early 1st centuries. It was short-lived, for after the Caesarean conquest of Gaul new systems of trade emerged. CPPA Euro 3424. The head of the Adriatic provided another convenient route between the Roman world and the north. A Roman colony established at Aquileia as early as 169 BC led to the further development of an already important trading post on the route northwards. From here it was possible to travel along the eastern Alpine fringes to the Danube, in the vicinity of Sopron in northwest Hungary, and thence via the Morava Valley to the far north. This was the route along which Baltic amber was carried to the Mediterranean throughout the later prehistoric period, in Roman times, and into the early Middle Ages. The importance of Sopron as a route node is amply demonstrated by the large settlement and cemetery which developed there and flourished between the 5th and 1st centuries BC, its function eventually being continued by the Roman town of Scarbantia. Image 12.7 Distribution of Dressel 1a amphorae in northwestern Gaul and southern Britain, indicating the trade axis operating in the early 1st century BC. Between the head of the Adriatic and Transdanubia lay the hilly, sometimes mountainous, country of the Julian Alps from which flowed the upper reaches of the Drava and Sava rivers. In terms of modern political geography, the region is roughly equivalent to Slovenia and northwestern Croatia. It was through this territory, controlled by many Celtic tribes, among them the Taurisi, Carni, Istri, and Iapodi, that items of trade had to pass. The Carni caused some disruption in 186 BC, when, intent on establishing new settlements, they moved west, forcing the evacuation of Aquileia, but they were eventually driven back in 183. Thereafter Roman relations with the area were not always harmonious. In 171, returning from an abortive attempt to reach Macedonia, a Roman army commanded by Cassius Longinus rampaged through the region taking large numbers of captives to sell as slaves. A formal complaint was presented to the Roman Senate by ambassadors from the Carni, Istri, and Iapodi, and the brother of the king of Noaea went to Rome as a representative of other Alpine tribes. The incident is interesting in demonstrating the nature of diplomatic relations between Celts and Romans at this time. A few decades later, in the 140s and 130s, Polybius records the discovery of gold in the territory of the Taurusii. Italian entrepreneurs joined the gold rush but were expelled when overproduction caused the price of gold to fall. Partly as a result of this, a Roman force was sent into the area in 129 BC, gaining victories over the Taurusii, Iapodi, and Istri, and probably also the Liburni and Carni. Further expeditions followed in 115 BC. Thus, although the relations between Rome and the eastern Alpine region were uneasy during the 2nd century, a degree of equilibrium was eventually established, allowing an active trade to develop. At the end of the 1st century BC, Strabo could list the materials flowing through Aquileia as slaves, cattle, and hides. The situation further east is confused by the many different ethnic groups inhabiting the area and their mobility. As we have seen, the Celtic enclave in Thrace had been destroyed by the end of the 3rd century, and the Celtic communities which had penetrated Transylvania and the southern parts of Moldova and Ukraine had in all probability been absorbed, the former group into the emerging Dacian state, the latter by the Sarmatians and the. After the end of the 2nd century, it is unlikely that any recognizable Celtic community existed east of the Middle Danube Valley, except for the Galatians in their remote homeland in Central Asia Minor. The Dacians and the Germans. To the east of the Celts of the Middle Danube lay the Thracians and the Dacians, while to the north were many tribes regarded by classical writers as being ethnically German. While the Thracians mostly maintained friendly relations with their Celtic neighbors during the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, the Dacians and certain of the Germanic peoples made territorial inroads on the Celtic homelands. The earliest recorded movement came from the north and involved two different tribes, the Cimbri and the Teutons, who migrated, sometimes singly sometimes together, through Western Europe in the late 2nd century BC, causing widespread disruption among the Celtic tribes and sending a chill of fear down every Roman spine. Map 29. The origins of these tribes are obscure, though there is sufficient evidence to suggest that they came from northwest Europe bordering or close to the North Sea. The long debate about their ethnicity, whether Celtic or Germanic, is, and is likely to remain, inconclusive. In 120 BC, the Cimbri had moved against the kingdom of Noricum, where they were unsuccessfully opposed by a Roman force. In 114 they were ousted by the Boii in northern Hungary and moved south, where they became involved in various clashes with the Taurusii and Scordisii. Thereafter they thrust westwards into Gaul, inflicting further defeats on Roman armies at Bordeaux in 107 and Orange in 105. A brief expedition through the Pyrenees brought them into conflict with the Celtiberians. By the time they returned once more to southern Gaul, Gaius Marius, with a reformed Roman army, was ready to meet them. In two decisive battles, in 102 at Aix-en-Provence and 101 at Vercelli in northern Italy, the marauding barbarian forces were destroyed. The significance of the invasion is difficult to assess. While it may not have caused extensive disruption among the tribes of Western Europe, it served to destabilize in that it demonstrated to local tribes that Rome was not invincible. A more serious threat to the eastern Celtic tribes was posed by the growing power of the Dacians. The origins of the Dacians are obscure. The earliest literary accounts of them relate to the first half of the 2nd century BC, at which time they were successfully preventing the Bastani from moving into the Carpathians. Under King Rubobostes, in the 170s BC, their territorial control was said to be increasing, and it is generally assumed that this implies an expansion from their original homeland, in the plain of Wallachia north of the lower Danube, into Transylvania, where they will have come into contact with long-established Celtic communities, absorbing them into the expanding Dacian state. By the 80s of the 1st century BC, the focus of Dacian power lay in Transylvania, with its center in the Ourati Mountains to the south of the fertile valley of the Meuse. Here, under the leadership of King Burebista working in partnership with a religious leader named Decenius, a number of disparate tribes, among them the Daci, the Gatai, and the Bori, were welded together to form a single powerful state covering roughly the present area of Romania. After some 20 years of consolidation, Burebista was in a strong position, able to command, according to Strabo, 200,000 warriors. In 60 or 59 BC he began a policy of expansion westwards, moving first against the Scordisci and then against the Boii and Taurusci, map 30. His intention, Strabo tells us, was to win back ancient Dacian territory. The defeat of the Celtic tribes was so devastating that Strabo was able to write of the desert of the Boii, a phrase open to several interpretations. The archaeological evidence, mainly in the form of distinctive Dacian pottery, suggests that the conquered territories extended across the northern Tisa region into Slovakia and possibly as far as Moravia. By expanding westwards, Burebista was evidently seeking to take control of an important route node where the east-west Danube corridor was crossed by the north-south Amber route. He then turned his attention eastwards to the Dobruja, attracted both by the Greek cities of the Pontic coastal region and by the prospect of halting Roman advance north of the Danube. Having established a massive power block from Central Europe to the Black Sea, Burebista felt strong enough to intervene in international politics, and in 48 BC he sent a message to Pompey, then at Heraclea Lyncestis in Macedonia, offering him the support of Dacia against Caesar. In the event, Pompey was defeated at Pharsalus, and, before Caesar could take up the Dacian challenge, he was assassinated in 44 BC, at about the same time that Burebista met a like fate. The king's death signaled the end of Dacian expansion. The annexed territories were quickly lost and the Dacian homeland was split into a number of smaller polities ruled by reguli, leaving only a resistant core in the Oratai Mountains to provide continuous trouble for Rome until its final conquest early in the 2nd century AD. The Dacian expansion into the eastern Celtic territories in 60 BC caused considerable reverberations among the Celtic tribes of the Alpine region. The Boii who had been displaced from northern Hungary-Slovakia moved to the southwest into Noricum and besieged Noia. They were repelled but entered Helvetian territory and subsequently were to join the Helvetii in their abortive migration westwards through Gaul. The alliance of the Boii and Helvetii posed a potential threat to the kingdom of Noricum, and it may have been for this reason that Noricum forged a diplomatic bond with a Germanic tribe, the Suebi, by marrying the sister of Voccio, the king of Noricum, to the German leader Ariovistus. In such a circumstance it is possible to understand why, at this stage, Ariovistus was classed as king and friend to Rome and why the Helvetii felt under threat from all sides. Ariovistus was also involved in Gaulish politics as an ally of the Arverni and Sequani against the Aedui and had, by 61 BC, settled a large group of his people in the territory of the Sequani, modern Alsace, further fueling the tension and instability of the region. The complex situation in the Alps and its western fringes provided Caesar with ample excuse to begin his wars of conquest in Gaul. It is difficult to judge how unusual the situation in the 60s of the 1st century BC was. The classical sources are sufficiently detailed to provide a picture of social disruption and migration. It is quite possible that this was a new development caused by the Dacian expansion and exacerbated by population pressures among the Germanic peoples to the north. But it may have been little more than the inherent instability of the Celtic tribal system brought into sharp focus by the sudden interest of the Roman world in the affairs of its northern periphery. Intensification, production, and the emergence of Oppida. The century and a half after 200 BC saw a series of far-reaching changes in the Celtic world which are represented in the archaeological record as a dramatic increase in production and the rise of large nucleated settlements usually referred to as Oppida, map 26. The definition and significance of Oppida have occasioned a considerable literature and the debate will continue. One potential area of confusion has arisen from the attempt to reconcile Caesar's use of the word oppidum with a broad group of large settlements, usually defended, about which there is surprisingly little tangible archaeological evidence. Few of these sites have received more than a cursory archaeological examination and very few have been examined on a scale appropriate to the questions being asked of them. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that there is uncertainty not only about the social and economic processes which led to the development of these sites but even about the functions they performed. Caesar's use of the word oppidum relates specifically to the Celtic sites he encountered during his Gaulish campaigns in the middle of the 1st century BC. It is, therefore, specific to time and place. He uses it to distinguish the larger settlement locations from villages, vici, and farmsteads, edificia. Among these larger settlements he further distinguishes the towns within the provincia, which he calls civitates, and a few other important locations, such as Jagovia, Alesia, and Avaricum, for which he uses the word urbs, from the general mass of Oppida. Even in the light of our present imperfect archaeological knowledge, it is clear that the word oppidum is used to cover sites of different size and performing different functions spread among tribes with different levels of social organization. There is no suggestion that Oppida were necessarily tribal capitals. Among the Helvetii there were 12 and the Bituriges had 20. Even the small cliff castles of the Armorican tribes on the far ends of spits and headlands were described as Oppida. Caesar, therefore, uses oppidum as a convenient portmanteau word, and as such it may be used by archaeologists. Within this very broad category it is possible to distinguish a class of large developed oppida. These may be defined as areas of land, usually in excess of 10 hectares, limited by a continuous boundary, man-made or natural, within which a variety of social, religious, and economic functions were performed of the kind needed to enable the complex systems of large communities to operate. A definition of this kind takes with it the implication that the oppidum was a focal center in a larger territory, not necessarily that of the whole tribe. It had a political legitimacy and may have been a place exercising regional authority. The oppidum of Bibracte, in the territory of the Aedui, exemplifies this definition. It was prominently sited on a hilltop commanding an important route nexus. The defended area covered some 135 hectares and required over 5 kilometers of ramparts to be built and maintained. It was, Caesar said, by far the largest and richest oppidum of the Aedui. Here envoys from other tribes were received by the chief magistrate, and most of the tribal councils met during Caesar's Gallic campaigns, and in 52 BC it was also here that Vercingetorix was confirmed as supreme war leader by Gauls who had gathered from all over the country to oppose the Romans. Its significance was such that the next year Caesar decided to spend the winter there. Excavation has shown that occupation began in the 2nd century BC and continued until about 20 BC, by which time the focus of activity had moved to the newly founded Roman town of Augustodunum, Autun, 20 kilometers away. Image 12.8 The oppidum of Bibracte, Morne-Beuvray, Saône-et-Loire, France, was the capital of the Aedui at the time of Caesar's conquest. Image 12.9 The oppidum of Bibracte, Morne-Beuvray, showing the defences and the major roads within the settlement. The oppidum of Manching, in the lower Danube valley in Bavaria, exemplifies other aspects of this type of settlement. It too was large, occupying some 380 hectares enclosed by a massive timber-laced rampart some 7 kilometers in length. Something of the communal effort involved can be appreciated when it is said that to make the nails which clenched the timbers would have required 60 tons of iron. This, together with the massive mobilization of resources needed to fell and carry the timber, hew the stone, and assemble the ramparts and gates, gives some idea of the vitality of the community and the coercive power of its authorities. Within the enclosed area the central part was densely occupied with houses and other buildings laid out in an ordered manner bounded by paths and streets. Between this area and the ramparts was a more open space which could have been used for pasturing livestock. Image 12.10 The oppidum of Manching, Ingolstadt, Germany, is one of the best known of the oppida of temperate Europe as a result of an extended campaign of excavation which exposed a large sample of the densely settled area of the interior. Although only about 5 hectares of the site have been excavated, less than 3%, a huge assemblage of artifacts has been recovered. The tools reflect all the major craft and agricultural processes, and there is clear evidence of industrial manufacture on a large scale, iron extraction and forging, bronze working to make a range of personal jewelry, the production of high-quality pottery, the creation of polychrome bracelets and beads from imported raw glass, and the casting of pellets of gold and silver from which coins could be struck. There can be little doubt from the items produced, and from the distribution of the more distinctive types in the territory around, that the craftsmen working in Manching reached an impressively large market area. In this respect Manching functioned as a service center for its hinterland. Image 12.11 An excavation conducted within the oppidum of Manching in 1965 in advance of construction work. The pits, post holes, and ditches, showing as dark marks cut into the bedrock, clearly demonstrate the regular rectilinear layout of the boundaries of the 1st century BC settlement. The excavations at Manching have been on a sufficiently large scale to provide some evidence for the development of the site. Occupation began in the 3rd century with an agglomeration of small farms with their fields and pastures. Throughout the 2nd century the population increased, and at the same time craft specialization and coin production speak of greater complexity. Sometime in the 130s, 120s BC, a period of insecurity exacerbated by the wanderings of the Cimbri and Teutons, there is evidence of destruction followed by a total rebuilding, this time within the protection of the massive defensive perimeter. Thereafter, for 70 or 80 years, the oppidum continued to flourish, the defenses being rebuilt or repaired on 2 occasions. After the middle of the 1st century BC decline set in, exacerbated by the rapidly changing political configuration and the economic upheavals consequent upon it. The development of Manching provides a convenient yardstick for comparison with the other oppida and for showing the way in which such sites might develop from simple rural village beginnings, but it should not be taken as the only model for the evolution and functioning of oppida. Varying economic pressures and individual political histories will have produced a variety of patterns. Image 12.12 The nucleated settlement which developed on the banks of the Rhine, now beneath the site of Basel, Switzerland, in the 1st century BC was first an open settlement. Later, after about 50 BC, the occupation moved to a new defended location on Cathedral Hill. Image 12.13 The oppidum of Zavist, Bohemia, Czech Republic, has been the focus of a long campaign of excavations which has allowed the complex development of the defenses to be disentangled. The site was first defended in the 6th century BC and grew to its maximum extent in the 1st century BC. Zavist, in the valley of the Vltava, south of Prague, presents an example of a different kind of scenario. Here a hillfort flourishing in the 5th and 4th centuries BC provided a focus for the development of a much larger oppidum, which in the 2nd century covered an area of 150 hectares with a perimeter of 9 kilometers. The history of the site appears to have been troubled, and several phases of destruction have been noted, requiring one of the main gates to be rebuilt on 5 occasions. The population seems to have grown rapidly during the 1st century BC, when new enclosures were successively added to the original nucleus. Internal organization, like that at Manching, was controlled and regular streets were maintained. Structures identified as farms occurred alongside other houses and there was ample evidence of craft production, particularly of ironwork and the minting of gold and silver coins. Occupation ended in a disastrous fire in 25 or 20 BC, which may have been related to the Germanic penetration of Bohemia. The sequence observed at Levroux, in Dreux, provides another example, like Manching, of an oppidum which began as an open undefended village and was succeeded, sometime about 80 to 70 BC, by a strongly defended settlement of some 20 hectares in extent. The difference is that at Levroux the 2 settlements were about 1.5 kilometers apart. The situation at Basel is much the same. Here an undefended settlement on the plain, on the banks of the Rhine, began in the 3rd century BC. It seems to have been abandoned around 60 BC in favor of a fortified oppidum of about 5 hectares in area, 1.5 kilometers away, on the site now occupied by the cathedral. One possible historical context for this shift may have been the social turmoil which would have accompanied the migration of the local tribe, the Rorici, in the company of the Helvetii, in 58 BC, and their subsequent defeat by the Romans. This same shift from open settlement to fortified hill site is also reflected in the settlement pattern at Aulnat near Clermont-Ferrand. While the evidence for the origins and development of oppida is still far from adequate, the picture which emerges suggests a gradual growth over time of what began in the 3rd or 2nd century BC as open village settlements. These then slowly acquired a range of specialized manufacturing functions. Eventually, in the 1st century BC, communities decided to defend themselves, either for reasons of status or because of the uncertainties of the time. Thereafter, where local conditions permitted or demanded, the defenses were refurbished or extended. The size and development of these oppida depended on a variety of factors, among which the most important would have been their ability to command raw materials or major routeways. It is no coincidence that successful oppida like Manching and Kelheim were located close to rich supplies of iron, while trademark symbol Isov in Bohemia had in the immediate vicinity a prolific source of graphite which was extensively used in pottery manufacture. Other oppida commanded major routes. Starodisco in Moravia benefited by being astride the amber route, as the quantities of amber found in the excavation bear witness, while Zavist, Bratislava, and Bern could have controlled traffic along the rivers they overlooked, the Vltava, Danube, and Rhine. Differences in size may to some extent have reflected the different status and prosperity of the community. Manching, with its 380 hectares eventually enclosed, is large by any standards, and the 9 kilometers of ramparts at Zavist, even though not all of the same date, reflect colossal effort expended by the community. But an enclosed area alone is not a direct measure of status. The remarkable 630 hectares of Kelheim and 1,500 hectares of Heidengraben were achieved by judicious use of comparatively short lengths of man-made defenses across promontories between the meandering courses of the Rhine and the Danube, while the coastal ports of Hengistbury, before recent erosion, would have extended to some 120 hectares behind a single rampart only 600 meters in length, which cut the promontory off from its hinterland. Image 12.1 For the oppidum of Kelheim, Bavaria, Germany, occupies a large area, but this is achieved by making good use of the river Danube and its tributaries in lieu of ramparts. Although a variety of defensive techniques were used, most of the large oppida which have been excavated fall into one of two categories, a Western European type called the Murus Gallicus style and a Central European type known as the Pfostenschließmauer style. Murus Gallicus is the phrase used by Julius Caesar to describe the type of fortification he commonly encountered during his Gallic campaigns. Wooden beams are laid on the ground at regular intervals of 2 feet along the whole length of the wall and at right angles to it. They are fastened together on the inside and covered with a thick layer of rubble. At the front, large stones are used to form a facing which fills the spaces between the timbers. When this first course has been laid and made firm, another is added. This is set on top in such a way that, although there is a 2-foot space between its timbers as well, they do not touch those of the first course but are separated from them by a vertical interval of 2 feet. De Bello Gallico 7:23. He goes on to commend the regular appearance of the wall seen from the outside with its alternating timbers and stones running in straight rows at standard intervals from each other, noting that such a structure made a good defense, the stone protecting the wall against fire while the timbers provided resilience against the battering ram. About 30 structures of this type have been found and excavated. They are concentrated mainly in Gaul, but the style extends as far as the Upper Rhine and the Upper Danube. Most of those excavated exhibited the additional refinement of having the timbers fastened at the crossing point by large iron nails. The second type of defensive structure, the Pfostenschließmauer or Kelheim type, involved creating a vertical front wall with large upright timbers set in post holes 1 to 2 meters apart with the intervening spaces filled with dry stonework. The verticals were tied back with horizontal timbers into the ramp of soil and rubble behind. This type of defense is characteristic of the eastern Celtic area stretching from just west of the Moselle to Moravia. The distributions of the two styles overlap in the Upper Rhine, Upper Danube area, and at Manching the Kelheim type of wall was adopted when the earlier Murus Gallicus was rebuilt. Image 12.15 Section through the Murus Gallicus defense of Le Camp d'Artus at Welgoat, Finistère, France, drawn by Sir Mortimer Wheeler. The position of the lacing timbers and the nails joining them was clearly observed. Image 12.16 The walls of Bibracht, at the Porte du Rebaut entrance, were built of earth and rubble laced with horizontal timbers and faced with stonework in the Murus Gallicus style, as defined by Julius Caesar. A third distinctive type of defense has been identified in northern Gaul, distributed mainly, but not exclusively, north of the Seine and named after the fortification at Fécamp. Here the rampart was composed of tips of earth and rubble without timber structuring, its front face being steeply sloped. Added strength was provided by a wide flat-bottomed ditch. At Le Yaudit, on the north coast of Brittany, the rampart cutting off the promontory was built first as a Murus Gallicus but was later rebuilt in Fécamp style, probably at about the time of Caesar's conquests. This type of rampart construction, but seldom the ditch type, was adopted in contemporary fortifications in southeastern Britain. The gates of the oppida were usually elaborate structures set back at the end of a corridor or courtyard created by interning the ends of the ramparts. Standing back from the detail, we may say that oppida are large nucleated settlements exhibiting a high degree of social organization, reflecting the power of the hierarchy to mobilize surplus labor in the interests of the community. Many evolved from earlier undefended villages, and in all a high percentage of the population was involved in productive activities which generated manufactured goods for extensive hinterlands. The documentary evidence provided by Caesar makes clear that in some, like Cenabum, Orleans, Roman traders had taken up residence. The major oppida were also places where tribal assemblies could meet and where embassies from other tribes could be received. This list suggests that by the middle of the 1st century BC many of the oppida had acquired the functions appropriate to urban centers, and we might reasonably refer to them as towns. Image 12.17 Diagrammatic sections through ramparts of Fécamp type in Normandy and Picardy. Those tested by excavation were dump constructed without timber or stone wall strengthening. The wide flat-bottomed ditch is a distinctive characteristic. The emphasis on command of trade routes and raw materials and on the production of consumer durables implies that the economic imperative was a significant factor in the emergence of oppida. This may have come about as the result of internal social pressures, but external factors, such as the intensifying demands of the Roman economic system for manpower and raw materials after c.200 BC, will have played a part. The oppidum zone lay on the periphery of the Roman world. Roman traders soon began to set themselves up in the key market centers. Within another century the Roman armies had taken over. It was a case of trade preceding the flag. Social organization, power and prestige. For the Roman system to have engaged economically with the Celtic world implies that what it had to offer was acceptable in Celtic society. We have suggested above that this was indeed the case. With the raid becoming obsolete as a mode of elite expression, new forms of aggrandizement and display were developing which involved the manipulation of commodities, either generated within the tribal group or acquired by trade. The social changes in the expression of power and prestige now underway in Gaulish society are reflected in Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic War. The situation among the Helvetii is informative. Augetorix was the richest and most distinguished man in his tribe, but he aspired to kingship and, according to Caesar, attempted to persuade Casticus, a noble of the Sequani, and Dumnorix of the Aedui to do the same. The three exchanged an oath of loyalty, hoping that when each had seized royal power they would be able to control the whole of Gaul. However, the conspiracy was discovered and Augetorix was arrested to stand trial. If found guilty, the punishment would be death by burning. To evade the consequences, Augetorix called together his kin and clients, some 10,000 according to Caesar, but the tribal magistrates amassed a force to oppose him, and in the chaos which followed he died, possibly by suicide. The incident is informative in that it shows that among certain more socially evolved tribes government by an annually elected magistrate had replaced kingship, but such was the social instability of the new arrangement that to aspire to kingship was regarded as a very serious offense. The point is again made when Caesar mentions in passing that Celtillus, an Arvernian and the father of Vercingetorix, had once been the most powerful man in the whole of Gaul and had been killed by his fellow tribesmen because he wished to become king. The elected magistrate, called the Vergobret by the Aedui, had the power of life and death over his people. During his term of office he was forbidden to leave his country, and a further rule laid down that a second member of the same family could not be appointed a magistrate while the other family member was alive, and indeed two family members might not even serve on the tribal council together. These strict controls were evidently designed to prevent an elected representative from leading a raiding force into another territory and to make sure that power did not concentrate in the hands of any one family. Regulations of this kind hint that the change from the old system to the new had only just got underway and that the elected magistracy was still a delicate growth. These social changes seem to have first been introduced among the Gaulish tribes closest to the Roman provincia and are likely, therefore, to have been influenced by the Roman example. Elsewhere in Gaul kings were still much in evidence, though the system allowed for war leaders to be appointed to command the troops of more than one tribe when the need arose. The election of Vercingetorix to lead the opposition to Caesar in 52 BC is the prime example. Caesar's sweeping generalization, that in Gaul only the knights and druids were of any social significance, is useful in that it makes clear that the power lay with a social elite among which the mounted warrior was still a person of note. It was the class from which the tribal leader and the war leader would be drawn. The size of the entourage which a man could call upon, because of lineage or clientage, was the demonstration of social prowess, if no longer of military power. His ability to maintain or enhance that following was now largely dependent on his ability to manipulate production and the wealth generated through trade. The archaeological identification of the elite is not easy, nor is it clear whether or not they lived within the Oppida. Rich burials which can reasonably be regarded as kingly have been found within the bounds of the Oppidum of Camulodunum, Colchester, suggesting that in southeastern Britain in the early 1st century at the top echelons of the elite were closely associated with the growing urban nucleus. But not all of the aristocracy were Oppida-centered, if the burial evidence can be taken as indicative. Indeed, in southeast Britain there appears to be no close correlation between Oppida and rich burials. Much the same can be said of burials found across northern Gaul. In the territory of the Treveri, for example, the elite burials of Gobelin and Nospelt, Luxembourg, were 17 kilometers from the Oppidum of Titelberg. Image 12.18 The contents of a princely grave, Tomb B, at Gobelin and Nospelt, Luxembourg. Wine was provided in large amphorae and mixed and drunk from imported bronze vessels. The bronze-bound wooden buckets, similar to those found in southern Britain, are of local manufacture. Late 1st century BC. Musée National d'Histoire d'Art, Luxembourg. Rich burials of the types just referred to were not evenly spread throughout the Oppida zone but are restricted to a peripheral zone in West and Northwest Europe, map 25. Within this region, from the late 2nd century BC, warriors' tombs, some provided with a rich array of grave goods, begin to appear. Most contain fittings appropriate to the feast, such as amphorae containing wine, jugs, basins, and patrae, frequently imported from the Roman world, as well as fire dogs and other hearth furniture. A few were provided with parts of chariots or chariot fittings. Image 12.19 Elite burials of the late Latine period cluster in a broad zone from Kent to Germany. They are characterized by their use of imported wine-drinking equipment and wine amphorae coming from northern Italy and reflect a type of prestige goods economy developing in the second half of the 1st century BC. In Britain burials of this kind continue into the middle of the 1st century AD. In Britain it is possible to recognize a hierarchy of burials. The simplest are cremations in pots, sometimes accompanied by other pottery vessels. Next come those provided with bronze-bound wooden buckets and occasionally other luxury items such as imported Roman bronze vessels. These are named after the type's site at Aylesford in Kent. Rich female burials, of the same social level, were provided with decorated mirrors and sometimes bronze bowls. More elaborate are the well-in-type burials arranged in pits with amphorae and imported tableware. Finally there are the kingly burials such as Lexden, Colchester, and Folly Lane, St Albans, where the exceptionally rich grave goods were ritually destroyed, presumably at the point when the lying-in state of the dead king was over and the body was ready for cremation. In Gaul, especially in the central and western part of the territory, the richer burials were often accompanied by short swords with anthropoid hilts. Widely distributed from Hungary to Britain, such swords may have been an emblem of a particular social class. Image 12.20 map indicating the different social zones evident in the early 1st century BC. The appearance of this broad zone of elite burials stretching from southeastern Britain and western France across to Luxembourg suggests that the social system which they represent may have differed from that which had developed in the core of Europe, where the large oppida flourished. If so, then the totality of the evidence available to us might be taken to indicate three broad social zones: a core zone of tribes or early states which were adopting governments of elected magistrates, an intermediate zone of polities ruled by kings where large oppida, like those of the first zone, had developed, and a periphery where elite status was still being expressed in the ancient manner with sumptuous burial rites. Beyond, up to the Rhine, in central, western, and northern Britain, and in Ireland, old social systems continued much as they had done for centuries. The army of Queen Boudicca in AD 60 and that led by Calgacus in northern Scotland in AD 84 appeared to have been organised in much the same way as the Celtic forces who confronted the Romans in Italy 3 centuries earlier. Clearly, any such model is a generalization. The situation in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC was by no means static. Society was changing fast. The tribes living in areas more distant from the influence of the Roman world inevitably evolved at a different rate from those in direct daily contact. After 60 BC, the pace of change, which hitherto had been regular in momentum and trajectory, was dramatically dislocated as Rome began its accelerated expansion northwards. 13. The Celts in retreat. During the 3rd century BC, the Celtic world reached its greatest extent. As earlier chapters have described, Celtic-speaking communities had occupied Atlantic Europe from way back in the early Bronze Age, if not earlier, and by the middle of the 1st millennium BC the language was widely spoken across Middle Europe. Thereafter bands of Celts had spread south into the Po Valley and east into the Carpathian Basin, some pushing on to establish a homeland in Asia Minor from where they harried the Greco-Roman world, earning a reputation as ferocious fighters. Smaller communities had spread around the northern shores of the Black Sea and others had penetrated northwards through the Carpathians into southern Poland. Isolated war bands had reached Delphi, mercenaries were operating in Egypt, and ambassadors had followed Alexander to Babylon. The Second Punic War completely altered the balance of power in the Mediterranean. Rome moved into an expansive mode. From the end of the war in 202 BC until the capitulation of Numantia in 133 BC, the Celtiberians and Lusitani were gradually brought under control. The first 2 decades of the 2nd century saw the Roman armies win a series of major campaigns in Italy north of the Apennines, paving the way for Romanization, largely completed within a century. In Asia Minor, the Celts of Galatia were brought to heel by the Roman army in 189 BC, after which, though they were still nominally free, their powers were progressively circumscribed. In 133, the fall of Numantia in the west and the gift of the Pergamene kingdom to Rome in the east, following the death of Attalus III, established Rome as a world power. Within a decade, southern Gaul had been annexed, marking the first step in Rome's systematic encirclement of the Mediterranean. At about the same time, campaigns in the Eastern Alps had extended Roman influence deep into Central Europe. Along this immensely long interface, from southwestern Iberia to the mountains of Illyria, the Roman world confronted Celtic tribes. Celtiberians and the classical world. The value of the Celtiberians as mercenary troops was well appreciated by the Carthaginians, who employed substantial detachments in their various campaigns. Celtiberians were also used in the Roman armies which entered Spain in 218 BC at the beginning of the Second Punic War, though they proved to be somewhat unreliable. By the end of the 2nd century, with Carthage defeated and Rome now developing its hold over the Iberian lands, Romans and Celtiberians had become all too familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses. For the next 70 years, in a long drawn-out war of attrition, interspersed with peace treaties and revolts, Rome was drawn deeper and deeper into the territories of the Celtiberians and Lusitanians. Some indication of the devastating scale of the conflict is provided by Tiberius Gracchus, who could claim to have destroyed 300 Celtiberian hill towns in his single expedition of 179 to 178 BC. A brief respite followed, but after the revolt of the Celtiberians and Lusitani in 154 a further series of bitter engagements ensued, the native opposition being rallied and brilliantly led for a time by the Lusitanian war leader Viriathus. The final stage began in 143 BC, by which time the Lusitanian campaign had been separated from that against the Celtiberians, and culminated in 133 with the destruction of the Celtiberian stronghold of Numantia after a long and bitter siege. Although it was to take more than a century for the whole of Iberia to be brought under Roman control, the destruction of Numantia and the selling of its survivors into slavery effectively marked the end of organized Celtiberian resistance. During the 2nd century, Rome had come to understand and respect the Celtic peoples of Iberia. They were characterized as fearless, ferocious warriors who fought with a total disregard for their own safety. Their cavalry was awe-inspiring and they were capable of producing charismatic war leaders like Viriathus. They were also bound by their overriding belief in the sacred nature of hospitality. In stressing the valor and hospitality of the Celtiberians, the Roman writers were providing a familiar caricature of the noble savage, but there can be little doubt that these aspects were deeply embedded in the social native system. It was this, as well as their language, which allowed the classical authors to believe the Celtiberians and the Celts of temperate Europe to be one people. Image 13.1 The Celtiberian hillfort of Numantia, in the Ebro Valley in northeastern Spain, had taken on the appearance of a Mediterranean town by the beginning of the 2nd century BC, with a regularly laid-out street grid defining insulae of closely packed houses. The settlement stood out against Roman advances and was eventually taken by Scipio in 133 BC after a long siege, during which time, it is said, the inhabitants were forced to resort to cannibalism. Image 13.2 A wolf's head made from baked clay found at the native hill town of Numantia, Spain. The head is the mouth of a trumpet similar to the carnix. 2nd to 1st century BC. Museo Arqueologico Nazionale, Madrid. The unstable equilibrium, 133 to 60 BC. For 70 years or so the Roman frontier with the Celtic world remained reasonably stable, allowing complex systems of interaction to develop. Trade, as we have seen, expanded quickly, while a host of treaty relations negotiated with individual tribes established a delicate network of obligations and expectations which could be manipulated to the advantage of any party with the wit to do so. It was a time of bonding and learning. Inevitably there were tensions, and these erupted into bouts of outright aggression. In Transalpine Gaul, the initial campaigns against the Ligurians, the Saluvii, and the Vocontii in 124 and 123 BC, which led to the annexation of the coastal region, had quickened, to be followed up in 122 and 121, when Cn. Domitius Ahenobarbus routed the Allobroges and Arverni, bringing under Roman control the Rhone Valley as far north as Geneva. The creation of a port on the lakeside with timbers felled between 123 and 120 BC is almost certainly to be seen as a native response to the new commercial opportunities which the Roman presence offered. Some years later a firm control was taken of the western trade corridor, the Carcassonne Gap and Garonne, when in 106 Scipio was sent with an army to put down a revolt among the Volcae and Tecticiges. As a result Tolosa, Toulouse, was sacked, and thereafter the town and its territory were absorbed into the province. Old Greek cities of the coastal zone, new Roman creations like the colony of Narbomatius, Narbonne, founded near a native town in about 118 BC, and the commercial annexation of important native centers like Tolosa, Vienna, Vienne, and Geneva provided the infrastructure necessary for the aggressive trading ventures of the Roman entrepreneurs who flooded into the Gaulish province. An interesting insight into these times is provided by the court case in which Cicero defended Fonteius, praetor of Transalpina, in 75 to 73 BC, against charges of extortion made by members of the local community. The details are obscure, but in essence Fonteius stood accused of levying an unofficial tax, to fill his own purse, on the movement of Italian wine destined for the Celtic market. In his defense of Fonteius, Cicero is at pains to denigrate the accusers, playing on all the prejudices of a Roman Celtophobe. They are noisy and arrogant, their manners and language are uncouth, and they wear trousers. More to the point, their ancestors had attacked Rome and Delphi. Thus they are barbarians and cannot be considered on the same level as a Roman citizen. If a civilized man like Cicero could present the Gauls in this way, even allowing for a lawyer's distortion, what must have been the attitude of petty officials and merchants? A little later, in 63 BC, the Allobroges sent commissioners to Rome to complain of maladministration. The discontent among Celtic tribes was well known in Rome, and an attempt was made to involve them in the conspiracy of Catiline, but in the event the Allobrogan emissaries decided against rebellion. The incident is interesting in that it shows how Roman factions might choose to manipulate Celtic discontent in their own interests, but it also demonstrates the reluctance of tribes who had experienced only 2 generations of Romanization to disrupt the equilibrium which had emerged, even though they had serious grievances. The situation in the fringes of the Eastern Alps is less clear. The close relationship which had been established with the Kingdom of Noricum created a degree of stability in the western flank of the region, but the main axis of communication, which led northwards from Aquileia to the Sava Valley and beyond, remained in the hands of native tribes, principally the Taurisci and Iapodi. When, from time to time, the flow of trade was threatened, Roman troops were sent in to restore order. In 129 BC a force reached Sisak in Croatia, but without attempting to take control of the territory. Policing of this kind continued until the middle of the 1st century BC. In 88 the Roman commander Scipio Aeschyginus moved further east against the Scordisci, who were decisively defeated but with no territorial advantage to the Romans. For the last 2 decades of the 2nd century many tribes in Central and Western Europe suffered disruption from the migratory movements of the Cimbri and Teutons, the names which classical authors give to a mobile horde which originated somewhere to the north of the Lower Rhine. While the composition and exact ethnic origins of these peoples remain unclear, that they emerged from the land broadly known to the Romans as Germania gave rise to the belief that they were Germans and thus were distinct from the Celts. The divide was a convenient one for commentators like Caesar and Tacitus to use, and for them the Rhine marked the boundary between the 2 peoples. The actual situation was far more complex, and it is doubtful if any significant ethnic divide existed, at least before the middle of the 1st century BC. Celtic tribes had long occupied the Middle Rhine, Bohemia, and Moravia, and Celtic enclaves had established themselves in southern Poland. Caesar also acknowledged that Germanic tribes occupied lands west of the Rhine and that there was some admixture with the northern groups of Belgae who lived between the Seine and the Rhine. While in terms of material culture, socio-economic structure, and language the inhabitants of the North European plain differed from the Celtic communities further south, there was a wide zone between where one graded into the other. One way to view Europe in the 2nd century BC, as we have argued in Chapter 12, is to see it as a series of peripheries of decreasing social and economic complexity the further one moved away from the Mediterranean. Close to the Roman frontier the groups were oligarchies practicing an advanced market economy. Further out they were kingdoms focused on oppida. These graded outwards into a zone where status was still expressed by prestige goods burials and where the many defended settlements suggest a more fragmented organization. Beyond this, in the northern parts of Belgica and the North European plain, organization seems to have been simpler and the people more warlike. This last zone, broadly speaking, is that which the classical writers designated as German. What can be deduced of Germanic society from Julius Caesar, and from the more specific accounts of Tacitus written 140 years later, gives the impression of communities differing little from the Celts of the 4th and 3rd centuries. In other words, degree of social complexity cannot be taken as a distinguishing factor between Celt and German. If a single characteristic is required, it can only be language. But apart from recourse to chronologically ill-focused maps of Celtic and Germanic place names, there is no sure way of distinguishing which tribes were German-speaking or, indeed, were bilingual. All we can do is to accept the ethnic identifications made by the Roman commentators. Image 13.3 map to illustrate the changing boundary between Celts and Germans. The movement southwards of the Cimbri and Teutons is the first recorded movement of Germanic peoples into the territory of the Celts. It reflects an early stage in a series of southward expansions which culminated in the massive migrations between the 3rd and the 5th centuries AD. Caesar's often quoted rationalization, that Gaul would have to be taken over by the Romans if it were not to become Germanic, may have been an unbiased interpretation of the evidence he had before him. In Gaul, the situation reached a critical point when a German tribe, the Suebi, led by Ariovistus, crossed the Upper Rhine to support the Sequani in their struggle against the Aedui. The event helped to precipitate Caesar's intervention in Gaul. It was at precisely this time that Bubista led a huge force of Dacians westwards across the Great Hungarian Plain into Transdanubia, devastating the Boii and Taurisi, and establishing control of the crucial route westwards of the Danube Bend. These two events, coming together in 60 to 59 BC, caused turmoil among the Celtic tribes of the Alps and Gaul. The conquest of Gaul, 60 to 50 BC. In 59 BC, Julius Caesar was given command of the province of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum for an exceptional period of 5 years, which he later had extended for a further 5 years in 55 BC. To this province the Senate added Transalpine Gaul at the urging of Pompey. Thus in one stroke Caesar was provided with a brief that gave him control not only of the full sweep of the land approaches to Italy but also of virtually the entire frontier between Roman territory and the surrounding Celtic tribes. He was, therefore, able to choose whether to focus first on the Germanic threat in the Western Alps or the Dacian threat in the east. His choice of Gaul may have been because he really believed there to be an immediate threat to Rome's security, but it is difficult to believe that he was not influenced by his knowledge of geography. The circumscribed nature of Gaul and the ease with which the entire territory could be annexed for Rome would have been a great attraction. Another factor was surely economic. Gaul, as we have seen, provided Rome with an immensely valuable market where slaves and other commodities could be had in plenty in exchange for Italian agrarian surpluses, especially wine. Some indication of the volume of this trade is given by the tens of thousands of Italian wine amphorae which found their way into free Gaul before the conquest. When Cicero wrote, "All Gaul is filled with traders, is full of Roman citizens," it was probably a fair reflection of the state of things. The threatened instability caused by Ariovistus' interference, together with the threatened migration of the Helvetii and their followers, which would also have left a dangerous vacuum on the doorstep of Cisalpine Gaul, provided ample reason for Caesar to intervene. By defeating the Helvetii, driving the remnants of the migrants back to their Alpine homeland, and winning a decisive battle over the massed Germanic tribes commanded by Ariovistus, he was protecting Roman commercial interests as well as establishing a raison d'etre for campaigning in Gaul. The subsequent course of the Gallic War was conditioned by many factors. The prime motivation was Caesar's need to establish military prestige and thus to build a power base, while at the same time amassing booty in order to pay his debts. The way he chose to pursue the war suggests a carefully devised strategy designed to leave the principal markets of central Gaul intact for the Roman entrepreneurs while taking control of the entire northern coastal region from the Loire to the Rhine. By doing this he would open up new markets with the British Isles, which were rumoured to be a prolific source of desirable raw materials. Thus, in his second campaigning year, 57 BC, he moved directly into Belgic territory, where, using the friendly Remi as a stable base, he marched first against a massed force commanded by the Bellovaci, and then against the Nervii and the Adriatuci, successfully destroying all opposition and acquiring among the booty some 53,000 prisoners, who were all sold as slaves. While the Belgic campaign was being fought, Publius Crassus had been sent with a legion to the Atlantic seaboard, where he received the submission of all the major tribes of Armorica and Lower Normandy. The stage had been set for a season of careful consolidation and planning before the invasion of Britain in 55 BC. Image 13.4 Julius Caesar, 144 Euro, BC, conqueror of Gaul. Museo Farnese, Rome. Rebellion among the Armorican tribes, however, upset the plan. Their submission to Crassus had been nominal, and it may well have been news of the intended Roman invasion of Britain that sparked off the revolt. For centuries the Armorican tribes had had a close trading relationship with Britain. Its imminent disruption by Roman intervention could have been sufficient cause to try to thwart Roman efforts through active opposition. This may also have been the reason why the Aquitani chose to rebel. They too were an integral part of the Atlantic trading system, since they commanded the crucial route node between the ocean, via the Gironde, to Tolosa and the Mediterranean. Any threat to disrupt the lucrative Atlantic trade was a threat to their livelihood. Some such fear may well have spread the flame of revolt, though Caesar makes no mention that he believed this to be so. In the event Caesar soon had the situation well contained. Crassus was sent in spring to subdue the Aquitani, while Caesar moved against the tribes of Brittany with a specially constructed fleet, focusing his energies on the Veneti, who appear to have been the main instigators of the uprising. Sabinus, meanwhile, was given the task of bringing the tribes of Lower Normandy to heel. Caesar's treatment of the Veneti was particularly savage. All the elders were put to death and the rest of the fighting force who surrendered were sold as slaves. "I decided that they must be punished with particular severity," wrote Caesar, so that in future the Gauls would have greater respect for the rights of envoys. No doubt the confiscated property and the proceeds of the sale of slaves were an added incentive to his decision to teach the leading tribes such a harsh lesson. There was just time at the end of the summer for a force to be sent to the maritime Belgic tribes, the Morini and Menapii, who had not previously come to terms. The control of this territory was crucial to the successful invasion of Britain, but it was too late in the season to complete the operation before the winter rains set in. Had the Veneti not rebelled, the whole of the coastal zone would probably have been firmly under Roman command and the preparation for the invasion of Britain well advanced. As it was, after ravaging all the enemy's fields and burning their villages and farm buildings, Caesar put his army in winter quarters spread out among the tribes of Lower Normandy. At this stage in his command it was crucial for Caesar to be able to present some spectacular successes to the Roman people and to remind them of the potential threat of the northern barbarians to the safety of Italy. In this way he would be able to gain agreement to the renewal of his command for another 5 years. Against this background it is possible to understand why, in 55 BC, he decided to take his force across the sea to Britain, an act which would have been regarded as verging on the superhuman, and to cross the Rhine into Germany, demonstrating not only his military skills but also the ferocity of these northern peoples whose ancestors had, only 50 years before, reached the Po Valley. In the fourth book of his commentaries Caesar begins with a sketch of the warlike Germans, reminding his readers of the instability of the region. His description of the expansive power of the Suebi, driving other tribes like the Usipetes and the Tencteri from their lands to seek a new home south of the Rhine, is probably an accurate account of the volatile situation. After building up a fearful picture of the might of the Germans in battle, and throwing in the incredible figure of 430,000 for the size of the enemy force, Caesar presents the justification for crossing the Rhine. The Ubi, on the German side of the river, had asked for Roman protection, saying that a show of strength and support would strike fear into the rest of the German peoples and, by implication, discourage them from further southward movements. Caesar, in fact, spent only 18 days across the Rhine, considering that, in that time, he had done all that honor or interest required. Image 13.5 The progress of Caesar's conquest of Gaul during his 8-year campaign. The German expedition had deflected him from his planned invasion of Britain, but even though it was late in the season he decided on what he presented in retrospect to be a military mission of reconnaissance. "I thought it would be very useful merely to have visited the island, to have seen what sort of people lived there and to get some idea of the terrain and harbors and landing places." He goes on to offer the observation that very few people apart from traders crossed to the islands and they knew only the maritime regions. To prepare the way, while the fleet was being assembled, he sent a warship to reconnoiter and began to establish diplomatic relations with certain of the British tribes, using Commius, a chief of the Belgic Atrebates, as a mediator. The campaign was not a particular success, in spite of Caesar's attempt to present it in a favorable light. He had clearly underestimated the strength of the British resistance and in particular the mobility of the British cavalry and chariots in battle. He had also seriously misjudged the effect of weather and tides in the Channel. To add to his difficulties, the Morini, in whose territory lay his European base port, attacked the returning troops, a consequence of Caesar's lack of preparation. To make sure that the failures of 55 BC were not to be repeated, he set the army to work throughout the winter, preparing a fleet for the next year's campaign. The planned invasion of Britain in 54 BC was again deflected by trouble close to the German frontier. This time the powerful Treveri had refused to acknowledge Caesar's authority, largely because of an internal power struggle which was going on for leadership of the tribe. The situation was serious enough to require Caesar's personal intervention. Further troubles with the Gaulish nobility in his train caused additional delays, but eventually, during the summer, a huge invasion force set off in a flotilla of 800 vessels. The size of the expedition and the enormous input of labor that the preparations had required are sufficient to demonstrate the importance which Caesar attached to the venture. Indeed, it could well be argued that his main aim from the outset of the Gallic War had been to subdue Britain. The picture which he provides of that part of the island through which he campaigned was of tribes involved in continuous bouts of warfare but sufficiently cohesive to be able to elect one of their number, Cassivellaunus, as supreme war leader against the Roman threat. Opposition was fierce, and at one point, while campaigning north of the Thames, the Roman force was in danger of being cut off from base by the concerted attack of 4 Kentish tribes. Assessing the dangerous situation in the light of the damage which his fleet had sustained in a storm and the fact that the campaigning season was drawing to a close, Caesar decided to withdraw, having negotiated terms with Cassivellaunus. The nature of the arrangements are not reported in detail, except that hostages were given and Cassivellaunus agreed not to harass his neighbors, the Trinovantes. The archaeological evidence for what was to follow suggests that the Trinovantes of Essex were probably given some kind of special treatment by the Roman authorities, which may even have amounted to a trading monopoly, since it is in their territory that the greatest quantity of Roman luxury goods thereafter concentrated. On his return in the early autumn of 54 BC, Caesar found northern Gaul in a dangerous state. General unrest, exacerbated by a poor harvest, had flared into a rebellion led by Ambiorix, one of the leaders of the northern Belgic tribe, the Aburones. It was a confused period of marching and countermarching, during which time a substantial Roman force under Sabinus and Cotta was cut off and destroyed, and only by rapid action was Caesar able to retrieve what had promised to be a rout. So serious was the situation that Caesar decided to spend the winter with his troops near Samorobriva, Amiens. Image 13.6 Vercingetorix, a noble of the Arverni, became war leader in 52 BC, spearheading the revolt of the Gaulish tribes against Caesar. He and his followers were eventually besieged at Alesia and forced to surrender to the Romans. After years in a jail in Rome, he was strangled as part of Caesar's triumph. The coin is a gold stater of the Arverni struck in central Gaul c. 51 BC. It was a winter of discontent in Gaul. The annihilation of a Roman force had shown that Rome was not invincible. It provided hope for dissident elements throughout Gaul. "There was scarcely a time," wrote Caesar, "when I was not anxious, and not receiving some report or other about plans for a rising among the Gauls." What is significant is that the discontent had spread far beyond the Belgic tribes. A force from Armorica threatened a legion, presumably that based in Lower Normandy, while the Senones and Carnutes, strong and influential tribes who occupied the territory between the Seine and Loire, ignored Roman instructions and were regarded as being in open revolt. Apart from the Aedui and Remi, there was no one that Caesar could trust. All this time the Treveri were stirring up trouble among their neighbors and among the Germans across the Rhine, but their leader, Induciamarus, was killed in a skirmish while attacking the winter camp of Labienus. After this, wrote Caesar, my province of Gaul was somewhat more peaceful. With the winter not yet over, Caesar moved decisively against the main centers of resistance. The northern Belgic tribes were the first to receive his attention with a rapid thrust against the Nervii. Following this success, he summoned the Gallic Council. The Senones, the Carnutes, and the Treveri failed to attend, a failure which Caesar interpreted as an act of hostility. His first response was to bring the Senones and Carnutes to heel by a show of military strength, thus preventing the immediate threat of being encircled. Then he turned his energies against the Treveri and Ambiorix. First he moved into the territory of the Menapii at the Rhine mouth to establish control, and thence to the Treveri, from where he crossed the Rhine again to harry the Swaby and to re-establish the subservience of the Ubi. After a brief stay he was back in the land of the Eburones, engaging in systematic destruction and plunder, in which the Roman forces were joined by pillaging Gauls and by Germans who, seeing an opportunity, came from across the Rhine. It was an effective way to destroy the resistance of a people who would not come to battle. The terror over, Caesar returned to the safety of the Remi, where he held an inquiry into the conspiracy of the Senones and Carnutes, bringing the proceedings to an end with the public execution of the instigator of the plot. The act was ill-judged, or at least ineffective. The unrest which had been simmering now boiled over again, the Carnutes taking upon themselves the leadership of a revolt more serious than any that Rome had previously experienced in Gaul. Caesar gives no reason why the tribe should have been such a focus of unrest, but we learn in another context that the annual assembly of the Druids was held there at what was considered to be the centre of Gaul. The place clearly had power in legitimizing pan-Gaulish decisions. Some such meeting, possibly under Druidic instigation, provided the context for concerted action against the Romans. The rebellion began with the murder of the Roman traders who had settled in the principal oppidum of Cenabum. The final acts were focused in the west, where certain of the tribes of Aquitania had mobilized forces. The campaign culminated in the siege of the native oppidum of Uxellodunum. When eventually the defenders surrendered, all those who had carried weapons had their right hands cut off but their lives spared, so that everyone might see how Evalders were punished. Thereafter, mopping up operations in various parts of the country extinguished any spark of resistance which may have survived. Hirtius, who wrote the 8th book of the Commentaries, concludes by telling us that Caesar completed his activities in Gaul by handing out valuable presents to the surviving Gaulish leaders. He did not wish to impose any fresh burdens on them. Gaul was exhausted by so many defeats. Caesar was able to keep it peaceful by making the terms of subjection more tolerable. The reality must have been far more stark. Of an estimated population of 6 to 7 million, about 1 million had been killed and another million sold into slavery. Among the remainder hardly a family would have been left unscarred. The resentment must have been deep and bitter. With Gaul now brought to heel, it is likely that Caesar's attention would have turned to the problems posed by the expansion of Burbista, whose military ambitions had led him to annex great swathes of territory across what is now northern Hungary and to establish control of the narrow reaches of the upper Danube. The Celtic oppidum of Bratislava seems to have been destroyed at about this time and a Dacian stronghold established nearby at Divin. The main westward thrust of this expansion came in 60 to 59 BC, at just the time that Ariovistus was causing trouble to the west of the Alps. The fact that Illyricum was added to Caesar's command is, in part at least, an acknowledgement that the eastern Alpine region was likely to require firm military action. After his Belgic campaigns in 57 BC, Caesar had hurried back to Illyricum, quite possibly to give some initial consideration to the problems developing on the northern border of this part of his sphere of responsibility. The fact that he had seriously underestimated the resistance of the Gauls meant that he could not pursue any plan that might have been forming, and at the end of the Gaulish War he was drawn immediately into the civil war so that the Dacian problem had to be left in abeyance. That Burbista remained a serious threat is, however, shown by his overtures of support to Pompey in 48 BC. Thus, once Pompey had been overcome and some semblance of stability restored to Rome with Caesar firmly in control, plans for a Dacian campaign, and for the wildly ambitious conquest of Parthia, could be pursued. Caesar's assassination in March 44 BC brought these grandiose schemes to an end. As attention would have turned to the problem of the gold from the system by taxation, the economic demands of the Mediterranean were consolidation and expansion, 50 BC, add 10. For more than 2 decades Gaul was left to nurse its wounds with relatively little interference from Rome, while the continuing civil war claimed everyone's attention. During this time native systems continued. At Bibracte, capital of the Aedui, buildings were replaced by more elaborate structures modelled on the Roman house, the artisan quarters continued to develop, and the oppidum began to take on the appearance of a Roman town. In the less advanced regions of the north the Mediterranean overlay was less evident. In the Aisne Valley, for example, the old oppidum of the Soissons at Pomius seems to have been abandoned for a new settlement built in the bend of the river at Villeneuve-Saint-Germain, defended in native style by a rampart thrown across the landward approach. While systems of government and the native economies were left more or less unhindered, except for the draining of the gold from the system by taxation, the economic demands of the Mediterranean were having a noticeable effect. Lyons was the hub of Gaul. It was already tied firmly to the Mediterranean by roads and the River Rhône. From here new roads were set out to augment the old river routes. One road to the west linked the centre direct to the Atlantic ports. 2 other road systems thrust northwards, one to the Channel coast at Boulogne, the other through the territory of the Trèveris to the Rhine. Both routes were of considerable economic importance in opening up direct access to new markets and also providing a means of rapid contact with troop concentrations in frontier regions. No doubt those tribes, like the Trèveris and Soissons, who were able to command the routes could gain benefit from the volume of traffic and trade passing through. The distribution of the later Dressel 1b amphorae, which concentrate in these territories, provides a convenient demonstration of the benefits which this northern zone were now reaping. Many of the amphorae, together with the Italian bronze vessels necessary for wine drinking, were finding their way into the graves of the native aristocracy. Once again the burial rituals of the elite were being used to demonstrate the conspicuous consumption of a prestige goods economy. This system was to last in the region until the end of the 1st century BC. Image 13.8 Oppida in the Aisne Valley showing the 3 successive foci of population. Pomius was occupied in the period up to Caesar's conquest. Villeneuve-Saint-Germain was a post-Caesarian development but was abandoned when the Roman town was established at Soissons by Augustus. Apart from a brief revolt in Aquitania in 39 to 38 BC, Gaul appears to have remained quiet. But widespread discontent arose in 27, when Augustus, who had successfully destroyed all opposition to his leadership of the Roman state, began to organize a census of Gaul as a preliminary to imposing a new system of taxation. The presence of the emperor himself, however, prevented serious trouble from erupting and thereafter Romanization moved on apace. The regions of the Pyrenees and the Alps still unconquered were brought rapidly under Roman control. The Augustan campaigns in northwestern Iberia and in particular the Cantabrian Mountains from 25 to 19 BC completed the conquest of the peninsula and in doing so freed larger numbers of troops from frontier duties. Augustus, known as Octavian before becoming emperor in 27 BC, had already attended to problems in the eastern Alps. In 35 BC he had moved against the Iapodi and had pushed on into Pannonia, in the next year taking the key location of Sicia, Sisac, which henceforth became the springboard for Roman campaigning in the region. In this way he was beginning to put into play plans which must have been in Caesar's mind. The campaign against the Dacians was finally launched in 29 to 28 BC by Marcus Lucius Crassus. With the Dobruja under Roman control, much of the Balkans began to be taken in hand. Image 13.9 The defended settlement of Villeneuve-Saint-Germain, Picardy, France, was protected on 3 sides by the river Aisne and on the 4th by a rampart and ditch. Internally the buildings were carefully laid out. Occupation in the second half of the 1st century BC was short-lived. In 15 BC Tiberius and Drusus led a major offensive into the eastern Alps. Noricum was formally annexed and the Rhaetians and Vindelici brought into the Roman sphere. The tribes of southern Pannonia, between the rivers Drava and Sava, were the focus of Tiberius' campaigns between 13 and 9 BC, during which time the province of Illyricum was formally instituted. In this way, the Celtic peoples of Transdanubia began to be absorbed into the expanding Roman world. In 7 BC, Augustus inaugurated a victory monument at La Turbie on the coastal road around the Alps Maritimes. On it he recorded his victory over 44 Alpine tribes. The erection of the monument symbolized the end of free Celts south of the Rhine. The incorporation of a few surviving enclaves, such as the remaining Boy in northern Transdanubia, in the early 1st century had brought Celtic freedom to an end in continental Europe. The expansion of the Romans towards the Rhine-Danube frontier in the second half of the 1st century BC took place in parallel with the more gradual expansion of Germanic peoples in the north and Sarmatians in the east. The continued southern pressure of the populations of the North European plain, which Caesar was to stay temporarily in the 50s BC, continued with the Germanic settlement of the Celtic regions of Bohemia and Moravia between 16 and 8 BC. The Germanization of these territories effectively brought to an end the large oppida and with its Celtic culture. Thus, while the strong Roman presence south of the Rhine-Danube axis prevented a further southward move at this stage, the territories on the north side of the rivers were open to settlement and filled rapidly with new tribes of Germanic origin. The absence of a firm ethnic frontier at the beginning of the 1st century BC had allowed a fluidity of movement. Once the Romans had established control along the two rivers, the ethnic divide was rapidly intensified by the tide of incoming Germans building up against the barrier of the frontier. This pressure was to continue until, 3 centuries later, the power of the Romans to resist it began to give way. Image 13.10 The political geography of Western Europe at the end of the 1st century BC in summary. In the east, the constant influx of horse-riding peoples from the steppes, northeast of the Black Sea, continued with the western migration of Sarmatians along the lower Danube valley into the region of the Great Hungarian Plain. The region was settled by a Sarmatian tribe, the Iazyges, in the early years of the 1st century AD. This movement was simply echoing the western migration of the Cimmerians and Scythians before them. The new settlers will have found themselves in an area where Celtic groups had integrated with indigenous populations. After the new wave of immigrants from the Pontic steppe had established themselves, little of Celtic culture remained. Henceforth the Middle Danube, flowing between Transdanubia and the Great Hungarian Plain, formed the boundary between the Roman world and the eastern barbarians. Under the Romans, some vestiges of the Celtic tribal and social systems survived. Beyond, they disappeared totally. Romanization and rebellion, at 10 to 40. The Romanization of Celtic societies in Gaul, the Alpine regions, and Pannonia developed apace in the early 1st century AD. There had always been a tendency to ape selected behavior emanating from the Mediterranean, and now Roman style and manners provided the Celtic elite with a new mode of expression in their very midst. The adoption of Roman building styles by the Aegean aristocracy at Bibracte is a clear example, and it was not long before the population had migrated from their hilltop fortification to the new Roman foundation of Augustodunum, Autun, in the valley 20 kilometers away, where all the principal comforts of Roman city life were to be had and where their sons could be educated in the Roman manner. Even in the rather more primitive north, the oppidum built by the Soissons after the conquest at Villeneuve was abandoned for the Augustan town nearby at Augusta Suessionum, Soissons, founded in the early years of the Principate. In the far west at Mediolanum Santonum, Saints, a triumphal arch was dedicated to the Emperor Tiberius and his heirs in AD 18 or 19 by Caius Julius Rufus, who records his ancestry back to his great-grandfather, a Celt with the name of Epotsaviridos. His grandfather Otuanunos had been given citizenship by Caesar and had taken the names Caius Julius. Family histories of this kind were by no means rare among the urban aristocracy of Roman Gaul. Whereas 100 years previously a Celtic chief, like Luernius, would have demonstrated his status by feasts and gift-giving, now the same end could be achieved by paying for public monuments and proclaiming the fact through the Latin inscriptions which adorned them. Image 13.11, left, statue of a Gaulish chief wearing a tunic of chain mail and a torque and carrying a shield. From Varchères, Basses Alpes, France. Late 1st century BC. Musa copyright symbol E Calvet, Avignon. Image 13.12, right, statue of a Gaul carrying a shield of Celtic type. From Mondragon, Vaucluse, France. Late 1st century BC. Musa copyright symbol E Calvet, Avignon. There was little to prevent natives of Gaul from rising to positions of power within the Roman state. The Narbonese province had long provided distinguished men. From the town of Forum Julii came Julius Gressinus, who gained the rank of senator under Tiberius. He may well have come from Celtic stock. His son Julius Agricola, born about at 40, spent much of his life in the Celtic West, serving first in the army in Britain, then as governor of Aquitania. Later, as governor of Britain, he led the army into Wales and Scotland with distinction in the period at 78 to 84. Beyond the Old Province, in the Gaul conquered by Caesar, the social advancement of the native elite was significantly slower. It was not until a century after the conquest, in AD 48, that Claudius made his famous speech recommending that leading men of the Aedui should be admitted to the Roman Senate. Even then he met with ridicule from his peers. For all the desire to emulate Roman ways and become part of the Roman system, there remained a deep-seated resentment which, given the scale and ferocity of Caesar's conquest, is hardly surprising. Natural sentiments of this kind were exacerbated by bureaucratic abuse, an ever-present feature of Roman civil administration. The provinces were an important source of wealth to provincial administrators, whose terms of office were short and whose rapacity was, in consequence, intensified. Unrest was recorded from time to time, but the most serious outbreak of violence came in AD 20, when two members of the Gallic aristocracy, Julius Florus of the Treveri and Julius Sacrovir of the Aedui, orchestrated an outright rebellion against Roman rule under the banner of Gallic liberty. The actual reasons were more prosaic. Roman officials were behaving in an arrogant and oppressive manner, and many individuals had become bound by debt to Roman moneylenders. The rebellion was serious but came to little. In the event, Florus was defeated during flight and committed suicide, while Sacrovir and his followers, who had seized Augustodunum, finally killed themselves, having set fire to the town when defeat looked inevitable. It is difficult to judge from the rather summary account of Tacitus how widespread the revolt was, but his observation that the seeds of rebellion were sown in almost every Gallic community suggests that the situation may have been serious. These Gauls were, after all, the grandchildren of tribesmen decimated by Caesar, and there must have been much latent anger in the stories told of family exploits 70 years before. In the call for Gallic freedom and the suicides of the leaders in the face of defeat, we are witnessing the last significant expression of the Celtic heroic ideal. The later revolt of Vindex and Civilis in AD 69 to 70 was an altogether more sophisticated act of political intrigue. Image 13.13 The Roman triumphal arch at Carpentras, Vaucluse, in southern France was probably set up in the early 1st century AD to commemorate a local victory against rebellious Gauls, who are depicted in chains beneath a victory monument. Into Britain, AD 40 to 100. Julius Caesar's brief campaign in Britain in 55 and 54 BC may not have achieved a great deal from a military point of view, but the treaty relations he established with the tribes of the East Coast, north of the Thames, had a lasting effect on the social and economic development of the southeast. The tribes on either side of the Thames estuary already had close relationships with their Belgic neighbours. Indeed, Caesar records that before the war Diviciacus of the Soissons had exercised authority in Britain, a fact which may suggest that Diviciacus was recognized as some kind of high king to whom tribute was due. During the war, Britons fought alongside the Gauls, and the considerable number of distinctive Gallo-Belgic e-coins minted as a war currency which found their way to Britain suggests that payment for services may have been made on an impressive scale. With the war over, these long-established links continued to be maintained, and parts of southeastern Britain, in particular the territories of the Trinovantes and Cacciavalorni, developed close economic ties with their Belgic neighbours, sharing the same range of imported wine and wine-drinking equipment and the same customs of display in elaborate burial rituals. Largely as a result of this contact, which involved the export of those goods for which Strabo tells us Britain was famous, metals, corn, hides, slaves, and hunting dogs, that part of the country south and east of a line roughly between the Humber estuary on the east coast and Lyme Bay on the south developed systems of coinage modeled on continental types. The heart of this region, southeast of a Solent wash axis, became politically and economically sophisticated with large nucleated settlements displaying many of the characteristics of the continental oppida. Although this advanced core was composed of a number of tribes, by about at 42 main power blocks had emerged. North of the Thames the Cachivalloni ruled by Cunobalin were dominant, while to the south the Atrebates held sway. Conflict between these two polities had been going on for some while, and disputed territories seemed to have changed allegiance more than once, but the Cachivalloni were in the ascendancy and Tacitus could describe Cunobalin as Great King of Britain. Image 13.14 Britain in the 1st century AD as it became increasingly Romanized. The treaties set up by Caesar, and no doubt later developments about which we know little, established bonds of clientage between the native tribes and Rome, and these were used to political effect. A number of British kings are recorded as being among the admirers of Augustus, and during the first decades of the 1st century AD several British rulers fled to Rome to ask for the help of the emperor in establishing their claims to power. The last recorded refugee was Verica, king of the Atrebates, whose flight, about AD 42, was caused by internal rivalries, possibly exacerbated by the increasing dominance of the Cachivalloni. The arrival of Verica provided the Emperor Claudius with the excuse he needed to mount a British expedition, a flamboyant gesture which had been in the minds of the emperors since Caesar's time. The motives behind the plan, like those of Caesar before, were mixed. Roman economic interests would have been to the fore, but the challenge of the mysterious island and the desire to impress were not far behind. Whether there was any real need to interfere in British politics to support pro-Roman factions is doubtful. The first aim of the invasion force was to capture the Cachivallonian capital at Camulodunum and then to fan out across the core of the southeast to take control of the territories which had come either directly or indirectly under the authority of the Cachivalloni and Atrebates. This semi-urbanized zone with its large oppida would be easy to integrate into the Roman system. The less centrally organized tribes beyond, the Durotriges, Debuni, and Corioltavi, were also rapidly overcome, though not without considerable resistance from the Durotriges, and a military frontier zone was laid through all three territories, skewering them together with a military road, the Fosse Way, which ran from one military base at Exeter on the Channel coast to another at Lincoln on the east side of the island. The organization of the province was put rapidly in hand. Most of the area seems to have been taken under direct state control, but two client kingdoms were created within. The Iceni of Norfolk were left under the authority of Prasutagus, a member of the royal family, while part of the Atrebates was put under the control of Cogidubnus, who, by virtue of his acquired names, Tiberius Claudius, presumably received his grant of citizenship from Claudius. Nothing is known of his ancestry, but he may have been chosen from the Atrebatic aristocracy at the time of the invasion. The opposition to the landing was orchestrated by Togodubnus and Caratacus, the two sons of Cunobalin, who had died a year or two before. Togodubnus was killed and Caratacus fled beyond the frontier area, into the Welsh mountains, where he stirred up active resistance to Rome for a further 8 years, showing that charismatic war leaders could assume authority over tribes other than their own. To contain the military problems which the occupation of the southeast of the island posed, the provincial authorities negotiated a settlement with a confederation of tribes, known collectively by the name of the Brigantes, who occupied the whole of northern England from coast to coast and who recognized the authority of a single ruler, Queen Cartimandua. The coalition seems to have been unstable, and in AD 51 Cartimandua took a decidedly pro-Roman stance by handing over the war leader Caratacus to the Romans. The anti-Roman faction, led by her estranged husband, Venutius, were no doubt incensed by the act. In the ensuing disarray, a legion had to intervene to prop up the queen's authority. The unstable equilibrium was maintained for a further decade until AD 69, when Venutius gained control by fomenting a revolt among the queen's tribe and enlisting the help of other tribes in the anti-Roman cause. While these events were going on, the English Midlands, Wales, and the southwestern peninsula were taken under military control, the only significant opposition coming from the two major mountain tribes of Wales, the Silures in the south and the Ordovices in the north. Fighting was tough but the result inevitable. Far more serious was a revolt deep within the province led by Queen Boudica of the Iceni, wife of the client king Prasutagus. There had been a minor uprising in Ad 48 when the tribe was disarmed, but it does not appear to have been too serious. The events of Ad 60 to 61 were on an altogether different scale. The immediate cause was the heavy-handed bureaucratic incompetence which followed the death of Prasutagus, when the authorities seemed to have decided to terminate the client kingship, but the speed with which the revolt spread to most of the rest of the province implies a far more deep-rooted resentment caused by administrative abuses and the appropriation of tribal lands for the colonial settlement implanted in the oppidum of Camulodunum. A further factor, the impact of which is difficult to estimate, is that the revolt broke out at the precise moment that the Roman armies were in northwest Wales attacking the Druid sanctuary on Anglesey. The revolt spread rapidly and was pursued with ferocity by the Britons, many of whom would have experienced the trauma of the conquest only 17 years previously and the humiliation and abuse which had followed. The colony of Camulodunum, the town of Verulamium, and the port of London were destroyed and their inhabitants slaughtered. Boudica's plea to the goddess Andrasta for assistance, and the subsequent impaling of female victims, suggest that the old Celtic gods still had a firm hold on the people. The final battle, in which the British force was soundly beaten, with its chariots, noise, clamour, and boasting, and its baggage trains from which the women and children could get a good view, would not have been out of place as a description of Celtic warfare for centuries earlier. The scale of the engagement can be judged from Tacitus' estimate that 80,000 British died. The reprisals to follow put back the development of the province for decades. Meanwhile, the situation in the north of Britain had deteriorated and Cartimandua had finally to be rescued. Thereafter, Roman campaigns beginning in Ad 71 brought much of northern Britain, up to the line later chosen for Hadrian's Wall, under Roman military control, and the scene was set for Julius Agricola, as governor of Britain, Ad 78 to 84, to complete the subjugation of Scotland, fighting the last pitched battle against the army of Calgacus at Mons Graupius in the far north, on the south side of the Murray Firth. It was the last occasion when a Celtic army used chariots against a Roman force. The circumnavigation of Scotland and the acceptance of the submission of the Orkney Islands brought Agricola's triumphant campaign to an end. Although the Roman hold on the north and west of Scotland was tenuous in the extreme, and a withdrawal to the Tyne-Solway line was soon considered advisable, Mons Graupius marks the culmination of Roman military achievement against Celtic peoples. The old socio-economic division of Britain at the time of the conquest remained a significant fact of political geography throughout the Roman interlude. In the southeast, the urban pattern continued and developed, even though the Boudican revolt caused a major disruption. Tacitus could write of this region. Agricola gave private encouragement and official assistance to the building of temples, public squares, and private mansions. He trained the sons of the chiefs in the liberal arts and expressed a preference for British natural ability over the trained skill of the Gauls. The result was that in place of distaste for the Latin language came a passion to command it, and so the Britons were gradually led on to the amenities that make vice agreeable: arcades, baths, and sumptuous banquets. They spoke of such novelties as civilization, when really they were only a feature of enslavement. Agricola 21. Yet beyond, in the southwest, Wales, and the north, in spite of a network of forts and roads, the life of much of the population changed little. City life failed to gain a hold, traditional patterns of agrarian production and settlement continued, and the Celtic language with its rich oral tradition remained strong. Whether it was Roman lack of enthusiasm for instigating what they perceived to be unnecessary economic changes in the far-flung fringes or native resistance to change and a dogged adherence to traditional ways, it is impossible to say. The fact remains that in the western and northern fringes of the islands the old ways of life continued. The Free Celts, Ireland in the 1st century AD. Tacitus records the story of Agricola standing on the coast of western Scotland and looking across to Ireland and saying that he thought it could be conquered and held with a single legion. In soil, in climate and in character and civilization of its inhabitants, Ireland is much like Britain. He goes on to say that its approaches and harbours are tolerably well known from merchants who trade there. This much is clear from the quite detailed and accurate knowledge which the geographer Ptolemy was able to gather for his geography in the middle of the 2nd century, at least of the south, east, and north coasts. That trade with Roman Britain did take place is evident from the array of Roman objects, mainly trinkets of various kinds, found on Irish sites, and there is evidence to suggest that a major port of trade was established on the sea-girt promontory of Drumina, north of Dublin. There is, however, nothing to imply a Roman military presence on the island and little to suggest any significant exchange of population. Something of the vitality of Celtic society in Ireland in the last centuries BC and 1st centuries AD can be gauged from the importance of the great ritual centres of Tara, Emain Mocha, and Dun Éilinn, and, by implication, Cruachan. These were the social foci for huge territories and the places where kingship was legitimised, but outside these centres little is known of Iron Age society and economy. Indeed, pollen analysis has suggested widespread forest regeneration in the second half of the 1st millennium BC, which may indicate a significant decline in population during this time. There remains, however, the wonderfully rich vernacular literature committed to writing for the first time in a final, if somewhat emasculated, form in the medieval period. While accepting all the problems of interpretation which this literature carries with it, whether the sagas are specifically Irish or pan-Celtic and how to distinguish the various overlays of later material, there can be little doubt that in the time, the earliest written version of which dates to the 11th century AD, we see a reflection, albeit dim and distorted, of a Celtic epic which may, in many different versions, have been told from one end of Europe to the other. The survival of this oral tradition is one of the miracles of the Celtic tradition. 14. Celtic survival. By the end of the 1st century AD, most of the lands occupied by the Celtic peoples south of the Rhine, Danube line, were under Roman occupation. To the north of the Danube, the Celtic territories of Bohemia and Moravia had become Germanic, while further east in the Great Hungarian Plain and Transylvania the Celtic enclaves had been absorbed either within the Dacian state or by the incoming Sarmatian tribes. It was only along the extreme northwestern periphery, in North and West Scotland and in Ireland, that Celtic-speaking communities continued to exist without the dubious benefit of Romanization or other interference. Celts under the Romans, 1st century BC to 4th century AD. The treatment of native Celtic societies by Roman administrators varied from region to region, but for the most part the newly imposed structures made good use of indigenous systems. Thus in Gaul the Augustan reorganization which divided the country beyond the province, now Gallia Narbonensis, into Aquitania, Gallia Lugdunensis, and Gallia Belgica was reflecting directly the ethnic divides noted by Caesar when he distinguished between the Aquitanians, the Celts, and the Belgae. Below this tier of administration lay the individual civitates, which, almost invariably, were directly, or closely, related to existing tribal divisions, allowing much of the economic, social, and legal structure of the indigenous systems to remain in place. Those native towns which were well sited to become nodes on the newly imposed road system simply continued, while others in less favorable locations withered away to be replaced by new towns. Bibracht gave way to Orton and Villeneuve to Soissons in the Augustan period. In the southeast of Britain the situation was much the same, though in the early stages of the occupation two large tribal units were left under the direct control of client kings. In East Anglia the Iceni were ruled by Prasutagus until his death in AD 60, and in the centre-south a substantial part of Atrebatic territory was put under the control of Cogidubnus, who was styled Rex though he had been made a Roman citizen by Claudius. Cogidubnus survived as ruler faithful to Rome until the time of his death, probably early in the 70s. How the client kings were chosen is unknown, but they were probably members of the ruling native elite. In the fragmented tribal system of northern Britain it was left to Queen Cartimandua to attempt to maintain control under the protective eye of the Roman governor. These somewhat tenuous arrangements were probably intended as temporary measures, and, with the deaths or, in the case of Cartimandua, overthrow of the clients, the territories were formally absorbed into the Roman administrative structure. The Roman system provided many opportunities for the native elites. The willingness with which the Gauls took to Roman education is noted by a number of contemporary observers. In Britain, Tacitus describes the deliberate process of Romanization in the somewhat scathing passage already quoted, p.a. Euro 376. The reality of all this is reflected in Britain in an impressive building program of the late 60s and 70s which saw the erection of the Forum and Basilica at Verulamium, public baths at Chichester, and the palatial residence at Fishbourne, while the native temple at Hayling was rebuilt to a similar plan in masonry and the sacred spring at Bath aggrandized on a monumental scale. Much of the building work undertaken in Gaul in the Augustan and Tiberian period and in southern Britain in Neronian and Flavian times would have been under the direction of the Roman provincial authorities and may well have used military engineers and craftsmen, but building programs provided the native elites with a way to demonstrate their patronage. Their natural inclination for competitive display could now be channeled into public works. The integration of native communities into the Roman system seems to have been thoroughly achieved throughout Gaul by the 1st century AD. Even in the remote west, in the Armorican Peninsula, each of the main tribal territories was provided with an urban centre laid out on a regular grid system: Condate, Ren, for the Redones, Fanum Martes, Corsal, for the Coriosolati, Vorgum, Caroix, for the Osismes, Darioritum, Vans, for the Veneti, and Condivignum, Nantes, for the Namnetes. That none of these sites is known to have been a native centre before the Roman period, taken together with their formal planned layouts, suggests that the urban system may have been deliberately imposed. Some native centres, like Camp d'Artus, were abandoned altogether, while others, like Le Yaudit and Alet, remained in occupation though at an undeveloped level. The Romanization of Armorica is evident not only in the imposition of towns and a linking system of roads but in the development of a network of quite opulent villas. In Britain the situation was different. In the economically advanced southeast, that is, roughly south and east of the Fosse Way, the indigenous system was easily adapted to Roman administrative needs, with flourishing civitas capitals developing from native centres accompanied by a rash of villa building in rural areas around about. In many cases these villas evolved from settlements dating back to the 1st century BC or before. The continuity is impressive. Yet beyond this favoured southeastern core, in the periphery, life was very different. Much of Wales and the north remained in military occupation. Some easing of tension allowed legionary bases such as Gloucester, Lincoln, Chester, and York to be developed as coloniae to provide civilian urban foci, while others such as Exeter and Wroxeter developed as urban and administrative centres without the benefit of colonial status. But over much of northern Britain and Wales the Romanised style of civilian development characteristic of the southeast failed to take hold. The only exception was the southern coastal strip of Wales fronting the Severn estuary, where small towns were established at Caerwent and Carmarthen and a few villas developed from native settlements. In the southwest peninsula of Devon and Cornwall the lack of Romanisation, after a brief military occupation in the 1st century, is particularly striking. West of Exeter the native socio-economic system simply continued unhindered. In Britain and Ireland, therefore, we can recognise 3 distinct zones: the Romanised core, with its focus on the commercial and administrative centre of London, where an urban system was firmly in place; a peripheral zone, including the southwest peninsula, Wales, and northern Britain up to the Clyde Fourth Line, which was under Roman authority but was substantially UN Romanized, and a free zone beyond, including the extreme north of Britain and all of Ireland, where native systems continued unhindered. The degree to which Celtic culture survived was directly related to the intensity of Romanization reflected in these 3 zones. In Gaul and southeast Britain Celtic society became heavily Romanized, both by the adoption of Roman culture and by a mobility of population caused by trade and military and civil service. Nonetheless, elements of the Celtic belief systems remained a reality demonstrated by the maintenance of many Celtic religious sites of great antiquity, temples such as Gournay and Hayling Island and sacred springs like those of Sulis and Coventina in Britain and Sequana in Gaul. A chant remark by Ausonius, writing in the 4th century AD, that Attius Patera, a professor in Burdigala, Bordeaux, came from a Druidic family might reflect the continuation of a tradition of scholarship going back into pre-conquest times. Certainly a sense of ethnic unity would have been fostered by the Concilium Galliorum and was put to good political use during the brief life of the independent Gallic Empire which emerged in the turmoil of the late 3rd century. In Armorica it is tempting to wonder if the refortification of the Old Iron Age oppida of Alet and Leordit at this time might not have been, in part at least, a symbolic gesture recalling a Celtic past. Image 14.1, opposite top, the Iron Age and Roman farmstead at Witton, South Glamorgan, Wales, showing its development from the early 1st century AD. Image 14.2, opposite bottom, native settlements of the Roman period in Cornwall. 2 examples of stone-built courtyard houses constructed within enclosures, rounds, which were probably of pre-Roman date. Image 14.3, above, the small settlement remarkably preserved at Chisorster in Cornwall comprises a group of cellular courtyard houses representing a local style of architecture which developed in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD from native traditions and owed nothing to Roman ideas or techniques. A question of some interest is the extent to which Celtic was spoken in Gaul and southeastern Britain during the Roman period. The discovery of a number of inscribed lead curse tablets in the spring of Sulis Minerva at Bath shows that Celtic personal names remained much in evidence into the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, and one example of an entire curse written in Celtic was recovered. A few other examples are known from Gaul, including curses thrown into the hot springs at Ommelilesbanes and the spring of Chamaliers. These few Celtic texts are interesting, but they give no sure indication of the strength, or otherwise, of spoken Celtic in relation to the Vulgar Latin which must surely have been widespread. Away from the areas of intense Romanization, in the southwest peninsula, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, Celtic would have remained the dominant language throughout. Ethnic readjustments in the 4th to 6th centuries. The Germanic raids into lands south of the Rhine and deep into Gaul in the late 3rd century AD should be seen essentially as the continuation of south-thrusting pressures created by a growing and mobile North European population which first emerged into history with the Cimbri and Teutons of the late 2nd century BC. Caesar's campaigns against Ariovistus and the subsequent creation of the Rhine frontier brought these incursions to a temporary halt but did nothing to stop the root cause. Pressures continued to build until the spectacular breakout of these northern barbarians in the mid-3rd century. After a temporary respite, the Germanization of the Roman West continued, first with the deliberate settlement of Germanic peoples in frontier regions to provide buffer zones and later, in the early 5th century, with large-scale population movements into Gaul and southeastern Britain. While the actual number of immigrants involved is difficult to estimate and the size of the indigenous populations who survived may have been greater than was previously supposed, the political, and to some extent the linguistic, map was totally changed. By the end of the 5th century, Clovis had brought much of northern and western Gaul under Frankish domination, leaving the more Germanic enclaves of Burgundia and Alemannia and the Ostrogothic kingdoms to control the centre and east. With the exception of Brittany, Latin was strongly entrenched, and in considerable part survived as the basis of French. In Britain, German settlement had advanced rapidly across most of the Romanized southeast. Here the emergence of Anglo-Saxon as the dominant language shows that the impact of Germanization must have been considerable. During this period of turmoil there was some movement among the surviving Celtic communities of the West. The process began with Irish raids across the Irish Sea against the coastal communities of Roman Britain. The Atticotti, from the Western Isles or Ireland, and the Picts from north of the frontier joined in, and there is a suggestion, in the contemporary historical record, that these northern and western raiders worked together with Germans from across the North Sea in what was called the Barbarian Conspiracy of AD 367. Whether the raids were concerted or fortuitous in their timing, they had a devastating effect on the Roman province. The Irish, Atticotti, and Picts were probably Celtic peoples, although some linguists claim to be able to detect a pre-Indo-European element in the Pictish language. The reasons for the raids are unrecorded, but it is likely that simple opportunism and the prevailing atmosphere of folk wandering that characterized the period played an important part. Image 14.4, opposite, the Petrie crown, named after the collector George Petrie, is a fragmentary bronze headpiece found somewhere in Ireland. The elegant decoration is a fine example of Irish insular Latin art, probably dating to the 1st or 2nd century AD. National Museum of Ireland, Dublin. Image 14.5 Ireland, Britain, and Brittany in the 4th and 5th centuries AD. The distribution of Ogham and early Christian inscribed stones in Britain reflects the penetration of Irish settlers. It was in the 5th century that people began to move from the southwest of Britain to settle in the Armorican Peninsula. The continuous pressure of the Irish on the western coasts of Britain, which began as raids in the late 3rd century AD, led, a century later, to the creation of permanent colonial settlements. In southwest Wales, in Pembrokeshire and the Gower, the Daisy carved out enclaves. In the Lane Peninsula of northwest Wales, more Irish settlers established themselves, while in the western coastal region of what is now Scotland the Scotti, from Northern Ireland, took control of a territory which eventually became part of the Kingdom of Dalriata extending to both sides of the Irish Sea. These Irish settlers brought with them their own distinct dialects of the Celtic language. Another shift in population saw whole communities migrate from South Wales and southwestern Britain southwards across the Channel to Armorica, which thereafter can be called by its more familiar name, Brittany. This may have begun in the 4th century with the use of British troops in the defence of Roman Gaul against barbarian attack, but by the mid-5th century it had taken on the character of a full-scale folk movement. Although the bulk of the migrant population probably came from Cornwall and Devon, the communities of South Wales played a significant part in providing the leadership. There may also have been an Irish element participating in the restlessness. Image 14.6, opposite, map of early place names in Brittany, indicating the extent of the Celtic language in the 4th-6th centuries AD. The leaders came from the local elites. Some were evidently peregrini, or spiritual leaders, many of whom taking solace in the remote islands off the Breton coast or deep in the Breton forests. Others were probably younger sons seeking new lands for themselves and their followers. Their personalities and adventures contributed to the rich store of saints' lives composed 4 or 5 centuries after the event from surviving scraps of oral tradition. The reason behind the migration of the Western Britons was presented by Gilders in simplistic terms. For him the prime cause was pressure from the Saxon advance from the east. While this may have contributed to the exodus, the Irish expansion into Wales and the southwest, internal population increases, and the new sense of freedom and adventure born as the constraints of Roman government crumbled are all likely to have played a part. The complexities inherent in the study of the early British settlement in Armorica are considerable, and many issues remain the source of energetic debate. The peninsula was divided into 3 territories, Dumnonia, Domnoni, Cornovia, Cornouail, and Browerec, Browerrock. The first 2 may have taken their names from the tribes of southwestern Britain who settled the coastal regions. The third was carved out by the Breton chieftain Warwick, who advanced into the Vanite, where Gallo-Roman culture still remained strong. In attempting to trace the early settlement, much has been made of place name evidence. The concentration of names containing Plu, Lan, and Tray in northern and western Armorica has long been argued to reflect the settlements of the Britons. A very high percentage of the Plu names are compounded with male personal names, either saints or laymen, and of those which can be identified most have a British origin. Recent work has, however, suggested that some of the Plu plus common name places may date to the pre-migration period. The second set of significant names are those ending in the suffix AC. These concentrate in the southeast of Armorica, particularly in the Morbihan. They were believed to represent the survival of Gallo-Roman place names ending in acum, but since it has been shown that this is a modification of the Gaulish acos and that these names are only rarely compounded with Latin prefixes, it is now argued that the AC names may well reflect the survival of the Gaulish language. The whole question of the Breton language is subject to lively debate. It is widely accepted that there are 4 main dialects. 3, covering Cornouaille, Lyon, and Trégueux, are similar and are referred to as Cunliffe, Lyon, and Trégueux, KLT. The 4th, in the Vanité, is significantly different. This pattern has interesting similarities to the place name distributions mentioned above. 2 diverging hypotheses are offered. The traditional view, championed by Joseph Lote and Kenneth Jackson, argues that Old Breton developed from the same primitive Brythonic roots as Cornish and Welsh, which persisted in southwestern Britain at the time of the migrations, and that the Breton dialects developed only after the 11th century. If so, then the Breton language was a form of Celtic reintroduced from Britain. The alternative view, that developed by François Falcon, argues that Breton derives substantially from indigenous pre-Roman Celtic. He suggests that the 2 principal dialect groups reflect a pre-Caesarean division, the Vanité thus deriving from the language spoken by the Veneti, while KLT was the dialect of the Osismes and Coriacolites. Falcon accepts, however, the contribution of British Celtic in strengthening the Celtic spoken in the north and west. Image 14.7 Many of the Iron Age stelae of Brittany continued to be revered as sacred places well into Christian times. Some were moved into the precincts of churches, while others were carved with Christian symbols. This stela from Croasmen at Lamportplaudalmazo, Finisterre, had had its top removed and replaced by a Christian cross. These issues will remain at the center of scholarly debate for some time to come. There is nothing, however, inherently unlikely in the suggestion that the Celtic language survived in Armorica from pre-Roman times, but the close relationship between Armorica and southwestern Britain throughout the late Iron Age and Roman period may well have been sufficient to have maintained a degree of parallel development in the languages of the 2 peninsulas during the millennium before the British migration. A population movement still further south into Galicia in northwestern Iberia is implied by the 5th century writer Orosius, who refers to the Galician city of Brigantia, which had, he claimed, a direct relationship with Ireland. The Irish contact is further reflected in the presence of the Celtic monastery of Santa Maria de Bretona near Mondonado, which was included in the Episcopate of Bretona. To what extent these links along the Atlantic seaways reflect a substantial movement of population or simply the influx of a small religious elite, it is difficult to say. The Celtic communities of the Middle Ages and after. The Celtic communities of the Atlantic zone survived in different degrees of isolation throughout the early Middle Ages. The Viking attacks, which began in the 8th century, ravaged coastal areas of Scotland, Ireland, Cornwall, and Brittany, and in Scotland and the eastern parts of Ireland settlement followed, introducing a strong Scandinavian element into local culture. A little later, the westward advance of the Norman elite established a firm hold on Wales and large tracts of Ireland. In Brittany, following the Viking onslaught, many of the characteristics of the Carolingian system survived, and the duchy, which eventually came into existence, became increasingly part of the greater continuum of Francia. The complex politics of the Middle Ages brought the Celtic populations of the West into direct contact with the rising power of the mongrel elites of England and France, while the spread of Christianity in its many guises introduced new value systems with new role models, mythologies, and symbolisms. Inevitably, the Celtic cultures of the West changed, but the remoteness of their lands at the far extremities of the civilized world allowed much of the indigenous pattern of life to continue behind the thin Anglo-Norman facade. The vibrant epics and folk tales of Ireland and, to a lesser extent, Wales survived, albeit modified by Christianized redactors, while in Scotland, Cornwall, and Brittany, though little of literary merit has come down to us, the scraps of folk tales and legends that do survive are a reminder of what there once was. In the lore tracts of Ireland and Wales we glimpse Celtic society in all its intricacies. The growing imperialism of France and England during the 18th century, with its deliberate attempts to impose metropolitan values and rule on all the distant peripheries, tried to erase the already weakened Celtic cultures, but in doing so created a new spirit of resistance. The Celtic past, in all its manifestations, took on a new importance as a symbol of unity. It was in this mood of ethnic struggle that the Celtic revival, which we briefly reviewed in Chapter 1, had its genesis. To what extent the Celticism of the Atlantic facade is a survival or a revival is a matter for anthropologists to debate. What is not in doubt, as anyone familiar with Galicia, Brittany, Ireland, Scotland, or Wales will well know, is the very strong emotional appeal which the idea of sharing a common Celtic heritage has. Perhaps the only real definition of a Celt, now as in the past, is that a Celt is a person who believes him or herself to be Celtic. 15. Retrospect. Since the early 18th century, the quest for the Celts has become a consuming passion for an increasing number of historians, linguists, folklorists, art historians, and archaeologists. Inevitably, this intensity of effort and enthusiasm has spilled over into the public's understanding of the past, in part informing it but at the same time introducing imperfectly understood concepts which are sometimes used to underpin vague notions of ethnicity and, occasionally, to excuse extremes of political behavior. This woolly, fey, and sometimes dangerous Celtic fringe has brought the word Celt into disrepute in some academic circles, and understandably so, but it would be as well to remind ourselves that the concept of Celticness exists and has existed only through the interpretations which observers have chosen to put upon it, whether they be Polybius or Yeats, for both of whom the Celts were very real. In this book we have chosen to take a broad view. For us, the Celts comprise a large number of ethnic groups who occupied much of Western and Central Europe in the first millennium BC and spoke a series of related dialects which linguists define as Celtic. Some of these groups moved into East Europe to settle. They were rapidly assimilated, as eventually were those called Galatians who settled in Asia Minor. Over much of the rest of the continent, Celticness eventually disappeared in the turmoil and reformation of the first half of the first millennium and only in the extreme western fringes did the language, and with it the memory of the Celtic heritage, survive. Over such a vast tract of land and period of time there was, inevitably, much variation. Tribes trekked far and wide and polities came and went. To what extent the different entities regarded themselves as having a common heritage we can only speculate. The huge hordes that moved eastwards in the 3rd century must have felt themselves to be part of a single people, and likewise the disparate tribes called upon by Vercingetorix to send troops to Alesia to oppose the Romans. That contacts were maintained over considerable distances is suggested by historical anecdotes referring to political links between the Galatians in Asia Minor and the inhabitants of the area around Massalia, but whether any of this meant that individual lineages felt that they belonged to a shared international Celticness will always remain in doubt. The two most commonly used methods of defining Celts, language and Latin material culture and art, both present problems in that they represent very different cultural attributes. Certainly by the 8th century BC Celtic languages appear to have been spoken over wide, if discontinuous, areas of Western Europe, while the material manifestations of Latin culture reflect the later emergence, expansion, and subsequent evolution of one cultural complex for a brief period of 3 or 4 centuries. While these two aspects of Celticness overlap in time and space, they are by no means coterminous. The origins of the Celtic language are obscure and will likely remain so, but there is now sufficient evidence to suggest that Celtic was being spoken in the Atlantic zone by the Late Bronze Age. Since it is an Indo-European language, the question of origins is dependent upon when Indo-European was first introduced into Europe. The hypothesis favored here is that this happened with the introduction of farming in the period 7000 to 5000 BC and that it was along the Atlantic-facing coast of Europe that Celtic emerged as a lingua franca during the long phase of intensive connectivity, evident in the archaeological record, spanning the period 5000 to 3000 BC. In the 3rd millennium BC, during a period of intensified mobility, early Celtic spread eastwards with the movements associated with the bell-beaker phenomenon. It developed further, perhaps somewhere in the Rhine region, where Western bell-beaker communities came into contact with people directly influenced by nomadic groups who were entering Europe from the Pontic, Caspian steppe. In this model, the Celtic language would have been spoken over much of Western and West-Central Europe by the end of the 3rd millennium. By the end of the 2nd millennium, after 1,000 years of development, 3 broad cultural zones had crystallized out in Europe: an Atlantic zone, a Rhine-Danube zone, and a West Mediterranean zone, each with its own internal system and each interacting with the others. The Atlantic zone, stretching from Andaluca to the west coast of Scotland, was bound by the sea, which provided comparative ease of communication between the component territories and over vast distances. Besides this, its greatest attribute was its metal-rich geology. Galicia, Armorica, southwest Britain, South Wales, and Southern Ireland between them offered, and no doubt provided, huge quantities of copper, tin, silver, and gold to the polities of Central and Mediterranean Europe. Image 15.1 The hypothesis that the Celtic language originated in the Atlantic zone argues that the language developed as a lingua franca and spread eastwards into Middle Europe during the Beaker period by 2000 BC. The subsequent spread eastwards into the Carpathian Basin and along the Middle Danube took place during the migrations of the 5th century BC. The Rhine-Danube zone was particularly favored as the principal route nexus of peninsular Europe, where the watersheds of the Rhine, Danube, and Seine met and that of the Seine and Rhone. The zone sat astride the east-west routes from the Atlantic zone to Eastern Europe and beyond, as well as the north-south routes between the Mediterranean and the Northern Europe, Baltic, or Nordic, zone. Image 15.2 Europe in the Late Bronze Age, showing the major socio-cultural zones into which the Late Bronze Age communities can be arranged. The West Mediterranean constituted the third system. The sea provided the means of communication along the entire littoral from Italy to Andaluca and between the many islands from Sicily to the Balearics. The different pace of social and economic interaction between these three zones provided the complex dynamics which led to the emergence and expansion of the disparate Celtic-speaking societies. This composite region of Western Europe embracing the three zones also developed contacts with other major sociocultural complexes, the Nordic, the East European, and the East Mediterranean zone. In the second half of the first millennium BC, the Celtic-speaking peoples from the West interacted with all of them. In the 10th century BC, Phoenician entrepreneurs from the eastern end of the Mediterranean established long-distance trading links with Celtic-speaking communities in southwestern Iberia. Initially, merchants set themselves up in the Tartessian port now called Huelva, but soon created their own permanent port of Gaidir, now Cadiz, on two offshore islands. From here, trading enclaves spread along the Atlantic coasts of Iberia and Morocco. The overall effect of this was to draw the Celtic-speaking communities of Western Iberia into the Mediterranean sphere, which led to their being cut off from the rest of the Atlantic system. Thereafter, the Iberian Celts, separated from the rest of Western Europe by the Pyrenees and with the Atlantic connectivity at an end, developed in isolation, their language diverging from that of the rest of Western Europe. During the period that followed from 850 to 450 BC, the states now controlling the Western Mediterranean, Phoenicians, Carthaginians, Etruscans, and Greeks, made an increasing impact on the European barbarian hinterland. In Iberia, the Phoenicians extended their sphere of influence along the coastal region of southeastern Iberia, while the Etruscans established lively trading contacts with southern France in the Rhone Delta region. Later, in about 600 BC, the Phocian Greeks began to set up colonies around the Gulf du Lion, ousting the Etruscans in the process. Massalia, Marseilles, became the prime trading center and others soon followed, Greek commercial interests spreading along the east coast of Iberia. The new dynamic imperatives which motivated these traders along the whole of the European littoral of the West Mediterranean had a major impact on the Celtic communities. Both zones, the Celtiberians and the West Hallstatt chiefdoms, became centers of social and economic innovation. Both zones, the Celtiberians and the West Hallstatt chiefdoms, became centers of social and economic innovation. As we have already cautioned, this is, of course, a simplification of a highly complex situation. While the dominant force was certainly the demand by the Mediterranean states for consumables, one should not overlook the social dynamics of the two core zones, the Atlantic and the Rhine-Danube, where power was directly related to the ability to provide hospitality and patronage. In societies of this kind, the inflow of exotics from the Mediterranean would have been positively encouraged. The West Hallstatt chiefdoms in particular relied heavily on a constant supply of consumer goods from the south and metals from their periphery to maintain their power structure and to underpin their escalating conspicuous consumption. It was an unstable system which lasted for only a few generations. Celtiberian society does not seem to have created the same dependence on supplies of exotic goods. It was less susceptible to supply and demand and therefore was able to survive. Image 15.3 Europe in the Hallstatt period. By this stage the Celtic languages were spoken over much of Western Europe and two major zones of innovation were developing in Iberia and West Central Europe. Both were in active contact with the West Mediterranean zone and with the metal-rich Atlantic zone. The next major phase began in c. 450 and lasted until about 200 BC. In West Central Europe this saw the emergence of a new elite, around the northern and western fringes of the West Hallstatt chiefdom zone, an elite which can be characterized by the distinctive Latine material culture. After a brief period of development the traditional social system which had been slowly evolving for more than 500 years collapsed. The suddenness of this and the massive social upheaval which ensued make the events of the late 5th century BC a classic example of systems collapse. The causes are difficult to untangle but may in part have been due to the social instability inherent in the elite system, exacerbated by population increase and reorientations within the Mediterranean economy. What followed was an outpouring of populations into both the Mediterranean and the East European zone. The expansion was temporarily halted in the Balkans by the power of Macedonia, but, following the death of Alexander in 323 BC and the political instability which ensued, Celtic-speaking peoples thrust eastwards, establishing themselves in the Middle Danube, the Scordisci, on the eastern shores of the Black Sea, the Kingdom of Tylis, in Asia Minor, the Galatians, and probably in Moldova. Elsewhere within this broad zone Celts settled among existing populations or served as mercenaries wherever they could find employment. The numbers involved are difficult to estimate but must have run into hundreds of thousands. Image 15.4 Europe in the early and middle Latine period. It was during this time that populations from the elite zones began to expand into peripheral areas away from the territories in which Celtic languages had been spoken for some centuries. There is nothing in the archaeological record to suggest any significant migration to the west. Indeed, it could be argued that communities of the western periphery up to the Atlantic coast and beyond were saved from predatory attack because they had long been bound in networks of reciprocal exchange with the elite-dominated zone of West Central Europe. What is abundantly clear is that the main thrust of the migratory moves was to the south and east. The situation in Iberia is less clear, but the Celtiberian chiefdoms of the core zone continue to flourish. That there was some expansion to the south and west is borne out both by the classical sources and by the distribution of tribal names. The migrations were largely at an end by 200 BC. This was the moment when Rome, freed from the threat of Carthage by her hard-won victories during the Second Punic War, entered into a more expansive mode. Military involvement in Iberia led to the gradual subjugation of the Celtiberians, while increasing intensity in trade with the Transalpine Celts introduced a new range of opportunities and a catalyst for change. Here the energies which previously had been dissipated in aggression were turned to more productive pursuits, and the social display of luxuries acquired through trade in cycles of conspicuous consumption replaced the desire for prowess to be gained from the successful outcome of a raid. In this way the Celtic tribes began to be transformed into urban-based states where gifts, dues, and other exchanges were articulated through the exchange of coins. The transformation of the Celtic world was gradual and uneven. In the century and a half from 200 to 50 BC, the communities closest to the Roman frontiers had changed dramatically, but at this point local developments were overtaken by Germanic pressures from the Nordic zone, Dacian and Sarmatian pressures from the East European zone, and a rapid escalation in the Roman desire for empire. In a brief 60 years the Celtic communities of continental Europe were completely overrun, and within the century much of the south of Britain had been absorbed as well. Only the insular Celtic-speaking communities of the far west remained free. Those of Cornwall, Wales, and northern Britain were loosely controlled within the frontiers of the empire. Beyond, in the Highlands and Islands of Scotland and in Ireland, they lay outside the reach of Rome, and when, in the late 3rd century and after, Roman control weakened, there was a limited resurgence, with small populations moving east and south along the Atlantic seaways. The survival of the language, laws, and traditions of these Atlantic fringe Celtic communities and the revival of their culture that began in the 18th century are part of a different but no less fascinating story. Image 15.5 Europe in the late Latin period. This period saw the Celtic communities under increasing pressures, particularly from the Romans but also to a lesser extent from Dacians and Germans. By AD 400 Celtic languages survived only in the Atlantic zone. The development of the Celtic language as a lingua franca along the Atlantic seaways, possibly as early as the 4th millennium BC, and its spread eastwards into West-Central Europe in the 3rd millennium mark the beginning of the history of the Celts. But it was in the Late Bronze Age, c. 1300–800 BC, as Europe underwent a period of consolidation and transformation, that the social structures and belief systems we recognize to be Celtic began to crystallize out in the different regions of Western Europe. Then followed the emergence of early chiefdoms, 800 to 450, as the increasing rhythms of the Mediterranean economy began to impinge. The system's collapse and diaspora of 450 to 200 created a warrior society which was to provide the classical world with its stereotype of the northern barbarian and the archaeologist with a material culture which can be used to identify the Celts as described by the classical authors. Thereafter, in the final phase, the Mediterranean-based culture of the Romans spread its influence northwards, first through traders, then by means of the army, and finally and more devastatingly through provincial administrators, until only a few insular communities, long isolated from the developments in continental Europe, were left clinging to a precarious freedom along the Atlantic fringes. Sufficient has been said in this brief retrospect to remind us that Celtic-speaking peoples have had a long and complex history. Their diversity in social and cultural terms is beyond dispute. Yet the stereotype of them which, for a variety of reasons, their literate contemporaries created still echoes across the ages. These visions have provided, and no doubt will continue to provide, metaphors for later generations. The Celt is a powerful and emotive image which pervades our culture, and it is entirely proper that we should spend time attempting to understand it in all its many guises. A guide to further reading. The quantity of literature on the subject of the Celts is enormous, and to guide those wishing to go deeper into the subject is not easy. In the sections to follow we offer, first, a series of books written for the general reader, which, in many cases, are attractively illustrated. Then follows a list of more specialist monographs published since about 1970 which together, in some 300 individual papers, provide a fair coverage of the detailed research being undertaken. These volumes should be approached only by those of resilient disposition. Thereafter some guidance is given as to the most significant general reading on a chapter-by-chapter basis. Wherever possible English works have been chosen, but, where nothing suitable exists, French, German, Spanish, and Portuguese sources have been suggested. Most of the works cited have extensive bibliographies which will help the enthusiast to begin detailed research on virtually any Celtic topic. It is a pursuit which can fill many lifetimes. Many quotations from classical texts are used throughout this book. The translations come from a variety of sources. For some I have used more than one translation to create a preferred text, and sometimes I have used modifications of my own. The Lub translations have featured large, so too have those published in the Penguin Classic series. A very useful and reliable compilation is offered in J. T. Koch, ed., in collaboration with J. Carey, The Celtic Heroic Age, Literary Sources for Ancient Celtic Europe and Early Ireland and Wales, 4th ed., Aberystwyth, 2003. Another extremely valuable source, with translations, is J. Tierney, The Celtic Ethnography of Posidonius, Proceedings of the Royal Irish Academy, 60 c. 1960, 189–275. My favorite translation of Caesar's Commentariae de Bello Gallico is A. M. P. Wiseman, Julius Caesar, The Battle for Gaul, London, 1980. General Books. There are so many general books on the Celts that to make a short selection is not easy, but 4 books read together will provide a balanced introduction to the subject and its many ongoing debates. The classic text, T. G. E. Powell, The Celts, London, 1958, New Eden, 1980, gives an elegant summary of the main essentials. S. James, The Atlantic Celts, Ancient People or Modern Invention. London, 1999, and J. Collis, The Celts, Origins, Myths and Inventions, Stroud, 2003, offer criticism of old preconceptions, while B. Cunliffe, The Celts, A Very Short Introduction, Oxford, 2003, attempts to give a brief overview and to introduce the ongoing debate on the origin of the Celtic language. In addition to these 4 texts, the reader might like to refer to 2 other recent works: A. Roberts, The Celts, Search for a Civilization, London, 2015, and J. Manco, Blood of the Celts, The New Ancestral Story, London, 2015. The first is an enthusiastic voyage of discovery, the second an early attempt to engage with ancient DNA evidence which is just beginning to come on stream. So much for an introduction. For more detail, S. James, Exploring the World of the Celts, London, 1993, is strongly to be recommended. There are also 2 older works attractive both for their texts, written by world experts, and for the brilliance of their photographs. P. M. Duval, Les Celts, Paris, 1977, and V. Kruter, with photographs by W. Foreman, The Celts of the West, London, 1985. Those seeking even more detail but still in readable form should try the collection of papers in M. J. Green, ed., The Celtic World, London, 1995, and then move on to a massive tome, The Celts, edited by S. Moscati and others, published in 1991 in Milan to accompany a comprehensive exhibition entitled The Celts, The Origins of Europe, which was held in Venice. It contains 138 short illustrated papers on Celtic sites and other themes. For readers who find maps to be a useful aid, there are 3 atlases available: J. Hayward, The Historical Atlas of the Celtic World, London, 2001, B. Raftery, Atlas of the Celts, London, 2001, and J. Cohet al., eds., An Atlas for Celtic Studies, Archaeology and Names in Ancient Europe and Early Medieval Ireland, Britain, and Brittany, Oxford, 2007, the last being the most detailed and the most archaeological. This fine work should be used with the same author's edited compendium, Celtic Culture, a historical encyclopedia, Santa Barbara, Cunliffe, and Oxford, 2006. Together they provide a detailed and authoritative background to Celtic studies for the serious scholar. Many of the works already mentioned take the story of the Celts on after the Roman period to recent times. There are a few which make this later period their focus. The 3 classics are N. Chadwick, The Celts, Harmansworth, 1970, M. Dillon and N. Chadwick, The Celtic Realms, London, 1967, and A. and B. Rees, Celtic Heritage, Ancient Tradition in Ireland and Wales, London, 1961. To these we must add 2 invaluable works, J. Koch, ed., in collaboration with J. Carey, The Celtic Heroic Age, Literary Sources for Ancient Celtic Europe and Early Ireland and Wales, 4th ed., Aberystwyth, 2003, which, as the subtitle suggests, provides a large number of the original texts in English translation, and J. MacKillop, Myths and Legends of the Celts, London, 2005, which gives an easy access to the fascinating twilight world of the Atlantic fringes. One final recommendation. An exhibition held at the British Museum and the National Museum of Scotland in 2015-16 presenting a selection of the Celtic items from 500 BC to AD 1920 was supported by a brilliant, copiously illustrated catalogue, J. Farley and F. Hunter, eds., Celts, Art and Identity, London, 2015. There is no better way to appreciate the Celts in all their complex reflections. More specialist works. An increasing number of edited compilations of specialist papers are being published, often emanating from conferences or colloquia and designed mainly for the specialist reader. These contain work of varying degrees of usefulness, usually concerned with research in progress. Among those which offer a selection of interesting papers are T. C. Champion and J. V. S. Megor, eds, Settlement and Society, Aspects of West European Prehistory in the First Millennium BC, Leicester, 1985, K. Christensen and J. Jensen, eds, Europe in the First Millennium BC, Sheffield, 1994, J. D. Hill and C. G. Cumberpatch, eds, Different Iron Ages, Studies on the Iron Age in Temperate Europe, Oxford, 1995, B. Arnold and D. B. Gibson, eds, Celtic Chiefdom, Celtic State, The Evolution of Complex Social Systems in Prehistoric Europe, Cambridge, 1995, J. Collis, ed., Society and Settlement in Iron Age Europe, Sheffield, 2001, and S. Kraus et al., eds. L'Age du Fer en Europe, Mélages offerts à Olivier Buxenschutz, Bordeaux, 2013. In addition to these volumes, which could reasonably claim to have a European-wide scope, there are a number of more regionally based compilations which may be cited as useful reference works for the specialist. These include Catalogue, D. Straub, ed., Die Hallstattkultur, Frühform Europäische Einheit, Linz, 1980, Symposium, Die Hallstattkultur, Symposium, Papers, Steer, 1980, E. Jerem, ed., Hallstatt Colloquium Veszprem 1984, Budapest, 1986, L. Pauli, ed., Die Kelten in Mitteleuropa, Kultur, Kunst, Wirtschaft. Salzburger Landesausstellung 1. Mai 30. September 1980 im Kelten Museum, Hall 1, Österreich, Salzburg, 1980, K. Bittel, W. Kimmig, and S. Scheek, eds, Die Kelten in Baden-Württemberg, Stuttgart, 1981, Catalogue, D. Boa 3/4 IA, Keltoi, Kelti in Niehovi Sadobniki Nao Zemlju Jugoslaviae, Ljubljana, 1983, J. W. Neugebauer, Die Kelten im Osten Österreichs, St. Pölten, 1992, F. Jano, The Celts in Central Europe, Papers of the 2. Pannonia Conference, Czechoslovakia, 1975, p.m. Duval and Vide Kruter, eds, Les Mouvements Celtiques du VEAU et siècle avant notre ère, Paris, 1979, P. Dada and A. Rybova, Les Celts de Bohème, Paris, 1995, M. Sobo, Les Celts de l'Est, Le Second Age du Fer dans la Cuvette des Carpates, Paris, 1992, p.m. Duval and Vide Kruter, El Habitat et la Nécropole à l'Age du Fer en Europe Occidentale et Centrale, Paris, 1975, L'Age du Fer en France Septentrionale, Memoirs de la Société Archéologique Champenoise, 2, Reims, 1981, J. Collis, A. Duval, and Perican, eds, Le Duxim Age du Fer en Auvergne en Forez et ses relations avec regions voisins, Sheffield, 1983, A. Caen Delhay et al., eds, Les Celts en Belgique dans le nord de la France, Les Fortifications de l'Age du Fer, Villeneuve. DASCQ, 1984, A. Duval, J. P. Bayern, and Y. Menez, eds, Les Gaulois d'Amérique, La fin de l'Age du Fer en Europe temporaire, Revue archéologique de l'Ouest, Rennes, 1990, D. Cliquet et al., eds. Les Celts en Normandie, Les Rites funéraires en Gaule, IEM, et siècle avant J. C. Revue archéologique de l'Ouest, Rennes, 1993, M. Almagro Gorbea and G. Ruiz Zapatero, eds, Los Celtas, Hispania y Europa, Madrid, 1993, Aquitania, Volume 12, L'Age du Fer en Europe Sud-Occidentale, Toulouse, 1994, H. Danheimer and A. Gebhard, eds, Das Keltische Jahrtausend, Mainz, 1993, and an exhibition catalogue, Celts, Belges, Boerens, Oriems, Volks. Marie Morn, 2006. Chapter 1 Visions of the Celts. The most challenging work on the question of validity of the concept of Celtic is M. Chapman, The Celts, The Construction of a Myth, New York, 1992. It deserves careful reading as an essential preliminary. Other writers have been quick to espouse a politically correct disdain for the use of Celt, though usually without Chapman's depth of scholarship. A useful summary of the issues is provided by J. Collis, The Celts, Origins, Myths and Inventions, Stroud, 2003. The Greco-Roman vision of the Celts is admirably summed up in Celts and the Classical World by H. D. Rankin, London, 1987. The principal classical texts are usefully gathered in translation in J. T. Koch, ed., in collaboration with J. Carey, The Celtic Heroic Age, Literary Sources for Ancient Celtic Europe and Early Ireland and Wales, 4th ed., Aberystwyth, 2003. The seminal scholarly discussion of the works of the classical historian Posidonius with the relevant classical texts in translation is J. J. Tierney, The Celtic Ethnography of Posidonius, Proceedings of the Royal Irish Academy, 60 c. 1960, 189-275. A source worthy of study, and fascinating to read, is Julius Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic War, of which there are many good modern translations, e.g. that of A. and P. Wiseman, Julius Caesar, The Battle for Gaul, London, 1980. As the war reminiscences of a soldier and politician, they must be approached critically, but they contain much relevant detail. A helpful discussion of Caesar as a source for the Celts is given in a paper by D. Nash, Reconstructing Posidonio's Celtic Ethnography, Some Considerations, Britannia, 7, 1976, 111-26. The reawakening of the post-medieval world to the Celts and the emergence of Celtomania as part of the history of archaeology is treated with great panache by S. Pigott in 3 books, William Stukeley, an 18th-century antiquary, 1st ed., Oxford, 1950, Reverend ed., London, 1985, The Druids, London, 1968, and Ancient Britons and the Antiquarian Imagination, Ideas from the Renaissance to the Regency, London, 1989. A more recent review is given in M. A. Morse, How the Celts Came to Britain, Druids, Ancient Skulls and the Birth of Archaeology, Stroud, 2005. The contribution of archaeology to the early years of Celtic studies is a theme too massive to document here, but 2 period pieces, still well worthy of attention, are Napoleon III, Histoire de Jules César, 2 volumes, Paris, 1865-6, and A. E. M. Wheeler, Maiden Castle, Dorset, Oxford, 1943. In both cases the authors show how carefully planned excavations and fieldwork can be used to enliven, and sometimes to create, historical narrative. There is a new, and more accessible, edition of Napoleon III's classic published as L'Argue des Gaules, Histoire de Jules César, Paris, 2001. Napoleon III's pioneering research has been brought up to date by an inspired program of fieldwork undertaken in 1991-7, published in 3 volumes, M. Red and S. von Schneebeing, Alesia, Fouillés et Recherches franco-allemands sur les travaux militaires romains autour du Montauxois, 1991-1997, Paris, 2001. References for the Celtic from the West debate will be given under reading for Chapter 3. Chapter 2 Constructing the Historical Celts. The questions posed by the origins and development of the Celtic language are extremely complex, and much of the literature is impenetrable to all but the most skilled scholar. 2 books, however, C. Renfrew, Archaeology and Language, The Puzzle of Indo-European Origins, London, 1987, and J. P. Mallory, In Search of the Indo-Europeans, Language, Archaeology, and Myth, London, 1989, present the problems, from very different viewpoints, in clear uncluttered prose and offer valuable starting points. A helpful overview is offered by D. Green, The Celtic Languages, in J. Raftery, ed., The Celts, Cork, 1964. Thereafter things become difficult. Among the more scholarly works are J. Watmer, The Dialects of Ancient Gaul, Prolegomena and Records of the Dialects, Cambridge, Mass., 1970, D. E. Evans, Gaulish Personal Names, A Study of Some Continental Celtic Formations, Oxford, 1967, and A. Tovar, Sprachen und Inschriften, Studien zum Mykenischen, Latinischen und Hispano-Keltischen, Amsterdam, 1973. The complexities of the problems are also well exposed in 3 review papers. K. H. Schmidt, On the Celtic Languages of Continental Europe, Bulletin of the Board of Celtic Studies, 28, 1979, 189-205. D. E. Evans, Celts and Germans, Ibid, 29, 1981, 230-55, and D. E. Evans, The Labyrinth of Continental Celtic, Proceedings of the British Academy, 65, 1979, 497-538. A major contribution to the debate, using place name evidence, is P. Sims Williams, Ancient Celtic Place Names in Europe and Asia Minor, Oxford, 2006. The suggestion that the Celtic language may have begun as a lingua franca in the Atlantic zone has generated a literature of its own, which is introduced in the reading for Chapter 3. The insular tradition of vernacular literature is an immense and specialist subject. The 2 central original sources are the Irish epic The Tyne Bo Quailnge, available as the Tyne in elegant translation by T. Kinsella, Oxford, 1969, and the Welsh epic The Mabinogion, T. J. Gantz, Harmondsworth, 1976, which includes a helpful introduction. The most accessible introduction to the complexities of the Irish literature is M. Dillon, Early Irish Literature, Chicago, 1948, which is usefully augmented by G. Murphy, The Arsianic Law and Romantic Tales of Medieval Ireland, Dublin, 1955, Reverend Eden, Cork, 1971, but the most comprehensive, readable treatment of the vernacular literature is J. MacKillop, Myths and Legends of the Celts, London, 2005. The classic attempt to use the Irish literature to present a picture of Iron Age society is K. Jackson, The Oldest Irish Tradition, A Window on the Iron Age, Cambridge, 1964. Jackson's stimulating, but oversimple, interpretation has been challenged in 2 important papers by J. P. Mallory, The Sword of the Ulster Cycle, in B. G. Scott, ed., Studies on Early Ireland, Essays in Honour of M. V. Juinian, Belfast, 1981, 99-114 and Silver in the Ulster Cycle of Tales, in D. E. Evans, J. G. Griffith, and E. M. Jope, eds. Proceedings of the 7th International Congress of Celtic Studies held at Oxford from 10th to 15 July 1983, Oxford, 1986, 31-78 and is examined more comprehensively in the same authors In Search of the Irish Dreamtime, Archaeology and Early Irish Literature, London, 2016. The subject of the war chariot as depicted in the Irish literature provides a fascinating insight into the problems posed by using the texts. 3 papers can be particularly recommended. D. Green, The Chariot as Described in Irish Literature, in C. Thomas, ed., The Iron Age in the Irish Sea Province, London, 1972, 59-73, p. Harbison, The Old Irish, Chariot, Antiquity, 45, 1971, 171-7, and the relevant sections of S. Pigot's wide-ranging book The Earliest Wheeled Transport, From the Atlantic Coast to the Caspian Sea, London, 1983, in particular pp 195-238. For the Law Tracts, F. Kelly, A Guide to Early Irish Law, Dublin, 1988, Reverend Eden, 2009, is an invaluable introduction. The contribution of archaeology has been immense and the major texts will be referred to in the pages that follow. The subject of Celtic art will be considered more fully under Chapter 10. Chapter 3 In the beginning, 5500-1300 BC. The possibility that the Celtic language may have originated in the Atlantic zone of Europe as a lingua franca was being discussed in the last decade of the 20th century and was presented as part of an archaeological narrative in B. Cunliffe, Facing the Ocean, The Atlantic and Its Peoples, 8000 BC, at 1500, Oxford, 2001, 293-7. It was restated in the same author's The Celts, A Very Short Introduction, Oxford, 2003. The argument was roundly rejected from a linguistic point of view by G. Isaac in The Nature and Origins of the Celtic Languages, Atlantic Seaways, Italo-Celtic and Other Paralinguistic Misapprehensions, Studia Celtica, 38, 2005, 49-58. Since then the debate has continued and much new evidence has been presented by both sides in B. Cunliffe and J. T. Koch, eds, Celtic from the West, Alternative Perspectives from Archaeology, Genetics, Language and Literature, Oxford, 2010, J. T. Koch and B. Cunliffe, eds. Celtic from the West 2, Rethinking the Bronze Age and the Arrival of Indo-European in Atlantic Europe, Oxford, 2013, and J. T. Koch and B. Cunliffe, eds, Celtic from the West 3, Atlantic Europe in the Metal Ages, Questions of Shared Language, Oxford, 2016. A reader who has mastered these 3 volumes, amounting to 1,100 pages, will have acquired an informed idea about the strengths and weaknesses of the arguments. The Celtic debate is not made any easier by disagreement over the way in which the Indo-European language was first introduced into Europe. The hypothesis that it arrived with the first farmers from Anatolia is presented by C. Renfrew in Archaeology and Language, The Puzzle of Indo-European Origins, London, 1987, while the traditional alternative view that the language came from the steppe is championed in J. P. Mallory, In Search of the Indo-Europeans, Language, Archaeology and Myth, London, 1989. 3 important papers discussing the results of computerized analysis of word lists tend to support the Anatolian hypothesis. A. D. Gray and Q. D. Atkinson, Language Tree Divergence Times support the Anatolian theory of Indo-European origin, Nature, 426, 2003, 435-9, Q. Atkinson et al., From Words to Dates, Wine into Water, Mathemagic or Phylogenetic Inference, Transactions of the Philological Society 103, 2005, 193-219, Anna Bauquet et al. Mapping the Origins and Expansion of the Indo-European Language Family, Science, 337, 2012, 957-60. The fact that Celtic was spoken in Iberia at an early date has long posed difficulties for those who believe that the language was introduced to the far west from West-Central Europe. The classic work on the Iberian Indo-European languages is J. Untermann, ed., Monumenta Linguarum Hispanicarum, 4, Die Tartessischen, Keltiberischen und Lusitanischen Inschriften, Wiesbaden, 1997. The recent demonstration that the inscriptions on the stelae of southwestern Iberia were Celtic has had significant implications for the Celtic from the West debate. The 2 key publications are J. T. Koch, Tartessian, Celtic in the Southwest at the Dawn of History, Aberystwyth, 2009, and the same author's Tartessian II, The Inscription of Mesas du Castellino Row and the Verbal Complex. Preliminaries to Historical Phonology, Aberystwyth, 2011. Since about 2005 new work on the ancient DNA of European populations has begun to be published, though the sample sizes have been very small and the sampled population very scattered. Some use of this data has been made available in J. Manco, Blood of the Celts, The New Ancestral Story, London, 2015. It is very early days and great care has to be taken in interpreting data of this kind, especially in attempting to link ancient DNA to language. A very revealing assessment of the present state of knowledge, highlighting the dangers of being overenthusiastic, is given in a judicious paper by M. Parler, P. Suarez, and M. B. Richards, Archaeogenetic and Paleogenetic Evidence for Metal Age Mobility in Europe, in J. T. Koch and B. Cunliffe, eds, Celtic from the West 3, Atlantic Europe in the Metal Ages, Questions of Shared Language, Oxford, 2016, 351-84. Chapter for the Atlantic System, 1300-200 BC. The development of connectivity along the Atlantic face of Europe is discussed in detail in B. Cunliffe, Facing the Ocean, The Atlantic and Its Peoples, 8000 BC, ad 1500, Oxford, 2001, and many of the papers published in the 3 volumes of Celtic from the West, details under further reading for Chapter 3, are relevant to the theme. Britain's relationship to the Atlantic system is explored in B. Cunliffe, Britain Begins, Oxford, 2013. The famous Huelva hoard is fully discussed in M. Ruiz Galvez Prigo, Ritos de Paso y Puntos de Paso, La Raya de Huelva en el Mundo del Bronce Final Europeo, Madrid, 1995. Other specialist studies include A. J. Harrison, Symbols and Warriors, Images of the European Bronze Age, Bristol, 2004, D. Brandham and C. Burgess, Carp's Tongue Problems, in F. Versatile, eds, Durch die Zeiten. Festschrift für Albrecht Jochenhovel 65. Geburtstag, Raden, 2008, 133-68, S. Gerloff with a contribution by J. P. Northover, Atlantic cauldrons and buckets of the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages in Western Europe, with a review of comparable vessels from Central Europe and Italy, Stuttgart, 2010, C. Burgess and B. O'Connor, Bronze Age rotary spits, finds old and new, some false, some true, in H. Rochetal, eds, From Megaliths to Metals, Essays in Honor of George Egan, Oxford, 2004, 184-99, and S. Bowman and S. Needham, The Dunaverny and Little Thetford Fleshhooks, History, Technology and Their Position Within the Later Bronze Age Atlantic Zone Feasting Complex, Antiquaries Journal, 87, 2007, 53-108. For more general considerations of the Atlantic Bronze Age see A. Coffin, Le Bronze Final Atlantique dans la Péninsule Ibérique, Paris, 1985, C. Chevillet and A. Coffin, eds, L'Age du Bronze Atlantique, Ses Facies, de l'Écosse à l'Andalousie et leurs relations avec le bronze continental et la Méditerranée, Baynac et Cazenac, 1991, S. Oliveira Jorge, ed. Existe uma idea du bronze Atlántico. Lisbon, 1998, M. Ruiz Galvez Prigo, La Europa Atlántica en la Edad del Bronce, Un viaje a las races de la Europa Occidental, Barcelona, 1998, and C. Burgess and B. O'Connor, Iberia, The Atlantic Bronze Age in the Mediterranean, in S. Celestino, N. Rafel, and X. L. Armada, eds, Contacto Cultural entre el Mediterráneo y el Atlántico, Siglos XII-8 en la Precolonization a Debate, Madrid, 2008, 41-58. The best source for the Phoenicians in Iberia is M. E. Orbit, The Phoenicians and the West, Politics, Colonies and Trade, 2nd ed., Cambridge, 2001. After this volume was published, very early Phoenician material was found at Huelva. This is reported in F. González de Canal Sarasola, L. S. Pichardo, and J. L. Gomez, El Emporio Fenicio Precolonial de Huelva, ca 900-777 A.C. Madrid, 2004, and in F. González de Canals, The Precolonial Phoenician Emporium of Huelva ca 900-700 BC, Bulletin Antique Beschaving, 81, 2006, 13-29. The same issue of the latter journal contains a paper by A. J. Nijboer and J. van der Plicht, an interpretation of the radiocarbon determinations of the oldest indigenous Phoenician stratum thus far, excavated at Huelva, Tartessos, southwest Spain, 31-6. The Phoenician enclaves along the Atlantic coast of Iberia are presented in detail in A. M. Arruda, Los Fenicios en Portugal, Fenicios y Mundo Indigena en el Centro y Sur de Portugal, Siglos VIII va. C. Barcelona, 2000, and in a shortened and updated paper, Phoenician Colonization on the Atlantic Coast of the Iberian Peninsula, in M. Dietler and C. Lopez Ruiz, eds, Colonial Encounters in Ancient Iberia, Phoenician, Greek, and Indigenous Relations, Chicago, 2009, 113-30. Evidence for Phoenician and Carthaginian trading along the Atlantic coast of Iberia beyond the Phoenician enclaves is discussed in A. González Ruibal, Facing Two Seas, Mediterranean and Atlantic Contacts in the Northwest of Iberia in the First Millennium BC, Oxford Journal of Archaeology, 23, 2004, 287-317. The most convenient translation of the Aura Maritima is J. P. Murphy, ed and Tr. Rufus Festus Avienus, Aura Maritima. A Description of the Seacoast from Brittany to Marseilles, Chicago, 1977. For the argument that the Massiliot periplus used by Avienus did not go beyond Cape Finisterre in northwestern Iberia, C.B. Cunliffe, The Extraordinary Voyage of Pythias the Greek, London, 2001, 42-9. The question of the Celtiberian language is most simply dealt with by A. Tovar in the Ancient Languages of Spain and Portugal, New York, 1961. A more detailed treatment will be found in his Sprachen und Inschriften, Studien zum Mykenischen, Latinischen und Hispano-Keltischen, Amsterdam, 1973, and in J. Untermann, ed., Monumenta Linguarum Hispanicarum, 4, Die Tartessischen, Keltiberischen und Lusitanischen Inschriften, Wiesbaden, 1997. The standard works on the Iron Age of Iberia and the Celtic problem are E. Sangmeister, Die Kelten in Spanien, Madrider Mitteilungen 1, 1960, 75-100, W. Schul, Die Mesetakulturen der Iberischen Halbinsel, Mediterrane und Eurasische Element in Frühheitszeitliche Kulturen Südwesteuropas, 2 volumes, Berlin, 1969, and M. Lenners de Wild, Iberia Celtica, Archäologisch Zeugnis keltischer Kultur auf der Pyrenäen-Halbinsel, 2 volumes. Stuttgart, 1991, which were all written at a time when it was believed that the Celts entered Spain from West Central Europe. For a Spanish view of their archaeology, M. Almagra Gorbea and G. Ruiz Zapatero, eds, Los Celtas, Hispania y Europa, Madrid, 1993, has much to offer, most notably the papers by M. Almagra Gorbea, Los Celtas en la Península Ibérica, Origen y Personalidad Cultural, pp 121-73, L. A. García Morena, Organización Sociopolítica de los Celtas en la Península Ibérica, pp 327-55, J. de Hoz, Testimonios Lingüísticos Relativos al Problema Céltico en la Península Ibérica, pp 357-407, and F. M. Simon, La Religiosidad en la Céltica Hispana, pp 477-512. F. M. Simon has also written a small book on the subject, Die Religion im Keltischen Hispanien, Budapest, 1998. B. Cunliffe and S. Key, eds. Social Complexity and the Development of Towns in Iberia, From the Copper Age to the 2nd Century AD, Oxford, 1995, contains a number of papers of relevance, including M. Almagra Gorbea, From Hillforts to Opida in Celtic, Iberia, pp 175-207, and G. Ruiz Zapatero and J. Alvarez Sanchez, Las Cogotas, Opida and the Roots of Urbanism in the Spanish Meseta, pp 209-35. 3 detailed regional studies of a specialist nature can be recommended, M. Almagra Gorbea and A. M. Martin, eds, Castros y Opida en Extremadura, Madrid, 1994, L. Berical Rangel, Los Pueblos Celticos del Suroeste de la Península Ibérica, Madrid, 1992, and A. Coelho Ferreira de Silva, A Cultura Castreja no Noroeste de Portugal, Par Oeste Ferreira, 1986. Finally, there are 2 beautifully illustrated exhibition catalogues supported by lengthy specialist essays well worth consulting, Celtas y Vetones, Torreón de los Guzmans, Iglesia de Santo Tomé el Viejo, Avila, September-December 2001, Avila, 2001, and Celtiberos, Tras la Estela de Numancia, Soria, 2005. We turn now to the northern part of the Atlantic zone. Gundling and swords are considered in S. Gerloff, Hallstatt Fascination, Hallstatt, Buckets, Swords and Chapes from Britain and Ireland, in H. Roche et al., eds, From Megaliths to Metal, Essays in Honor of George Egan, Oxford, 2004, 124-54 and B. O'Connor, LLYN Vow Metalwork in Britain, a review, in C. Hazelgrove and A. Pope, eds, The Earlier Iron Age in Britain and the Near Continent, Oxford, 2007, 64-79. A general background to the relationship between Britain and the continent is given in B. Cunliffe, Iron Age Communities in Britain, an account of England, Scotland and Wales from the 7th century BC until the Roman conquest, 4th ed. Abingdon, 2004. The classic work on the stamped pottery of Brittany is F. Schwapuk, Stempelversiert Keramik von Armorica, in O.H. Frey, ed. Marburger Beitrag zur Archäologie der Kelten, Festschrift für Wolfgang den 60. Geburtstagem 6. Juli 1969, Fundberichte AUS Hessen, Beiheft, 1, Bonn, 1969, 213-93. A general account of the Breton Iron Age will be found in P. R. Giat, J. Briard, and L. Pape, Protohistoire de la Bretagne, 2nd eden, Rennes, 1995. Chapter 5 West Central Europe and the Mediterranean, 1300 to 450 BC. As a general background to this chapter, the relevant chapters of B. Cunliffe, ed. The Oxford Illustrated Prehistory of Europe, Oxford, 1994, will be useful. The same author's Europe Between the Oceans, Themes and Variations, 9000 BC, Ad 1000, London, 2008, offers a general overview. The subject of the early chiefdoms has excited much discussion in recent years following the publication of an inspiring paper by S. Frankenstein and M. Rowlands, The Internal Structure and Regional Context of Early Iron Age Society in Southwestern Germany, Bulletin of the Institute of Archaeology, London, 15, 1978, 73-112. A different approach with much background material is presented in W. Kimmig, Die griechische Kolonisation im westlichen Mittelmeergebiet und Eierwerkung auf die Landschaften des westlichen Mitteleuropa, Jahrbuch des römisch-germanischen Zentralmuseums Mainz, 30, 1983, 5-78. A much less detailed treatment of the same material is given in B. Cunliffe, Greeks, Romans and Barbarians, Spheres of Interaction, London, 1988. Other works discussing this general subject area include P. S. Wells, Culture Contact and Culture Change, Early Iron Age Central Europe and the Mediterranean World, Cambridge, 1980, p. Brun, Princes et Princesses de la Celtique, Le Premier Age du Fer en Europe, 850-450 average J.C. Paris, 1987, and the same author's Les Princes Celts et la Méditerranée, Actes des Rencontres de l'École du Louvre, 25-27 November 1987, Paris, 1988, 129-44, c. Pair, Fürstensitz, Celts and the Mediterranean World, Developments in West Hallstatt Culture in the 6th and 5th centuries BC, Proceedings of the Prehistoric Society, 57, 1991, 183-202, and B. Chaume, La Place de la France Orientale dans le réseau des échanges à longues distances du bronze final au Hallstatt final, in M. Guggisberg, ed. Die Hydria von Grachwal, zur Function und Rezeption mediterraner Import in Mitteleuropa im 6. and 5. Jahrhundert v. Chr. Bern, 2004, 79-106. The question of feasting and the significance of Mediterranean wine is discussed in M. Dietler, Driven by Drink, The Role of Drinking in the Political Economy and the Case of Early Iron Age France, Journal of Anthropological Archaeology, 9, 1990, 352-406. The complexity of wine importation into West Central Europe is examined in F. Sakatiti, Transport Amphory in the West Hallstatt Zone, Reassessing Socio-Economic Dynamics and Long-Distance Mediterranean Exchange in Western Central Europe in the Early Iron Age, Oxford Journal of Archaeology, 35, 2016, 247-65. Among the more significant works on princely settlements are W. Kimmig, Die Humbergen der Oberen Donau, Stuttgart, 1968, W. Kimmig, ed. Import und Mediterrane Einfluss auf der Humberg, Mainz, 2000, E. Gersbach, Ausgrabungsmethodik und Stratigraphie der Humberg, I. Mainz, 1989, E. Gersbach, Borbfund der Perioden IVC, Eva der Humberg, Mainz, 1995, D. Kraus and M. Fernandez Gotz, Die Humberg, Neuforschungen zur Entwicklung einer Spathelstadt-siedlichen Stadt, in a. Rober. Et al., eds, Die Welt der Kelten, Zentren der Markt, Kostbarkeiten der Kunst, Ostfilden Konstanz, 2012, 116-23, M. Fernandez Gotz and D. Kraus, Rethinking Early Iron Age Urbanization in Central Europe, the Huenberg Site and its Archaeological Environment, Antiquity, 87, 2013, 473-87, A. Krause, Der Ipf, Firstensitz im Fokus der Archäologie, Stuttgart, 2015, P. Dada and A. Rybova, Acropole na Radio T. Zavist v6.4. Stoll. Pre. Kr equals Acropolis von Zavist im 6.4. JH v. CHR. Prague, 2008, p. y. Milcent, Residences aristocratiques et expérience urbaine Hallstatiens en France, via vie siècles average J. C. Ines, Civis and M. Schonfelder, eds, Die Frage der Protourbanisation in der Eisenzeit equals La Question de la Protourbanisation à l'âge du fer, Bonn, 2012, 91-113, B. Chorm, Vix et son territoire à l'âge du fer, Feuilles du Morne l'Assoir et Environnement du Site Princier, Montagnac, 2001, and P. Y. Milcent, ed., Bourg Savaricum, UN Centre Proto-Urbaine Celtique du VES Average J. C. Bourgs, 2007. Of the many princely tombs excavated, the following are among the more spectacular. C. Rowley, ed., La Tombe Princière de Vix, 2 volumes, Paris, 2003, G. Reek and H. J. Hunt, Der Homikali, Ein Fürstengrabhügel der späten Hallstattzeit bei der Huenberg, Berlin, 1962, J. Biel, Der Keltenfürst von Hochdorf, Stuttgart, 1985, and O. H. Frey F. R. Hermann, Ein frühkeltischer Fürstengrabhügel am Glauberg im Wetterokreis, Hessen, Bericht über die Forschungen 1994-1996, Germania, 75, 1997, 459-522. Chapter 6 The Migrations, 450-50 BC. The classical sources, which provide the main historical account of the migrations, are conveniently brought together and discussed by H. D. Rankin in Celts and the Classical World, London, 1987. Two other general discussions, L. Pauly, Early Celtic Society, 2 Centuries of Wealth and Turmoil in Central Europe, and D. Nash, Celtic Territorial Expansion and the Mediterranean World, both in T. C. Champion and J. V. S. Megor, eds, Settlement and Society, Aspects of West European Prehistory in the First Millennium BC, Leicester, 1985, 23-44 and 45-68, add significantly to the debate. For a detailed study of the Latin homeland cm. Dijpoveen Janssen, People, Ideas and Goods, New Perspectives on Celtic Barbarians in Western and Central Europe, 500-250 BC, Amsterdam, 2001. More specific regional studies include V. Kruiter's Les Boerens de Cispadane, Essai de Paléoethnographie Celtique, Études Celtiques, 17, 1980, 7-32, and the same authors Les Senens de l'Adriatique d'Apes et l'Archéologie, Prolegomènes, Études Celtiques, 18, 1981, 7-38 present a range of evidence from the Po Valley. The Proceedings of a Conference, P.M. Duval and V. Kruiter, eds, Les Mouvements Celtiques du VEAU et siècle avant notre ère, Paris, 1979, contains 16 individual papers, together covering much of Europe. For the Middle Danube region, J. Todorovica, Skordisai, Istorija I Kultura, Novi Sad, 1974, provides a detailed coverage, while M. Sobo, The Celtic Heritage in Hungary, Budapest, 1971, offers a general assessment of Transdanubia and the Great Hungarian Plain. Evidence for Celtic culture in Poland is discussed in detail by Z. Wozniak, Osadniktoi Celtiki W. Pulsi, with an English summary, Roca A.W., 1970. Evidence for Celtic movements further east is explored in 3 detailed papers, M. J. Treister, The Celts in the North Pontic Area, A Reassessment, Antiquity, 67, 1993, 789-804, M. Shukin, The Celts in Eastern Europe, Oxford Journal of Archaeology, 14, 1995, 201-27, and M. B. Shukin, G. F. Chebotarenko, and T. A. Sherbakova, 2 finds belonging to Latin and Roman periods from the Moldavian Republic, Oxford Journal of Archaeology, 12, 1993, 67-75. References to Celtic movements and settlement in Asia Minor will be given under Chapter 8. The intriguing question of reflux movements from east to west is examined in a detailed study by V. Kruter, Les Celts des Gauls d'Apes et l'Archéologie, in K. H. Schmidt, ed. Geschichte und Kultur der Kelten, Vorbereitungskonferenz, 25.28. October 1982 in Bonn, Heidelberg, 1986, 33-51. The classic Celtic folk movement, that of the Helvetii, is described in first-hand detail by Julius Caesar in the first book of his commentaries on the Gallic War. New scientific methods including isotope analysis and ancient DNA are beginning to provide new data on the mobility of the Celts. For one informative study CM, Schiess et al., Evidence for Celtic Migrations. Strontium isotope analysis at the early Latin, OLTB, cemeteries of Nebringen, Germany, and Monte Bibele, Italy, Journal of Archaeological Science, 40, 2013, 3614-25. Chapter 7 The Communities of the Atlantic Facade. The question of how to interpret the Aura Maritima and the extent of the Phoenician mercantile activity along the Atlantic coast of Iberia was raised in Chapter 4. In addition to arguing that the Massiliot Periplus did not go beyond Cape Finisterre in Galicia, B. Cunliffe in The Extraordinary Voyage of Pythias the Greek, London, 2001, 42-9 lays out evidence for supposing that Pythias' journey from Massalia started overland and that he first took ship at the Gironde before exploring Brittany and Britain. Evidence for the expansion of Latin culture to Atlantic Europe is extensive and is treated in very many diverse sources. For Brittany cf. Schwappert, Stempelversiert Keramik von Armorica, in O.H. Frey, ed., Marburger Beitrag zur Archäologie der Kelten, Festschrift für Wolfgang den 60. Geburtstagem 6. July 1969, Fundberichte AUS Hessen, Beiheft, 1, Bonn, 1969, 213-93 and B. Cunliffe, Social and Economic Contacts between Western France and Britain in the Early and Middle Latin Period, in J.P. Dorgas et al., eds., La Bretagne et l'Europe préhistoriques, Memoir en hommage à Pierre Roland Giat, Revue archéologique de l'Ouest, Supplement, 2, Rennes, 1990, 245-51. The introduction of Latin art styles to Ireland is dealt with thoroughly in B. Raftery, Pagan Celtic Ireland, The Enigma of the Irish Iron Age, London, 1994, and J. Waddell, The Prehistoric Archaeology of Ireland, Reverend Eden, Dublin, 2010, Chapter 8. For a carefully balanced discussion of Irish prehistory dealing with language and genetic evidence, see J. P. Mallory, The Origins of the Irish, London, 2013. Evidence for Latin influences in Iberia is gathered in M. Lenners de Wilde, Iberia Celtica, Archäologische Zeugnis keltische Kultur aus der Pyrenäen-Halbinsel, Stuttgart, 1991. For an introduction to regional variations along the Atlantic FAA aid, a useful introduction is B. Cunliffe, Facing the Ocean, The Atlantic and Its People, 8000 BC, at 1500, Oxford, 2001, Chapter 8. A number of specialist papers addressing a variety of relevant issues are brought together in T. Moore and X. L. Armada, eds., Atlantic Europe in the First Millennium BC, Crossing the Divide, Oxford, 2011. For Brittany, the most accessible introduction is P. R. Giat, J. Briard, and L. Pape, Protohistoire de la Bretagne, 2nd eden., Rennes, 1995. Still the best account of Breton hillforts is to be found in M. Wheeler and K. M. Richardson, Hillforts of Northern France, with an appendix on Muri Gallici by M. Aylwin Cotton, Oxford, 1957. Excavations on the promontory fort at Le Yaudid are detailed in B. Cunliffe and P. Gallieu, Les Feuilles du Yaudid en Plulekh, Côtes d'Armor, 2, Le Site, de la Préhistoire à la fin de l'Empire Gallois, Oxford, 2005. The decorated stelae are considered in a fascinating paper, M.Y. Der Anne Villard, les stèles de l'âge du fer à décors géométriques et curvilines, état de la question dans l'Ouest armoricain, Review archéologique de l'Ouest, 13, 1996, 123-56. Trade between Brittany and southern Britain is considered in S. McGrail, Cross-Channel Seamanship and Navigation in the Late First Millennium BC, Oxford Journal of Archaeology, 2, 1983, 299-337 and B. Cunliffe, Britain, The Veneti and Beyond, Ibid, 1, 1982, 39-68. For an ingenious consideration of the tin trade, C.C.F. C. Hawkes, Ictis Disentangled, and the British Tin Trade, Ibid, 3, 1984, 211-33. Evidence for the different Iron Age peoples of Britain is introduced in B. Cunliffe, Iron Age Communities in Britain, an account of England, Scotland and Wales from the 7th century BC until the Roman conquest, 4th ed. Abingdon, 2005. For the communities living in Scotland, I. Armit, Celtic Scotland, Iron Age Scotland in its European context, 2nd ed. London, 2005, and B. Ballin Smith and I. Banks, eds, In the Shadow of the Brochs, The Iron Age in Scotland, Stroud, 2002. The Welsh material is explored in F. Lynch, S. Aldhouse Green, and J. L. Davies, Prehistoric Wales, Stroud, 2000, Chapter 4. The Iron Age of Ireland is thoroughly covered in the books by B. Raftery, 1994, J. Waddell, 2010, and Mallory, 2013, detailed in the second paragraph above. To these can be added the various specialist papers in the journal Amania, Bulletin of the Navan Research Group, 9, 1991. More recent research on the Irish Iron Age is presented in the Discovery Programme's publication Late Iron Age and Roman Ireland, Dublin, 2014. For the detailed report on the excavation of the dramatic fortresses of Dunaon Hasa, see Cotta, the Western Stone Forts Project, Excavations at Dunaon Hasa and Dun Eoganacta, I-3, Dublin and York, 2012. The coastal zone of Northern Gaul is fully treated in N. Roymans, Tribal Societies in Northern Gaul, An Anthropological Perspective, Amsterdam, 1990, and in various contributions in L. P. Lou Koertjmans et al., eds, The Prehistory of the Netherlands, 2, Amsterdam, 2005. For the southwest of Gaul, 3 specialist monographs provide much detail. A. Baudet, L'Age du feu recent dans la partie méridionale de l'estuaire girondin, du vieux et siècle avant notre ère, Perrigeau, 1987, J. P. Mohen, L'Age du fer en Aquitaine du vieux siècle avant Jesus Christ, Paris, 1980, and L. Laporte, ed. L'estuaire de la Charente de la Protohistoire au Moyen Age, La Chalonière et Mortentam, Charente Maritime, Paris, 1998. Finally, the Iron Age of northwestern Iberia is thoroughly treated in a number of books including A. Coelho Ferreira de Silva, A Cultura Castreja no Noroeste de Portugal, Par Oeste Ferreira, 1986, A. Fangel Perosa, Los Castros de Asturias, Una Revision Territorial y Funcional, Taverga, 2004, J. Camino Maya, Los Castros Marítimos en Asturias, Oviedo, 1995, and J. R. Alvarez Sanchez, Gua Arqueológica de Castros y Veracruz, Provincia de Avila, Avila, 2006. Chapter 8 Celts and Others on the Eastern Fringes. As background reading to the horse-riding peoples of the Pontic region, E. D. Phillips, The Royal Hordes, Nomad Peoples of the Steppes, London, 1965, provides a brief but wide-ranging introduction, while Roll, The World of the Scythians, English ed., London, 1989, offers a more detailed account of one of the major ethnic groups. References have already been given to Celts in the Pontic region under Chapter 6. Celtic settlement in eastern Thrace is explained in detail in L. F. Wagalinsky, In Search of Celtic Tylus in Thrace, 3c. BC, Sophia, 2010. The Celtic settlement in Asia Minor was presented from a historical perspective by W. M. Ramsay in his seminal A Historical Commentary on St. Paul's Epistle to the Galatians, 2nd ed., London, 1900. The most recent scholarly account is S. Mitchell, Anatolia, Land, Men, and Gods in Asia Minor, I. The Celts in Anatolia and the Impact of Roman Rule, Oxford, 1993. More detailed assessments of the fortifications are given in S. Mitchell, Blusham and Payam, The Galatian Forts of King Diotarus, Anatolian Studies, 24, 1974, 61-75. The distribution of Celtic artifacts is considered by Mullerkarpe, New Galatisch von der US Anatolien, Istanbuler Mitteilungen, 38, 1988, 189-99. The monuments depicting Celts set up at Pergamum are discussed by E. Kunzel, Die Kelten des Epigonos von Pergamon, Wurzburg, 1971, A. Wenning, Die Galateranathem Atelos I, Ein Untersuchung zum Bestanden zur Nachwirkung pergaminischer Sculptor, Berlin, 1978, and L. Hannestad, Greeks and Celts, The Creation of a Myth, in P. Bild et al., eds. Center and Periphery in the Hellenistic World, Aarhus, 1996, 15-38. Claims that sacrificed humans found at Gordian reflect Celtic ritual behavior are to be found in P. Zielinski, Celtic Ritual Activity at Gordian, Turkey, Evidence from Mortuary Contexts and Skeletal Analysis, International Journal of Osteoarchaeology, 25, 2012, 213-25. Chapter 9 Warfare and Society. The nature of Celtic warfare and social systems can be gleaned from various of the classical texts usefully discussed in chapters 4-6 of H. D. Rankin, Celts and the Classical World, London, 1987. Thoroughly to be recommended for its insight into mercenary activity is A. Rostoiu, A Journey to Mediterranean, Peregrinations of a Celtic Warrior from Transylvania, Studia Universitatis Babasaboliae, Historia, 51, 2006, 42-85. A succinct account of the archaeological evidence for warfare is offered in W. F. and J. N. G. Ritchie, Celtic Warriors, Princes Risborough, 1985. The sword is given thorough treatment by R. Planer in The Celtic Sword, Oxford, 1993. For shields and spears, see A. Rapine, Boucliers et Lances, in J. L. Bruno and A. Rapine, Gournay. 2. Boucliers et Lances, Deposit Trophies, Paris, 1988, 7-174. Works on chariots have already been mentioned in the bibliography for Chapter 2, to which should be added P. Harbison, The Chariot of Celtic Funerary Tradition, in O.H. Frey, ed., Marburger Beitrag zur Archäologie der Kelten, Festschrift für Wolfgang den 60. Geburtstagem 6. Juli 1969, Fundberichte AUS Hessen, Beiheft, 1, Bonn, 1969, 34-58 and I. M. Stead, The Celtic Chariot, Antiquity, 39, 1965, 259-65. For an excellent introduction to Hilferts, see I. Ralston, Celtic Fortifications, Stroud, 2006. Also to be recommended as broad overviews are J. L. Bruno and B. Lambot, Gerrit Armament chez les Gaulois, 450-52 average J. C. Paris, 1987, and J. L. Bruno, Gerrit Religion en Gaul, Essai d'Anthropologie Celtique, Paris, 2004. An ambitious attempt at reconstructing Celtic social systems is to be found in C. L. Crumley, Celtic Social Structure, The Generation of Archaeologically Testable Hypotheses from Literary Evidence, Ann Arbor, 1974. D. Nash, Territory and State Formation in Central Gaul, in D. Green, C. Hazelgrove, and M. Spriggs, eds., Social Organization and Settlement, Contributions from Anthropology, Archaeology and Geography, 2, Oxford, 1978, 455-75 remains a classic account of the changes in Gaulish society in the face of Rome. On the importance of feasting in maintaining social order, M. Dietler, Driven by Drink, The Role of Drinking in the Political Economy and the Case of Early Iron Age France, Journal of Anthropological Archaeology, 9, 1990, 352-406 and the same author's Consumption and Colonial Encounters in the Rhone Basin of France, A Study of Early Iron Age Political Economy, Lattes, 2005. A number of interesting papers are to be found in B. Arnold and D. B. Gibson, eds. Celtic Chiefdom, Celtic State, The Evolution of Complex Social Systems in Prehistoric Europe, Cambridge, 1995. Chapter 10 The Arts of the Migration Period. The subject of Celtic art has been dealt with extensively in a number of general books. The classic text is P. Jacobsthal, Early Celtic Art, Oxford, 1944, which has set the scene for everything which follows, but the most helpful overview, copiously illustrated, is R. and V. Megor, Celtic Art, From Its Beginnings to the Book of Kells, 2nd ed., London, 2001, which is the essential starting point. The volume also has an extensive bibliography arranged thematically. More recent, thought-provoking studies are contained in D. Garrow, C. Gosden, and J. D. Hill, eds, Rethinking Celtic Art, Oxford, 2008, and D. Garrow and C. Gosden, Technologies of Enchantment. Exploring Celtic Art, 400 BC to AD 100, Oxford, 2012, both to be highly recommended. Other broadly based older studies but still of value include N. K. Sanders's elegant and emotive chapter in her Prehistoric Art in Ancient Europe, 2nd ed., Harmonsworth, 1985, P.M. Duval, Les Celts, Paris, 1977, P.M. Duval and C. Hawkes, eds, Celtic Art in Ancient Europe, 5 Protohistoric Centuries, London, 1976, M. Green, Celtic Art, Reading the Messages, London, 1996, and P.M. Duval and V. Kruter, eds, L'art celtique de la période d'expansion, avec iii siècles avant notre ère, Geneva, 1982. A number of excellent regional surveys exist, among which may be listed, M. Sobo and E. Petres, A Kalati Kelta Movershet Eastern Celtic Art, text largely in English, Sekasvi of R. 1974, L'art celtique en Gaul, Collections des Musées de Province, Ministère de la Culture, Paris, 1983, and A. Duval, L'art celtique de la Gaule au Musée des Antiquités Nationaux, Paris, 1989. The standard work for Britain is E. M. Jope, Early Celtic Art in the British Isles, Oxford, 2000, but see also, I. Stead, Celtic Art in Britain Before the Roman Conquest, 2nd ed., London, 1996, V. Anna Megor, Early Celtic Art in Britain and Ireland, representing. With revisions, Princes Risborough, 1994, M. McGregor, Early Celtic Art in North Britain, A Study of Decorative Metalwork from the 3rd Century BC to the 3rd Century AD, 2 volumes, Leicester, 1976, and H. N. Savoury, Early Iron Age Art in Wales, Cardiff, 1968. For Ireland the essential reading is B. Raftery, A Catalogue of Irish Iron Age Antiquities, 2 volumes, Marburg, 1983, and the same author's Latin in Ireland, Problems of Origin and Chronology, Marburg, 1984. Gold talks are exhaustively treated in H. Hotnov, Les talks d'or du second age du fer en Europe, Techniques, Typologies et Symbolique, Rennes, 2005. Ceramic art is seldom dealt with as a theme, but a number of specialist papers on painted pottery will be found in the catalogue La Céramique Peintée Celtique dans son contexte européen, Reims, 1991, while F. Schwappert provides accounts of stamp-decorated pottery in On the Chronology of the Eastern Early Latin Pottery, Bad Bramstedt, 1979, and in 2 papers, Die Stempelversiert Latin Keramik aus den Graben von Braubach, Borna Jahrbucher, 177, 1977, 119-83 and Frukeltischen Ornament. Zwischenmorn, Rhein and Moldor, Borna Jahrbucher, 173, 1973, 53-111. For Celtic coins the best overview is D. F. Allen, The Coins of the Ancient Celts, Edinburgh, 1980. Chapter 11 Religious Systems. There is an extensive and fascinating literature on Celtic religious systems. Two books stand out both for their content and their literary merit. M.L. Showstead, Gods and Heroes of the Celts, English ed., London, 1949, representing Dublin, 1994, and P. McCarner, Celtic Mythology, Reverend ed., Feltham, 1983. The Druids have received more than their fair share of attention. From the plethora of volumes good, bad, and indifferent, four can be strongly recommended, each offering something original to the debate. M. Aldhouse Green, Caesar's Druids, Story of an Ancient Priesthood, New Haven and London, 2010, is a thoroughly scholarly account rooted in the archaeological evidence. Hutton, Blood and Mistletoe, The History of the Druids in Britain, New Haven and London, 2009, is an equally scholarly treatment, restricted to Britain but bringing the story onto more recent times. Among the older books, N.K. Chadwick, The Druids, Cardiff, 1966, is a thorough study of the classical sources, while S. Pigott, The Druids, London, 1968, is a comprehensive overview, elegantly written. Other works on aspects of Celtic religion include G. S. Olmsted, The Gods of the Celts and the Indo-Europeans, Innsbruck and Budapest, 1994, J. De Vries, Celtish Religion, Stuttgart, 1961, E. Thevenot, Divinities et Sanctuaires de la Gaule, Paris, 1968, P. M. Duval, Les Dieux de la Gaule, Paris, 1976, J. L. Bruno, The Celtic Gauls, Gods, Rites, and Sanctuaries, English ed., London, 1988, M. Green, The Gods of the Celts, Gloucester, 1986, and C. Sturks, Elements de Cosmogonie Celtique, Brussels, 1986. The significance of animals in religion and in propitiatory burials is considered in M. Green, Animals in Celtic Life and Myth, London, 1992, P. Menial, Les Sacrifices d'Animaux chez les Gaulois, Paris, 1992, and B. Cunliffe, Pitts, Preconceptions and Propitiation in the British Iron Age, Oxford Journal of Archaeology, 11, 1992, 69-83. On Festivals and the Measurement of Time, C.M. MacNeill, The Festival of Lugnaza, A Study of the Survival of the Celtic Festival of the Beginning of Harvest, London, 1962, and G. Olmsted, The Gaulish Calendar, A Reconstruction from the Bronze Fragments from Colony, with an analysis of its function as a highly accurate lunar solar predictor, as well as an explanation of its terminology and development, Bonn, 1992. A general overview of religious locations is provided by S. Pigott, Nemerton, Temenos, Bothros, Sanctuaries of the Ancient Celts, in Accademia Nazionale dei Lincei, I Celti e la loro cultura nell'epoca pre-romana e romana nella Britannia, Conferenz, Rome, 1978, 37-54. For Viereckschanzen, C.K., Bittel, S. Schick, and D. Müller, Die Keltischen Viereckschanzen, Stuttgart, 1990. The most informative publications of the temple sites excavated in recent years are J. L. Bruno, P. Menial, and F. Poplin, Gournay. 1. Les Fouilles sur le Sanctuaire et l'Oppidum, 1975-1984, Amiens, 1985, and J. L. Bruno and A. Rapin, Gournay. 2. Boucliers et Lances, Dépôts et Trophies, Paris, 1988, A. Woodward and P. Leach, The Ely Shrines, Excavation of a Ritual Complex on West Hill, Ely, Gloucestershire, 1977-9, London, 1993, and W. F. Grimes and J. Closebrooks, The Excavation of Caesar's Camp, Heathrow, Harmondsworth, Middlesex, 1944, Proceedings of the Prehistoric Society, 59, 1993, 303-60. The wooden figurines from Sequana's temple at the source of the Seine are presented in S. Dates, Les Bois Sculptes des Sources de la Seine, XLIE Supplement à Gallia, Paris, 1983. A classic example of a ritual deposit of weapons in a bog is provided by Llyn Cerrig bark. See, Fox, a find of the early Iron Age from Llyn Cerrig bark, Anglesey, Cardiff, 1946. Evidence for human sacrifices presented in M. Aldhouse Green, Dying for the Gods, Human Sacrifice in Iron Age and Roman Europe, Stroud, 2002. For a specific bog burial, see I. M. Stead, J. B. Burke, and D. Rothwell, eds, Lindaumann, The Body in the Bog, London, 1986. The question of headhunting and the sanctuaries of southern France are explored in I. Armitt, Headhunting and the Body in Iron Age Europe, Cambridge, 2012. Chapter 12: The Developed Celtic World. A brief introduction to the complex interactions between the Roman world and the Celtic North is provided in B. Cunliffe, Greeks, Romans and Barbarians, Spheres of Interaction, London, 1988. The importance of wine in the developing trading systems is considered in detail in A. Chernia, Le Vien de l'Italie Romaine, Sid Histoire économique des les Amphores, Rome, 1986, and F. Laubenheimer, Le Temps des Amphores en Gaule, Vins, Who are its sources, Paris, 1990. The background to the early Romanization of southern Gaul is given in C. Ebel, Transalpine Gaul, The Emergence of a Roman Province, Leiden, 1976. The social changes in Gaulish society at this time are examined by D. Nash in Territory and State Formation in Central Gaul, in D. Green, C. Hazelgrove, and M. Spriggs, eds, Social Organization and Settlement, 2, Oxford, 1978, 455-75. The transformations taking place in northeastern Gaul are considered in detail in an important study, M. Fernandez-Gott's Identity and Power, The Transformation of Iron Age Societies in Northeast Gaul, Amsterdam, 2014, while for northwestern Gaul, C.N. Roymans, Tribal Societies in Northern Gaul, An Anthropological Perspective, Amsterdam, 1990. For Britain there are many useful papers to be found in C. Hazelgrove and T. Moore, eds, The Later Iron Age in Britain and Beyond, Oxford, 2007. The complex history of relations between Rome and the Kingdom of Noricum are described by G. Alfaldi in Noricum, London, 1974. The archaeology and protohistory of the Dacians is much less accessible, but brief treatments exist in E. Conjuraci and C. Dăcăvișu, Romania, London, 1971, D. Bursu, Daco-Romania, Geneva, 1978, and K. Lockyer, The Late Iron Age Background to Roman Dacia, in W. S. Hansen and I. P. Haynes, eds, Roman Dacia, The Making of a Provincial Society, Portsmouth, Rhode Island, 2004, 33-74. A more detailed study of economic interactions is to be found in I. Glodariu, Dacian Trade with the Hellenistic and Roman World, Oxford, 1976. For a very broad overview of the protohistory of East Europe, C.M.B. Shukin, Rome and the Barbarians in Central and Eastern Europe, 1st century B.C. 1 St. century AD, 2 volumes, Oxford, 1989. The study of Oppida has inspired a considerable literature. A readable, simplified account is provided by F. Ordus and O. Buxenschutz, Towns, Villages and Countryside of Celtic Europe, from the beginnings of the 2nd millennium to the end of the 1st century BC, English Eden, London, 1992. Other useful detailed studies include J. Collis, Oppida, Earliest Towns North of the Alps, Sheffield, 1984, O. H. Fry, Die Bejutung der Gallia Cisalpina für die Entstehung der Oppidikultur, in O. H. Fry and H. Roth, eds, Studien zu Siedlungsfragen der Latenzeit, Marburg, 1984, 1-38, and O. Buxenschutz, Structures des Habitats et Fortifications de l'Age du Fer en France Septentrionale, Paris, 1984. 3 edited volumes offer many relevant and useful papers allowing the debates to be followed. B. Cunliffe and T. Rowley, eds, Oppida, The Beginnings of Urbanization in Barbarian Europe. Papers presented to a conference at Oxford, October 1975, Oxford, 1976, v. Guichard, S. Civis, and O. H. Urban, eds, les processus d'urbanisation à l'âge du fer, Glucksy and Glenn, 2000, and M. Fernandez-Gotts, H. Wendling, and K. Winger, eds, Paths to Complexity, Centralisation and Urbanisation in Iron Age Europe, Oxford, 2014. To these should be added G. Wolf's important paper Rethinking the Oppida, Oxford Journal of Archaeology, 12, 1993, 223-34. The most extensive excavation of an oppidum is that of Manching in southern Germany, published in a highly detailed multi-volume monograph series of which the first sets the scene. W. Kramer and F. Schubert, Die Ausgrabungen in Manching 1955-1961, Einführung und Fundstellenübersicht, Die Ausgrabungen in Manching, 1, Wiesbaden, 1970. The continuing program of excavations at Manching is outlined in S. Civis and H. Wendling, Manching, a Celtic oppidum between rescue excavation and research, in C. von Carnap-Bornheim, ed. Quo Vadis. Long-term research projects in European archaeology. Conference held at Schleswig, Schloss Gottorf, October 26–28, 2011, Schleswig, 2014, 207–21, while for a broad consideration of the results of the program, C. H. Wendling, Manching Reconsidered, New Perspectives on Settlement Dynamics and Urbanization in Iron Age Central Europe, European Journal of Archaeology, 16, 2013, 459–90. Another oppidum to receive much archaeological attention is Bibract, Morne-Beuvray, in eastern France. The most recent program of excavation is conveniently summed up in L. Deniquin, J. P. Guillaumet, and M. Sobo, eds, L. Oppidum de Bibract, Morne-Beuvray, France Bilan de Terre and de Recherches, 1996–2005, Acta Archaeologica Academiei Scientiarum Hungarici, 59, 2008, 1–152. A detailed report on the fortifications of the site is given in O. Buchsenschutz, J. P. Guillaumet, and I. Ralston, Les Remparts de Bibract, Recherches Recent sur la Porte du Rebaut at la Trace des Fortifications, Glucksy and Glenn, 1999. Other reports on aspects of the excavation are published in the same series by Centre Archéologique Européen du Morne-Beuvray, Glucksy and Glenn, Dep. Neva. Finally, a number of excellent detailed papers on aspects of the prelude to urbanization are to be found in S. Civis and M. Schonfelder, eds, Die Frage der Protourbanisation in der Eisenzeit equals La Question de la Protourbanisation à l'âge du fer, Bonn, 2012. Chapter 13 The Celts in Retreat. Many background histories exist dealing with the early stages of Roman contact and conquest. For Iberia, L. A. Kirchin, Roman Spain, Conquest and Assimilation, London, 1991, S. J. Key, Roman Spain, London, 1988, and J. de Alarcapoundo, Portugal Romano, 3rd ed., Lisbon, 1983. For Gaul, J. F. Drinkwater, Roman Gaul, The Three Provinces, 58 BC at 260, Beckenham, 1983, A. King, Roman Gaul and Germany, London, 1990, A. L. F. Rivet, Gallia Narbonensis, Southern France in Roman Times, London, 1988, and E. M. Whiteman, Gallia Belgica, London, 1985. Caesar's conquest of Gaul is dealt with in fine critical detail by C. Goudineau in Cæsar et la Gaule, Paris, 1990, and the immediate aftermath is considered in G. Wolfe, Becoming Roman, The Origins of Provincial Civilization in Gaul, Cambridge, 1998. For Britain, S. S. Frere, Britannia, A History of Roman Britain, 3rd ed., London, 1978, M. Millett, The Romanization of Britain, An Essay in Archaeological Interpretation, Cambridge, 1990, and D. Mattingly, An Imperial Possession, Britain in the Roman Empire, 54 BC at 409, London, 2006. For the Rhine-Danube area, C. M. Wells, The German Policy of Augustus, An Examination of the Archaeological Evidence, Oxford, 1972, G. Alfaldi, Noricum, London, 1974, and A. Moxey, Pannonia and Upper Moesia, A History of the Middle Danube Provinces of the Roman Empire, London, 1974. Together these easily accessible studies provide a full background to the main events using both historical and archaeological sources. Each provides bibliographies introducing the huge specialist literature. In addition to these broad overview studies, there is a considerable volume of detailed literature. The ever-popular subject of the Siege of Alesia was the subject of a major exhibition at the Musée des Antiquités Nationaux, now Musée d'Archéologie Nationale, in Paris in 1994, while the history of archaeology at Alesia, including the results of the most recent excavations, are attractively presented in M. Red, Alesia, Paris, 2003. The progress of the Roman army through Britain is considered in several of the early chapters in M. Todd, ed., A Companion to Roman Britain, Oxford, 2004. The special case of Ireland and the changing Roman conception of it are carefully presented in P. Freeman, Ireland and the Classical World, Austin, Tex, 2001. Chapter 14 Celtic Survival. The classic general accounts of the survival of Celtic peoples and institutions in the west of Europe are N. Chadwick, The Celts, Harmonsworth, 1970, M. Dillon and N. Chadwick, The Celtic Realms, London, 1967, and A. and B. Rees, Celtic Heritage, Ancient Tradition in Ireland and Wales, London, 1961. For the most part these works deal with Ireland, Wales, and Scotland. For Brittany the most accessible sources are N. K. Chadwick, Early Brittany, Cardiff, 1969, L. Fleuriot, Les Origines de la Bretagne, Paris, 1980, F. Falcon, Perspectives Nouvelles sur l'histoire de la langue bretonne, Paris, 1981, and A. Chadeville and H. Gilletel, La Bretagne des Saints et des Rois VEXE siècle, Rennes, 1984. To these should be added P. Giot, P. Guigon, and B. Medrignac, The British Settlement of Brittany, The First Bretons in Armorica, Stroud, 2003, which brings together a wide range of disparate evidence. Image 1. Europe, 1300 to 700 BC. The period that followed the breakdown of the Mycenaean, Minoan culture of the Aegean was a time of massive social and economic reformations in Europe. In the Mediterranean, Greek and Phoenician city-states emerged and extended their influence through colonies and ports of trade into the western Mediterranean and the Black Sea. In the region of the Pontic steppe large-scale folk movements displaced segments of population, some of whom moved into Asia Minor to be used as mercenaries in conflicts between the Assyrians and the Kingdom of Urartu. On the European peninsula 3 distinct cultural systems emerged: Atlantic, Nordic, and Urnfield. Copper and tin were extensively mined to make bronze, which was traded over long distances. Within the Urnfield zone several distinct cultural groupings can be recognized. It was within the Atlantic zone that the Celtic language probably emerged. Image 2. The spread of iron. The extraction of iron began in Asia Minor around the middle of the 2nd millennium BC and was, for a long while, a closely guarded secret. A few finished objects were distributed beyond this early production zone, but it was not until the breakdown of the Hittite Empire in the 12th century BC that the knowledge of ironworking spread, first to the Aegean region and from there to the rest of Europe. By the 8th century iron was being extensively worked in Etruria, and iron objects are sufficiently common in graves in eastern Hungary to suggest that ironworking may have been in operation there. The latter part of the 8th century saw the spread of the technology to most of the rest of Europe. Image 3. And for the distribution of long swords of iron and bronze in the 7th century BC. The Hallstatt sea long sword evolved in Middle Europe as the culmination of a lengthy tradition of manufacturing. The most common type was the bronze Gundlingen sword, which was widely distributed and formed the model for local schools of swordsmiths to copy. The more elaborate bronze Mindelheim type had a more restricted distribution. Iron versions of the Hallstatt sea sword developed in the late 8th and 7th centuries in this core region but spread quite widely through exchange. Possession of a sword was a symbol of warrior status. Image 5 wagon graves of the 7th and 6th centuries BC in the Hallstatt C&D periods. The elite of the Middle European zone adopted the burial wagon as a symbol of status. The dead person was taken to the grave on a funerary vehicle which was buried with him or her, usually in a timber-lined pit beneath a barrow. The earliest burials of this kind occur in a comparatively restricted zone extending from southern Germany to Bohemia. The idea of the funerary cart goes back to the beginning of the Late Bronze Age in the area, but influences from the east or from the Etruscan region may have encouraged the development of the fashion. In the Hallstatt D period, the center of the elite zone moved west and the concept of vehicle burial was more widely adopted. Image 6 Greeks in the Mediterranean. In the 2 centuries from 750 to 550 BC, large numbers of settlements were established by the Greek city-states around the shores of the Black Sea and Mediterranean. In the eastern Mediterranean, the shipping lanes probably circled the sea, passing along the North African coast, but in the central and western Mediterranean, shipping was, for the most part, restricted to the northern coastal waters. Image 7 Phoenicians in the Mediterranean. The Phoenicians traveled widely throughout the Mediterranean. Traditionally, they had established themselves on the Atlantic island of Gadir, Cadiz, by 1200 BC, but there is no firm archaeological evidence of this. It was in the late 10th and early 9th centuries that their activities in the western Mediterranean intensified. One of the prime attractions was silver mined in the kingdom of Tartessos in southwestern Iberia. The extension of Greek interest into the western Mediterranean in the 6th century began to create tensions which finally erupted into the First Punic War, 264 to 241. Image 8 Etruscans in the Mediterranean. The Etruscan coastal cities were heavily involved in trade in the northwestern Mediterranean, as the distribution of their characteristic black butchero pottery indicates. The development of Greek interests around the shores of southern France began to conflict with Etruscan commercial interests, particularly after c. 540 BC. Etruscan attempts to develop a sphere of interest in southern Italy were rapidly halted by the growing power of the cities of Magna Graecia. Partly as a result of these constraints, the Etruscans began to extend through the Apennines into the Po Valley. Image 9 Rhodian flagons. Rhodian flagons, which were probably made in Greek workshops in southern Italy, were used for pouring wine. In the first half of the 6th century BC, a number of them were used, possibly as gifts, in the trading relationships that were beginning to develop between the Western Greek colonies and native communities in southern Spain and West-Central Europe. Image 10 Massiliot wine amphorae. Wine manufactured in the Greek coastal zone of southern France was transported in distinctive amphorae. The distribution of sherds of 6th century BC amphorae in West-Central Europe indicates the zone receiving wine as a luxury product. Image 11 and 12 Attic black and red figure pottery. Greek pottery was traded extensively in the western Mediterranean. The 2 more distinctive types are the Attic black and red figure wares. Black figure wares date broadly to the latter part of the 6th century BC, while red figure wares were common in the 5th century. Their distribution in West-Central Europe reflects the chieftain zone. Image 13 and 14 Etruscan bronze stamnoi and beaked flagons. 2 distinctive Etruscan products are the bronze beaked flagon and the stamnos. Both were traded into West-Central Europe and are found in aristocratic burials mostly dating to the early Latine period. The great concentration in the Rhine-Moselle area suggests that the Etruscans had established a special relationship with the elite of this region. Image 15 Gold. Gold was frequently found in the elite burials of West-Central Europe in the Hallstatt period. The distribution of gold provides an indication of the extent of the elite zone. Image 16 Centers of power. It is possible to recognize centers of power in West-Central Europe that existed during the late Hallstatt period, c.A. Euro, 600-480 Euro, BC. These were invariably focused on strongly fortified hilltops in the vicinity of which rich burials usually clustered. During this period there was some fluctuation in the power of these seats of nobility, suggesting active, sometimes aggressive, competition. In the eastern Alpine region, while hillforts were built and maintained, there is no evidence of comparably rich burials or of arrays of Mediterranean luxury goods or of gold used in burial contexts. Image 17 Gola Secca and Est cultures. The communities who occupied the southern flank of the Alps were in a prime position to control the routes between the Etruscans and the Celtic zone of West-Central Europe. Two major groups can be identified archaeologically, the Gola Secca culture in the west and the Est culture in the east. The distribution of small objects of northern Italian manufacture north of the Alps indicates the principal focus of the trading contacts. Image 18 Bronze Sicily. Bronze Sicily, buckets, were extensively used for feasting and in burials. Many of those made in northern Italy and Slovenia were elaborately decorated with figured scenes. Image 19 Europe in the 5th century BC. In the late Hallstatt period, a zone of chiefdoms existed stretching across the northern Alpine zone from the Loire to southern Germany. This zone was in contact with the Mediterranean principally along the Rhone route and through the Alpine passes. By the middle of the 5th century, 4 separate regions around the northern fringes of the former Hallstatt zone had begun to develop rich, innovating chiefdoms. Here, particularly in the Marne and Moselle regions, a new art style, characterizing the early Latine culture, began to emerge. Image 20 Major regional concentrations of Latine burials. Burials accompanied by weapons and personal ornaments characteristic of Latine culture are found across much of Middle Europe from the 4th to 2nd centuries BC. A number of regional differences can be recognized. Image 21 Latine finds in southeastern Europe. By the beginning of the 3rd century BC, the Latine culture had spread to the Middle and Lower Danube Valley, with a particular concentration in the Middle Danube and Sava region. It was probably from here that, in 279, the attack on Delphi was launched. In spite of the size of the raiding force and the disruption which it caused to the Greek states, it is unrecognizable in the archaeological evidence. The map, showing finds of Latine material, vividly makes the point that major historical events need leave little or no archaeological trace. Image 22 Celtic finds in the northern Pontic steppe. In the latter part of the 1st millennium BC, the Pontic steppe was an area with a complex mix of populations among whom there was much mobility. The quantity of Latine material found, particularly in the west of this region, suggests that some Celtic groups may have moved to settle in Moldova and to raid and serve as mercenaries over a wider area. Image 23 Double pyramidal ingots of iron. The production of iron intensified during the 2nd and 1st centuries BC. Iron was made into ingots of various kinds, of which the double pyramidal form is one, for trade and exchange. By drawing out the ends of the bar into thin rods, the smith was physically demonstrating the quality of the iron, since impurities would cause visible cracking. Image 24 Latine stamped pottery. Pottery with stamped decoration became common throughout Middle Europe from the 5th to 3rd centuries BC. The motifs used were probably derived from those decorating contemporary metalwork. In Britain, stamped decoration occurs infrequently, but probably not before the 2nd century BC. Image 25 Vehicle burials of the Middle and Late Latine period. Two-wheeled vehicles pulled by a pair of horses were popular in much of the Celtic world. Lightly constructed versions served as war chariots, others were used in the funerary ritual, though only in certain rather restricted areas, as the map shows. Image 26 Oppida in Europe. Large nucleated settlements defended by earthworks, or a combination of earthworks and natural features, developed in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC in many parts of Europe. They usually commanded crucial positions on major routes or were near rich natural resources. 3 broad but overlapping zones can be recognized based on types of fortification style. Image 27 Rectangular ditched enclosures of ritual type. One of the most common types of ritual site found in Europe belonging to the 2nd and 1st centuries BC is the rectangular ditched enclosure, which concentrates in southern Germany and northwestern France. Some have shafts inside, others have burials. Little can be deduced of the activities which may have taken place in them. Image 28 Dressel 1 Amphorae. Amphorae were commonly used to transport wine. After the middle of the 2nd century BC, there developed an extensive trade in wine between the producers of northern Italy and the distributors along the southern coast of France who dealt with the Gauls further inland. Two characteristic types of amphorae mapped here, Dressel types 1A and 1B, emphasize the major trade routes in operation between c.150 BC and AD 10. The importance of rivers and the Atlantic as routeways are clearly apparent. Image 29 The movements of the Cimbri and Teutons. The migration of two northern tribes, the Cimbri and the Teutons, caused much disruption in Europe between c.114 and 101 BC. Traveling so far and over such a long period, these migrating groups likely gathered followers as they progressed. After beating Roman armies on several occasions, they were eventually defeated by Marius in 102 and 101, removing what was widely perceived to be a serious threat to Rome itself. Image 30 Europe in the middle of the 1st century BC. The Celtic tribes of Europe were squeezed between three forces, the Dacians in the east, the